let the D drop. We get it poppin' right here in the parking lot. Crank up the system, let the homie get it crackin'. This is Hollywood, lights, camera, action. Rolling down the strip, full equipped in the G-Ride. Bright lights, baby boy, this is West Side. G's up, B's down, this is still pimpin'. Freeze up on these dips, that's for real pimpin'.
2 steps to the left, 3 hops to the back. Cha-cha real smooth. Now do your step, do your step. 2, 3 step. 2, 3 step. Now slide with it, I'll ride with it, on time with it, let's ride with it, yeah. I'm about to party all night, ain't stopping till sunlight. Got my money on my mind, ride with me to the west side.
Home with the Cali bud, yeah the Cali love. Holla at my partner, score a couple dubs. Ride to the wash, roll up out the motor, and let the Cali bud seep in my head slow. Puff puff pass, girls gon' wild when I flash that cash. Girl look at him, he got all that hash. Girl look at you with all that stash. Now I'm so live and I'm on the streets and I got nothing to do. Nothing to do. Over at the bus stop, sucking on a lollipop. We got some gin and juice, got some gin and juice. I'ma think I'm hot, wanna blow up the spot. Wanna see your baby boy on the loose, your baby boy on the loose. So I can swing wide in a 6'2" ride.
Yeah, yo.
Touch on that big caboose, on that big
Coming
caboose.
through on 2, this cool as goose. Swoop through in the candy coupe to the fruit. Hit cruise on a cruise from a newest recruit. The hooter with the juicy booty and the hootie hoop troop. I'm pouring up some goose on the rocks just for you. 2 humps in the heat, call me Camel Cooch. And I'm a crew once you do, whoop, whoop, do whoop. I'm cooler than a big blue cooler in the autumn. Do a fool lose your medulla oblongata. I'll make it harder. Hot like heat under rock and sauna. Shorty with a bumper on the back, yeah, I got her. Plant seeds in the earth, call me sharecropper. Show a clock, watch her hard working non-stop. A copacetic funk, monk, automatic trunk popper.
So keep it cool, baby bubba, keep it cool. To the bang, bang, boogie de beat. Bang, bang, boogie de beat. We keep it pippin', pippin'. That's for real, pippin'. I spent it plain to see. Now pour your pimp cups, pour your pimp cups, pour your pimp cups, pour your pimp cups. Dip your pimp cups, dip your pimp cups, dip your pimp cups, dip your pimp cups. Do the sea walk, do the sea walk, do the sea walk. Do the sea walk, do the sea walk, do the sea walk, do the sea walk, do the sea walk. I do the fresh out of jail. Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah.
2, 3 step with it. You could do it all by yourself, or you could do it with someone else. 2, 3 step. 2, 3 step with it. You could do it all by yourself, or you could do it with someone else.
lucid dreams. Never too late, don't just dip your feet. The water's fine. Heaven's a part of me. Need you so close to me. Losing reality. I know I'm away, but nothing's the same. Won't let anybody stop this feeling. I'm a supernova. I light up the sky. I'm burning inside. Yeah, I know you think I must be dreaming, but I'm a supernova. I'm a supernova.
I'm hitting platinum while you rockin' the chrome. I know you're jealous, I see that green you go. Not stopping never, I'm on that super roll. Everyone watching like it's the Super Bowl. Come dance with me, I think I hear guitar. Get down like Jimmy B and a superstar. You don't need nothing with you where we are going. Everyone knows it, that's your cover blown. Baby, we can both see I was just made like this. I'm a hot thing, it's true. What can I do? I was just made like this. I'm a hot thing. Woo, baby, and you know it. Just being super honest. I leave that motor running. Oh yeah, I know you love it. I'm getting shivers, my hairs are standing up. No, I am perfect, but think I'm near enough. Stand and deliver, you're on the highway. You're going nowhere till I get my way. So don't try to help me. Can do it myself, say. Don't need a lover, no, I don't need a rose. Just tell me later how hard your mind was blown. Baby, we can both see I was just made like this. I'm a hot thing, it's true. What can I do? I was just made like this. I'm a hot thing. Shake it right, shake it wrong, drop it like you are the bomb. Be the best, be LeBron, undefeated, number one. 24 like Lamar, like Floyd, champion. On your back, don't get up, think you're done. Hey, you're playing with a hot thing.
come get with it, yeah, yeah. Let me know right now. I really need it right now. Ooh, I wanna shake it right, yeah. Meet me on the side of town, yeah. Get in, lose it. Pull me up a cup. Light it in noise. Turn the music up. Feel the pieces moving. No, I can't go inside. Don't wanna miss the party. 'Cause baby, I'm not live. West side with the vibes. Grooving all night. Bottoms up, drinks up. Till the break of dawn. With the vibes all night. Drinks up. Break of dawn. With the vibes. West side with the vibes. Grooving all night. Bottoms up, drinks up. Till the break of dawn. With the vibes all night. Drinks up. Break of dawn. With the vibes. Is it a ceiling? I can't fight this feeling. I need a sundress in my ears with it. What it do? What it do? I can't do, yeah. Let me know right now. I really need it right now. Ooh, I wanna shake it right, yeah. Meet me on the side of town, yeah. Get in, lose it. Pull me up a cup. Let it in noise. Turn the music up. Feel the pieces moving. No, I can't go inside. Don't wanna miss the party. 'Cause baby, I'm not live. West side with the vibes. Grooving all night. Bottoms up, drinks up. Till the break of dawn. With the vibes all night.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a Drake? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
chant my name? Or am I to be lost in
We won once early this year. We will bring home the trophy again.
With the way the Dragon brings over back with
It is not about winning, it's to prove a beginning of a new chapter.
People thought that we are just lucky, but we will prove them wrong.
We fight until we fall. We fight until we fall.
Teams battled it out in a fiery 3 days of group stage, and we are now down to the final 6. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Playoffs. My name is Rose and I am with Clara as your host for today, and we are live from Istora Senayan, Jakarta.
Yap, disiarkan langsung dari Istora Senayan, Jakarta. Bunda Clara Mausar dan juga Rus tentu saja langsung menyambut para pencinta Mobile Legends di Snapdragon Series Pro Challenge babak playoff. Dan di sini kita sudah melihat bahwa 16 tim mereka berjuang dari babak group stage, dan pada akhirnya tersisa 6 tim terbaik yang akan memperebutkan gelar juara. Dan dari 6 tim ini kita sudah memiliki 3 perwakilan dari Philippines, 2 perwakilan dari Indonesia, dan 1 dari Malaysia.
Yes, now for those of you who actually missed out on the group stage, we will be having 6 teams in this playoffs, whereas 3 are representing the Philippines, 2 are representing Indonesia, and 1 will be representing Malaysia. Now, Clara, I'm pretty sure everybody is excited to witness the first match. How about we ask the audience if they're ready?
Apakah kalian siap untuk menyaksikan match hari ini? Yeah, I can hear them. Aku bisa merasakan semangat mereka, Rose.
Yes, I agree. I hear the energy. I love the energy. So how about let's show it over to our panels to break down on what's going to be happening today on the first day of SPS. Panels, kindly take it away.
Let's go.
Alright. Istora Senayan, suara yang mana? Wow. Yes. Hari pertama kita sudah langsung disambut dengan pertarungan yang sangat luar biasa. Tapi sebelum kita melangkah lebih jauh, izinkan saya untuk memperkenalkan diri saya, Mas Ger di sini, dan juga ditemani oleh 2 orang yang sangat luar biasa. Ada Profesor KB dan juga Om Wawa. Apa kabar teman-teman?
Halo Mas Ger.
Alhamdulillah biasa.
Sebuah keajaiban ya. Ini sebuah pertanyaan yang saya sering lontarkan kepada Om Wawa.
Gimana tuh?
Om, kapan kita analis bareng?
Nah,
Akhirnya kita bareng. Terima kasih YSL.
Dari season 1 kita belum pernah semeja
belum
seperti
pernah
ini.
kayak gini mejanya.
Betul sekali ya pastinya teman-teman. Selamat datang sekali lagi di Snapdragon Pro Series season ketiga Mobile Legends Bang Bang powered by Samsung Galaxy. Dan seperti biasa kalian juga sudah menyaksikan pembukaan yang sangat luar biasa tadi. Ada Rose dan juga Bude Clara. Dan hari ini menjadi penentuan apakah wakil dari Indonesia bisa bicara di pentas dunia. Pertandingan pertama yang sangat luar biasa seru pastinya ada Onyx versus Yudu Red Giants.
Yes, selain daripada itu juga yang satunya kita memiliki adalah Bigetron Alpha yang akan berjumpa dengan RRGPH.
Yes.
Jadi menurutku ini 2 tim Indonesia yang harus mengeluarkan semua kemampuan mereka, karena siapapun yang kalah kali ini selesai. Tapi kalau kita berbicara sedikit ya soal match yang kedua nanti, aku punya fun fact sedikit bahwa memang terakhir kali Bigetron Alpha bertanding di sini, ya kan? Dan kebetulan aku analis juga sama Om Wawa, mereka menang. Apakah sejarah akan berulang? Istora Senayan ini memang benar-benar jadi saksi kita semua loh untuk beberapa pertandingan yang sangat-sangat penting, Om Wawa.
Betul sekali. Dan kalau kita melihat juga Istora Senayan adalah salah satu venue kebanggaan Indonesia yang selalu melahirkan pertandingan-pertandingan yang sangat menarik. Dan semua pertandingan Mobile Legends Bang Bang yang digelar di sini
menyisakan sebuah rasa yang gak bisa dilupakan.
Gak bisa
Terutama sama pecinta Mobile Legends yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Nah, gini teman-teman, ini adalah sebuah bahasan yang menarik. Kita langsung jump in ke pertandingan pertama kita, Onyx versus Yudo Rejani. Siapa yang sangka sih Onyx jalan dulu lewat lewat pertandingan, gak langsung lewat seeding 1 masuk ke semifinal.
Ya.
Dan mungkin buat teman-teman yang kebingungan ya kan, secara poin oke kita lihat mungkin Onyx ini lebih banyak poinnya, tapi kebetulan secara head to head itu lebih diutamakan.
Nah, betul.
Sehingga mau tidak mau kita harus mengakui bahwa Onyx dikalahkan BREN pada saat di babak group stage, dan memang BREN lah yang berhak untuk melaju ke babak semifinal upper bracket. Betul sekali, tapi sebelum kita melangkah lebih jauh soal ini aku potong dulu karena kita akan menyaksikan dulu video journey dari 6 tim yang berhasil lolos hari ini. Silakan.
RGPH, I think they're a very strong team. I think even in the challenge season, I rated them as one of the best teams there. But fortunately, their best lineup, in my opinion, didn't show up here.
I think it's a difficult journey because our practice time is just a little bit of days.
Okay, RSGPH is a really aggressive team who plays on the early game. But I think during this challenge final group stage, their problem are how to end the game. It's kind of several things that needs to be done during the playoff, because if they keep doing like this, I think it's gotta be dangerous for them.
Echo has always been just a powerful team, but this time I actually lowered my expectations down a bit because no Carl Tizzy, no Benny Cutie, it's Zaida and Outplay this time, but I see him taking the right steps now. I think with Coach Tic Tac and Coach Treb as well, they're going to be able to rise and improve from their shaky challenge final group stage performance and be even better.
Even then, they're beating all these top tier teams. So it's still scary. And of course, this break between the group stage and the playoffs, they're going to have a little bit more time to just really iron those mistakes out. And yeah, really excited to see them coming into the playoffs.
He's going to respond the same as well. But he has the back to right alongside
At first, we didn't expect that we will go to Jakarta.
So
like, just play. Then, go to Jakarta, and then like, we didn't expect to go to the playoff. Go to playoff, and then like, wow, this is very miracle for us.
We first adjust to the environment, adjust to the game style of the Indonesian team, since there are 4 Indonesian teams in our bracket. At first, we stick to our strengths, and as the days goes on, day 2, day 3, we adjusted our drafts, we adjusted our gameplay, and we experienced from our losses against EVOS Legends, against BTR, and even if we lost, we still believe that we're still the best in our bracket.
BREN, wow. They only lose from the Bigatron. That's why they are the contender, I think, to be the champion of this SPS, but they need to learn a lot from the enemies.
So there's a bit of a concern for BREN, for me personally, is their inconsistency. If they can fix that, no doubt they're going to be one of the best teams in the world.
I think there were a lot of things that they needed to address, which was the fact that Sans was unwell for the longest of time. They had a change in roster with Albert stepping in the mid lane, but then they had to rotate him back to the gold lane. He's been adjusting really, really well.
Onyx, they're one of the teams that actually are scarier once they lose. Once they lose, they will adapt, they will adjust, and they will prepare even better. They will be more motivated to win.
Comes back to call Alter to keep him alive, but it's too late. The deadly catch does too much damage.
Kita di grup B ya, yang pasti itu banyak yang bilang juga itu grup neraka lah. Ya itu emang dia emang timnya kuat-kuat juga. Mungkin ya kita sering ketemu juga kan banyak tim-tim Indo yang pasti yang nggak gampang lah buat mereka. Yang pasti ada kesulitannya sendiri sih.
For Bigatron Alpha, I said it during the challenge season, I'm going to say it again, still looking like a top contender to be able to get SPS, the championship title.
Kita juga bisa dibilang dapat grup yang emang timnya isinya kuat-kuat. Emang naik turun sih di grup stage juga, kita banyak ngelakuin mistake, jadi kita ada beberapa kalah dan juga syukurnya kita masih bisa lolos ke main event lah.
The combo from the veteran and the new rookies from the Bigatron Alpha, it works on here.
Bigatron Alpha are a very shaky team right now. I think they're pretty similar to BREN, actually. They're not as consistent as you would think. Once you get them tired, once you get them drained, that's when you can strike. And if Bigatron Alpha don't fix that, man, my favorite team might go home.
And now we got to look at the teams again. Yudo Red Giants,
Echo, AP BREN, Megatron Alpha, Onyx, and RSG Philippines.
Yeah, it's been an amazing road here to the Challenge Final playoffs. Group A and B had their fantastic share of options or actions, and this is it. This is them right now.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the group stages, right? You must be happy, Raptor, knowing that two Philippines team topping their group. So they're low-key in a safer place. They will not play today.
Yeah. Right now, I gotta say, I'm feeling a bit lonely here. I feel like Udare Giants, they kind of feel the same. You know, it's like we don't have friends. They're the long dogs because once they're out, there's no more Malaysian team. So I kind of feel like there's pressure and no pressure on them at the same time. No pressure in the sense of like, people didn't expect us to be here. We didn't expect us to be here.
Yeah, they admitted it themselves, but it must feel amazing that they are here. So it's a double-edged sword. On one side, there's the pressure. On the other side, there's, oh, wow, we made it, guys, but the job's not finished. Yes, we're the only Malaysian team here, but we got to do our best.
Now we got to see what they are fighting for. Let's look at the prize pool because, again, these are the top 6 teams. And if you look at the prize pool, even number 6, 5,500. And whoa, we actually have the winners here. So looks like Burning Splash and Toda are 11 and 12. EVOS Legends, RSGSG, Sim Spot.
EVOS Icon.
EVOS Icon and Aura Fire, 7th and 8th. But again, you want to go for that number 1 because number 1 and number 2, what a big difference, man.
Yeah, that's a massive jump. That's
more than double.
More than double. Slightly more than double.
Yeah. That's a huge gap, and even the
You're a huge gap.
Wait, thank you. Should I thank you?
I don't know. I don't know. Let's look at the bracket. You know, like that one is less confusing. So right now we're gonna look at the bracket.
Okay.
So in case anyone is wondering why there is a bye, they are the number 1 team in their respective groups. So they're just waiting for the 2 matches to be over, and then they know who will they be facing against.
Yeah, and really quickly, there are a lot of people asking how come it's BREN that advanced and not Onyx. It's because of the head-to-head. Although Onyx technically got the nicer record at the end of it all, but because Onyx lost their match to AP BREN was the one who moved up to the second round immediately.
Yeah, it's a very interesting group bracket as well. But again, 2 Filipinos team, they will be in the upper bracket semifinals 1 and 2. But you know what? Seeing Onyx and Yudu right now, Echo, BTR later on, they will play 2 matches today.
Actually,
confirm.
You were talking about that. So let's look at today's schedule to see when they are fighting because you've already kind of gave a little bit of sneak peek there. But yeah, today's schedule, we will be starting Onyx against Udare Giants. Afterwards, will be Echo going up against Megatron Alpha. Winner continues fighting the winner, and the loser has to go down waiting for someone else.
Yeah, I also saw this question going around on the social medias. No one will be eliminated today. The teams that lose today will be going into the lower bracket. It's a double elimination bracket we have here in the MPL regions. I think for some of us, especially the franchise regions, are used to seeing first round of the playoffs, elimination right away. That is not the case. No one's getting eliminated today.
So, you know what? Stick around, guys. Stick around. If your team loses, they will play another match tomorrow. So, there you go. You can chill for today.
Yeah, not over yet.
I gotta say, it's good opportunities for the coaches as well because just because you lose doesn't mean it's over. You have opportunities to learn and to readjust and to possibly build up a new strategy to keep pushing on.
Yeah, exactly. And that was one of the biggest factors, not only throughout the SPS, but mainly there in that group stage. It was the members of BREN themselves. I believe it was Pandora who admitted that, yeah, first we went in with our comforts, but then eventually we started adjusting more. It started to be more of a case-per-case basis, match per match. So the draft, the gameplay that we're going to see for this first day, I feel like as it goes on in the next 2 days, it's definitely going to grow and evolve.
You know what? Looking at the evolution as well, right? From the open, from the final season to the challenge finals, a lot of changes, a lot of adjustment from the both teams. So looking at the first 3 days yesterday and seeing it now, it's gonna be very interesting because Onyx, they changed rosters as well.
Yeah. Yep. So now let's look at the videos for both teams.
For my feeling, of course, I am very proud
and I'm very happy. It feels good to bring Malaysian name on this international tournament. For my team is very strong and they are now growing to be more strong. So yeah, my objective is just to bring our Malaysian go to the top again. I don't want to see the same Indon and Philippines at top.
Cinderella story for Yudu Red Giant, I think, because they just only like forming their team 1 month ago and then they go to the playoff. But Super Red is the player that need to be put on the spotlight because of the cloud.
I think it is a combination of Ozoraveki and Koshakadia. They both help us a lot with their thinkings. They help each other that can make us until now. Actually, the pressure are on them because we are just new team and just first our international, no achievement yet. So yeah, we are no pressure.
And the Tyrant Shore Fetch with the flicker. They found him with the onward. They've got Demon Kite and he's going to be killed. Nibiru's Passion is going to be used just to zone them away, but they've lost one. It's going to be 4 versus 5. Who takes the Lord? Skies will take that one. Zach is looking to go in for this. He goes ham. He gets the knockoff as well. Light is going to be killed. Skies is going to make him pay. He's going to have to back up. Oh, the hook is a little off the mark. Now Pancake will actually take a little bit of damage, but nice. They are 3-man Earth Shatter. That was on point. Go just doing some work. Demon down, Light down, and they're continuing to go on, and that's the opening that Yudo Red Giants needed.
Perasaannya ya yang pasti senang banget lah, terutama bisa lolos ke playoff. Kita tetap bakal lakuin terbaik lah di playoff nanti. Ya perjalanan kita di group stage ini ya karena kita di-invite, kita di grup B ya yang pasti itu banyak yang bilang juga itu grup neraka lah. Ya itu emang dia emang timnya kuat-kuat juga. Mungkin ya kita sering ketemu juga kan banyak tim-tim Indo yang pasti ya nggak gampang lah buat mereka, yang pasti ada kesulitannya sendiri sih.
Onyx, they're one of the teams that actually are scarier once they lose. Once they lose, they will adapt, they will adjust, they will be more motivated to win. And I expect that from Onyx.
Kalau untuk Coach Chip sama Coach Adi ya, Coach Adi udah kenal juga dari RRQ, emang ya udah tahu juga dia kayak gimana. Terus kalau buat Coach Chip ya dia orangnya emang pintar, terus dia orangnya di outgame-nya asik banget lah. Buat diajak bercanda gitu.
Notice that Boots has pushed out that bottom side, and Kyrie, he can take the damage as Keyboy starts walking down. Divine Judgment lands onto the right target, and now the final slash hitting all 5, and CW still alive with the Winds of Nature, unstoppable as the Decimate comes through. Ogren a little late on the call, but it's too late. Few has found CW. The Calties ends up losing his life, but Kyrie gets the triple chain Decimate. Make it a 4th Maniac for Kyrie. They're losing members, and unfortunately, Sakin cannot stand up forward. The Wild Charge comes back, the call all trying to keep him alive, but it's too late. The Deadly Catch does too much damage, and it's a killing spree. Moreno finds one. They're clubbed together, but the Lord is too big, too strong. Onyx Peak is back. GG, well played.
Semuanya benar-benar jago-jago. Bikin diri ya kita 5 orang jadi satu ya, emang kita 5 semuanya jago lah.
Be a threat, nah, not so threat. It's okay. He's also a human, eat rice. We also eat human. Eat human, eat rice.
Dua tim sudah bersiap untuk membuka match hari ini. Perwakilan dari Indonesia dan juga perwakilan dari Malaysia.
Yes, I agree. Now, we saw in the video that Yudo Red Giants is the only last Malaysian standing team over at the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals playoffs. And as a Malaysian talent alongside Lafell and Gideon, I'm pretty sure we are super duper excited for them. So how about let's call on Yudo Red Giants up on stage. Another round of applause for Yudo Red Giants!
Dan tentu saja, tim tuan rumah, tim berperforma dengan sangat memukau. Dengan line up yang tak bisa terbaca dan nyaris saja menjadi pemuncak grup B. Mari kita sambut inilah dia tim Onyx! Sobat Onyx, Indonesia sekali lagi untuk tim Onyx.
Okay, there we have it. The first match of the day. Two teams battling it out on the first day. It's already very spicy.
Ini antara kita berdua. Malaysia dan Indonesia harus bertemu untuk membuka match hari ini dan siapapun yang menang akan meranjak, melangkah maju ke depan dan yang kalah harus turun ke lower bracket.
Yes. The winning team will advance further, but the losing team still has another chance to redeem themselves. So Clara, I'm ready. The players seem like they're ready.
Yes, dan the caster, panelis, semuanya sudah siap. Kalian pasti sudah siap, Sobat Onyx Indonesia. Bentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan match pertama dalam Best of 3 series.
Yes, so how about let's throw it over to our panelists to kickstart the first match of the day. Panelists, let us hear you over there.
Silakan.
Not sure which start to kick, but here we go. Because both teams are already on stage and they look ready enough to eat each other, according to Goges.
Yeah, that
What
is
was that, by the way?
the most unexpected Freudian slip from an esports pro of all time. We eat human. Oh, we also eat rice. How do you mix that up?
Hopefully that was a joke, right? Because if not,
hopefully,
if
No,
not,
so
I'm pretty sure it is.
No,
Hopefully.
I mean, like, to be fair, the wording is, we eat rice, they eat rice, we're the same. So it's like, they eat rice, we eat humans. Wait, no, we eat rice, so. It was, yeah.
All right, since we both eat rice, we're human.
Exactly.
Okay,
It's the
all
slip
right.
of the tongue. He wanted to say eat rice, but he accidentally said eat humans.
Yeah. I mean, it's true.
He doesn't do that.
He doesn't.
I hope.
He doesn't.
I bet he's a funny guy, LFL.
Oh, he's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. But speaking of being a guy, we got to talk about the two teams here because we got to talk about the dynamics because Gojes is a very, I would say, he likes to play for those team fights.
Yeah.
I would also say that Boots likes to isolate the EXP laner, make sure that he doesn't move around. But first, let's introduce you to Red Giants, Gojes, Sakai's, Zach Cutie, Super Red, and Pancake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone who's been following the Snapdragon Pro Series knows or has heard a lot about Super Red, how he's shined for you do Red Giants, how in a team that going into this, I was hearing from the Malaysian casters, yo, watch out for Gojes. No, Super Red comes out of nowhere and has made himself a bona fide star for Red Giants. But Gojes, yeah, he is still amazing for you do.
You know what? A very strong EXP, but one player that I feel like is underrated in that team is the guy's because he can pull off the assassin, he can pull off the utility, and it seems like why he's so reliable is because he is so strong in contesting those neutral objectives.
Yeah, currently actually Sakai's is tied with Super Red for the most MVP performances in the game
There you go.
for Red Giants. So yeah, Super Red, Gojes, but don't definitely watch out for Skies.
Yeah, honestly, nearly every player were basically aces from different tier 2 teams brought together. So that's why every single one of them can bring an MVP kind of showing. And now looking at the stats as well, top banned by opponents, 44% for the 1-1. I kind of feel like that will change drastically because I kind of feel like maybe in this series he will not be getting the Claude because Super Red on the Claude is a little bit too cray-cray.
Yeah, it's cray-cray. In the Philippines, we call it matic, automatic. When he gets that Claude, you know he's going to show up.
I love that.
And I believe these two teams are definitely going to be fighting out for the Beatrix and the Brody more often. You mentioned Skies, Gani. That's your guy. That's your man right there.
I mean, he loves the Martis. I love the Martis. 71% on this guy. This is why he is so lethal. Yet again, because Martis here can pull off that anti-CC, that is also the reason why he's so strong in contesting those neutral objectives.
Here's the thing. He idolizes Kyrie.
Oh.
Now he has to fight against him.
The idol.
Oh, like he said that himself, like he looks up
Yes.
to Kyrie. You know, the funny thing about this match is you have a team called Red Giants, but in a David versus Goliath matchup, they're David, this is Goliath.
Yep, let's introduce Onyx Boots, Kyrie San, CW, and Keyboy.
You know what? Another roster swap here. Because yesterday we saw a lot of Albert playing in that gold lane, playing a lot of Harrods, bringing the Claude as well. But now with CW, is this the real main lineup here is the question, because I love seeing Albert performing, but then again, it seems like with CW, he adds more stability in this team, which I preferably in this current stage, I love.
No, I would say this is their very best lineup, and I appreciate that going up against
you do.
Red Giants. So they're like, yeah, we're going to face you guys as seriously as we can. So that's why, right now, looking at the team statistics, I'm really interested to see, in terms of the bans, what are they going to ban out from Red Giants, because I do want to see if they have been paying attention. Looking at the situation here, their top pick, which I personally am slightly afraid of, is the Cho, because Keyboy on the Cho, on the Kufra, forget about it.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Cho, Kufra, Franco. It seems like whatever roamer you give him, he's gonna thrive. They did try to give him a Florin roam, but it doesn't seem like it's the Onyx flavor just yet. And it's
he's
also
a playmaker, man.
Yeah, he's a playmaker, and it's difficult to playmake as a Florin. Now, it's interesting that we're actually seeing Joy as the highlight hero here for Kyrie. 100% win rate alongside his Lancelot. He's been wanting to play more Fredrin and Martisis, though, but it seems like he's still really thriving as an assassin.
He's still able to pull off that Joy here, it seems like, not just the assassins. And yeah, you're right, he is able still to pull off the assassin, even though he prefers the quote-unquote the fighters. But then again, remember that Joy, why is it so hot in Onyx? It's a flex pick. Boots can pick it up, but then again, it's leaning more towards Kyrie. So if you draft against Onyx, a lot of questions will be asked.
Yeah, and when you are now going to be considering the Joy as a presence in the draft, now you're going to be thinking, are we going to open up the Kaja? Because Kaja's another hero you don't want to give to Keyboy, but then you want to have a chance to get the Kaja for yourself so that Kyrie won't be able to get his hands on a Joy, because we all know Joys don't really like going up against Kaja. So yeah, a lot of things to consider here. And something I want to add, gentlemen. We all know Kyrie, handsome, champion, hell of an MLBB player. I saw him playing pool earlier. I think we found something that Kyrie got to work on. No human is perfect.
So you're saying
he has a flaw.
He
has a flaw.
He's bad at playing pool.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he's got something to work on.
He's not amazing at it.
Yeah, Coach Yed was teaching it, but give it maybe a month and then suddenly he's beating everyone in pool.
Yeah.
That's just
Kyrie.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm pretty bad at pool as well.
I can teach you.
Really?
Yeah.
Legit, you know what happened before? There was one time I was hitting the white ball and I hit another ball and it went to the other table.
The other, like it jumped?
Yeah. And the other table was kind of angry because they were having a serious game, and I'm like, okay, I'm sorry.
My God, I can imagine.
Yeah.
The
I'm sure they understand that. It was, hey.
No, they didn't.
They didn't?
They didn't.
All right.
They didn't care.
I can't salvage that for you, bro. There's nothing I can do to paint that into a better picture.
Either way, talking about this game, I really feel like, so we got to talk about the win conditions, because I feel if Red Giants can actually minimize the amount that Keyboy can do, that's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. How he can set for the roam and the rotations. You do Red Giants, instead of trying to match the aggression of Onyx, I want to see them try to at least minimize the Onyx snowballs. Onyx snowballs really quickly.
Yeah.
Not a lot of teams can stop that, but at least minimize it as much as you can.
I completely agree with you. They need to minimize that, and to add to that, they need to realize that mechanically, I don't want to say they are worse, but mechanically, they are slightly worse than Onyx. So choose your battles here. Going up against a team that has a much higher in mechanics than you, you don't want to go in fights in 2v2 pickoffs, 5v5. Perhaps, again, choose your battles in this match and take it slowly.
Here's the thing, you guys watching at home, especially on Twitch, make sure you guys give us your predictions. Who do you guys think is going to win? Because this is the first match of the day, and it's really going to be setting up the tempo. Now, we got to talk about Onyx as well. Is there anything that they have to worry about going up against Red Giants? Speaking of which, this is our prediction.
There's a prediction.
Wait.
Did we vote you do?
Wait.
I remember putting a 2-1 here for Onyx, but you know what? I'm going to go. Let's just go with it. For Onyx here, what they have to watch out for going up against Red Giants is that Red Giants are great at...
No. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. They have to watch out for the fact that Red Giants know how to punish team fight mistakes well. And especially with Gojis around, we know him. You cannot fall for the Gojis bait.
Yeah.
If it looks like Gojis is such a good target because look at him, he's overextending and doing all of this. No, he's trying to set something up for his team. Red Giants are very crafty in team fighting, and sometimes, especially in the series against EVOS Legends, we saw that Onyx can fall to those traps.
Yeah.
Hence why they end up in those situations where they're gonna be on a losing side.
A very cheeky strategy here set it up by the side of Yudu Red Giants, and if that's the pattern, I'm sure Yeb and Ari, they somehow figure it out. You know what? Don't go for the all-ins, especially going up against Go just find other things, because then again, Yudu will find compensation when Go just, baits.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like they will bait each other out because, to be fair, Gojas is the type of guy that will flicker into a 1v5. So
yeah. Whoa. On a Guinevere.
Especially on the Edith.
Yeah, especially on that Edith, currently one of his best picks right now, and the only guy who has like that unique hero on him going into these playoffs. I believe he has 3 games on the Edith, and he's the only one across all playoff teams who's played it. So I think that's something Onyx also need to watch out for. Even though a lot of people don't see Edith as a threat, Gojis makes it a threat.
Right now, I'm also just a little bit worried around the mid lane. Well, as a Red Giants fan, because Zach Cutie is one of the best mages around in Malaysia, but Sans, I would say, is on a different level, man.
Yeah.
If Zach could keep up or even beat Sans, then I think it's Red Giants' game. But I kind of feel like Sans is just controlling the entire map for Ronnie, making it nigh impossible.
A legit question here. Can Zach play the Kadita?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Then maybe they can play the high burst mage. They can play the pick-off play style. Again, a good example. Perhaps he can replicate the gameplay of a Sans, but then again, if you're worse mechanically, you need to pick your battles. And once again, I know I've mentioned this, but yeah,
the draft started.
Emphasize this.
But it makes a lot of sense. And one thing that I'm considering here for Red Giants also, going up with the Sans condition that you were talking about, they really have to consider whether or not they're going to be giving up the Valentina. And I think I'm seeing some things right above our heads. So in just a bit, I think we're going to be seeing the draft. It's time. It's finally time.
I feel like whoever's first pick, they will definitely grab the Valentina if it's open. And the Paquito.
Yeah. It's going to be a Paquito first pick here for Red Giants. Interesting.
Well, taking it away in the hands of Boots. Earlier on the data sheet, Boots' favorite hero in SPS has been the Paquito. Again, very fast clear, very high damage. But it seems like Gojest here has picked the Paquito here in his arsenal. Question is, will it fall to the hands of the EXP or the jungle? Onyx, they're taking their time here. So a very good first approach from side of Yudu.
Yeah, currently I'm thinking that this is going to be a Paquito that's going to go into the hands of Gojis. We were talking about Gojis earlier. That gives him the opportunity to go for his solo plays, be able to manage a minion wave on his own, and at the same time, do those bait plays in team fights that we were talking about. Now Onyx, we talked about the Valentina, they picked it up. We talked about the Joy, they've prioritized it. Those are 2 deadly picks right away on the side of Onyx. It'll make Yudu Red Giants consider about picking up the Eve, picking up the Farsa, but I think they're hovering over it and they still want to pick it up.
Honestly, I want to see what this Paquito can do, because you just traded one Paquito for, like, you got a Paquito and you gave your opponent a Valentina and a Joy, which is like one of their best heroes, 100% on the Joy for Kyrie. And I kind of feel like Sans, if the Valentina is open, I'm not going to choose anything else. So this is very interesting, and I think it is very bold. I want to see if it works out, because that's a very expensive first pick, man.
That is right. And look at the response here. Yves and Kaja, 2 ults, 2 huge ults that can be taken away from Sans. Question is, does this overwhelm the IMU, or does this create more chances here is the question. A very good pick here going up against the Joy. You talked about the Kaja will counter the Joy, but whoa, all 6 heroes here. I feel like all tier S's being picked up by both teams.
Top tier heroes picked up, and not only that, it's the favorite heroes of the players we've been talking about. The second phase of the draft will be really interesting, because I'm looking at if Onyx, there we go. They're still thinking that this might be a flex pick for you do Red Giants. They're respecting the Edith of Gojes. I think they're going to try. If they're going to try, to funnel Goges into playing this Paquito, their next ban here has to be a Dairoth if they really just want to funnel Goges into that. Because next to Edith, Dairoth is the next most played of Goges.
You know what? If you really think about it here, Reptar, right? The two heroes that has been picked up by the side of Onyx is also Flex pick. You can pick up the other for the EXP or the Roam. You can pick up the Joy for the EXP or the jungle here. So asking still, you do a question, where do you think this hero will go? Now there you go, the Melissa ban comes through. Again, trying to target Super Red. Two heroes banned out.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Onyx either considering picking up the Brody, even though it's up against an Eve, considering that will probably be the best marksman pick for Red Giants as of now because of all the dive and the close range that Onyx has to be able to get close to their backline. The Melissa ban was great, so Red Giants now are going to consider taking out another Kiboy hero. If I'm them, I would consider, I was going to say Grok, but they take out the Terizla instead.
Yeah, right now, I like the bans coming in from Onyx. It does show respect here.
Yeah.
But now, if they really want to high things up, I kind of feel like, is it safe to pick a marksman now? Seeing the composition coming in from Red Giants, is it safe enough to pick a marksman? Something like a Beatrix, because maybe you don't want to give that over to Super Red. But no, they're picking up the 1-1.
Okay.
50% win rate. Personally, don't like it, but, you know, it's whatever.
It's interesting here, right?
It is. I mean, the good thing about it is that they have so much dive that the 1-1, in the picture-perfect scenario for Onyx diving, CW is just trying to finally get all the marks up. And then the lineup of Red Giants right now, their front line, especially that Paquito and that Kaja, will have such a difficult time trying to make sure that they don't get marked up by the 1-1. So Red Giants are going to go for an assassin route here, the Hayabusa, and they'll pick up the Beatrix. The Hayabusa is quite questionable for me. I thought they'd go for something tankier, something with really good burst to potentially build up a snowball. I thought they would lean into picking up a Martis, but they wouldn't. And why? Exactly because Kiboy still has the Hilda as an option available for him.
I mean, here's the thing. Hayabusa is one of Sakai's best heroes, which I was surprised he hasn't used it up until now, but seeing the Hilda, yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Now, you know what? I just want to throw it over to the casters.
Down to the last pick, it seemed like you do Red Giants were going 50-50 against the MSC 2023 champions. Welcome to the casters. Gideon, get up!
I'm scared, man! The MSC 2023 champions are looking so good in Red Giants. Their Cinderella story might just end here.
Dude, Gojes wasn't scared. You heard what he said, right?
It's true. They eat humans. It's the only way that they can actually stand up against these giants. And unironically, man, this draft is already looking very interesting, right? A lot is going to be riding on this Valentina, and the same could be said for Gojes.
That's right. Gojes, I agree with what our panel said, is great when it's a hyperactive hero. Nay, a hero that actually forces your opponents to respond. I've been watching him all throughout the group stages, and when you give him heroes that just buy time, that allow for boots, that allow for his opponents to call the shots, that's when things get shaky for YRG. So yes, hoping that him right now on his back brings the heat.
Look, I've already made my predictions here. I'm thinking that Onyx is going to take this. The stats are backing me up on this one. So if you do Red Giants are here to prove me wrong, I am ready for it.
All the more the reason you can't miss this match. Everybody watching, welcome to game number 1. It's a purple start for both of our junglers. Interesting to see that Kiboy at minute 0, when the game starts, didn't go straight for Sakai. That's what you usually do, right? When you're a Hilda, you just try to look for that assassin jungler that so badly needs these earlier resources, and then you just compromise them.
Exactly, but I think, you know, with the winning, I wouldn't even say winning lanes that you can force priority on. Even if you try to go for these invades, you can see that there is coverage from the EXP laner. If it was gold, it'd be from the Beatrix, but First Blood might just fall over to Kyrie's side. Flicker coming in for Pancake, and it's gonna be a double with the electrifying beats.
The one takes 2 this early on. Just barely a minute passed, and we didn't even get to check out the emblems. Yeah, real quick, let's scan the landscape, and so far nothing out of the ordinary, save for maybe Boots' choice of Brave Smite. He wants to stay hardy. He wants to be here when Gojes tries to call for things, and Yeah, no, that's about right. We see what we need to see. Focusing mark on Pancake, though, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think that focusing mark on Pancake's side, I guess they want to be able to eliminate their targets super, super quickly, and especially since if you have access to Divine Judgment, you're looking at Kyrie and being like, just give me an opportunity, give me a chance.
Yeah, it's the pickoff on the pickoff, but with the way Onyx is going, this is what Onyx does best, right? Oh wait, real quick, let's see, Keyboy, trying to do.
Skies is taking a lot of damage here. Keyboy is able to 1v2 this no problem, and in the meantime, bottom side, Kyrie's already secured the Lord, and we secured the turtle as Keyboy. Oh my goodness, the damage, not even there yet. Skies doesn't have enough items.
Oh, Keyboy was rocking just what you do on a hardy Hilda. And he was rocking Concussive Blast, mind you, not even Brave Smite. So he was using that passive, weaving in and out, taking damage, and buying so much time for that free turtle, going over to Onyx with a huge 1,300 gold lead just under 3 minutes. Now, something to note, the way Onyx is going, it feels like we're past the laning phase, but we're barely just on the first turtle, right? So this is their modus operandi. This is how they want to finish games quick. They want to expedite the early and mid so that their cores, I'm looking at CW, I'm looking at Sands, and now Kyrie, for sure Kyrie, who is on an assassin, are able to finish quick. That's what's going to happen here. I'm wondering how YRG is going to stop.
Well, it could be the opposite way where, you know, last time we saw Onyx up against EVOS Legends where they did get that lead, they kind of understand when you expect your opponents to actually bounce back. So once the level 4 start coming in, and especially with the Divine Judgment from Pancake, I think Onyx is going to be a little bit more cautious instead of just trying to spearhead into the enemy jungle.
And that's the answer from YRG. They got to be able to make Onyx think twice about their direction, think twice about the tempo that they're going at, and that's the best thing you can do against the Hilda. Right now, Pancake gets jumped on. Zach Cutie to the answer.
Yep, Keyboy, he's able to... Oh, waiting until the very last second. The RWM and Divine Judgment guarantees the kill with the Oki. Shadow kill. Kyrie wants to get into the middle of this. Goldust is kind of low. I don't think he should be here, but Skies can't afford to lose his purple buff. Kyrie steals it away.
Oh no, this is a Hayabusa that badly needs it. For the price of Keyboy, I'd say that's a bargain. Oh wow!
That's what happens. They saw that Goldust was low. He had to recall, and Boots had free roam down on the bottom side of the map. Instant punish. The Super Red gets dove on the top side of CW on his signature 1-1. Showing off, taking to the skies. Not that difficult to do.
There's a reason why they call Onyx the Kings of the Sky. And because of these wins, in bot, in top, another free turtle going over. And this will now grow their lead to about 2,000 plus, right? There you go. You just saw the screen reflected. Just under 5 minutes, we're looking for Onyx to turn these into permanent gains. So far, they've only been getting kills and turtles. And now CW just up to the task, chipping away at that gold shield.
Oh, it's a tough position to be in for you to Red Giants, right? That was a very pivotal point for them as they lose another turtle in the process, and more importantly, they're down levels. Like every single lane is feeling the oppression, and Skies has not stopped as he gets chunked out by Keyboy in his own jungle.
Every possible resource that Onyx wants, and every single way they want to choke you to Red Giants, they get it. And it comes at a price, right? So far it was Keyboy going down, but something else to note. Gideon, did you see this? Revitalize? What?
Yep.
Healy Boys?
Wants to fight, but also wants to stick around longer than you would like. And let's not forget the fact that with this Hilda, you do have a little bit of a knockback, which is able to cancel a couple of animations, making it very frustrating to deal with. This is why Hilda is so annoying. She has sustain, she has ways to break your animations, and more importantly, she's super hard to kill.
It's a bush on the go. Whenever Keyboy just needs it, all right, ain't no bushes nearby, now we do. And Pancake playing with fire, goes for the flicker, misses Sans!
He makes the attempt towards Sans' side, and now the RWM, they're looking to just at least take one. Keyboy holding on, even popping the Revitalize, still dies off to Goldust at the end of the day, but that's so many resources. And now Onyx looking to clap back, Boots looking forward with the final slash, allowing him to jump even further, deeper in, he gets back out with the vengeance! A 1-for-1 trade.
Still a win for Onyx, despite Red Giants slowly getting on the board here as we approach the mid-game, post-laning phase. And it's come to the point where the basics, the upkeep, the housekeeping that Red Giants have to do, it's coming at a cost. It's suffering because of how much they want to stop Onyx from doing what they're doing here and barreling on forward. 4,000 now, and this last turtle of the game going to go free over to Onyx. And yes, folks, if you hear the drums, Onyx Sabat is in the building.
Yep, it looks like the Sky King fandom has come down to check it out live here at the arena. Now, once again, Pancake looking for any kind of opportunities to find the right targets, and Sans just being a nuisance. Wait, Oki shadow kill being committed. Sans, he's totally fine here. Oh, wait, he goes back into triangle, and it is a solo kill. Skies threads the needle, and now Onyx looking to push back. Boots is not going to let him go with a final slash and a guaranteed kill from the side of Keyboy's side. The RWM has been utilized, but Gojes unable to do any more than this.
The punish came in so quick, but just the same, you can't deny that this young man has moves. Sans wasn't expecting that. Sans is characteristic to know. He is but this example of a mid laner who knows how to use space and mechanics. There he didn't. There's the pull on a Keyboy!
Yep, the combo is clean, and Kyrie looking once again for the opportunity. Doesn't want to go for the kill, just knows, all right, you can take one of my teammates. If it's Keyboy, it's fine. I'll take your purple.
Okay, so far, it's only really been Keyboy and Sans fallen. What's that meant for the economy? We can take this time to digest exactly what went on throughout early and mid-game here and digest the item builds that these teams are going for. I can't get over the fact that we're looking at a Hilda with Revitalize, man.
Right?
When was the last time y'all saw that, right? Even in your own ranked games.
Yeah, Hilda usually doesn't go with Revitalize. Half the time it's either you like take a Purify, and even sometimes that Sprint is the most common one. Flicker, just in case you want to be able to like hop into the back line super quick. But many times you don't ever see this Revitalize. Oh, looks like we're already jumping back into the game. Walk me through some of the items that we've seen so far, because they're coming to a point where this 2K lead has already developed to a 5K lead, and if this doubles, that's a death sentence.
All right, so there's a huge gold gap between our gold laners, 1,000 and change between Super Red and CW. And you already see here 2 core items for one, and then the other has to work with a Legion Sword and a Fury Hammer. But as we say, TW now has 3 core items. He's going to farm up so quick. He's got that Wind Talker, and even in a 1v1, right? Even in a 1v1, he can afford to greed out. No Wind of Nature just yet on his lane mate, on Super Red. And we know you, the Red Giants, right? They're all in for red. And so far, how far are they from that game plan?
Honestly, it's a Beatrix, right? At the end of the day, wait, hold on. Where we see the full combo on Boots' side. He flickers out of there and goes for the final slash. He's using his vengeance to keep alive, almost making it out. Gojes unable to finish the kill. 2 level down difference as Kyrie finds one back.
Boots was living on the edge, and he took all of us with him at the edge of our seats. Keyboy spotted out. Will they continue to fight? Sounds very far. All this was just used to buy time. Look at the push that the young Calvin Winata has done on top lane. And he wants to jump, he wants to fly. All right.
Honestly, CW at this point. Oh! Sky's getting terrified. And he absolutely demolished here. No purple buff still for him as the Malefic Roar has been purchased.
And everything comes for free to Onyx this time around. Looking at a 7,000, 8,000 gold lead approaching under 10 minutes. Free Lord. Not to mention, this is going to be difficult. We asked the question, how far are they from the Super Red game plan? Almost light years, folks. I can't sugarcoat this. It's very difficult to play in the position that you, the Red Giants, are in. And at least here's a little bit of a ray of hope, right? Super Red, number 3 on the gold leaderboard. He's getting there, but he's so behind. 1,000 and change once more, and he's holding on. I wonder if they know that there's this many members. Oh, now they do.
Yep, they have a rough idea. At least Void Rift, Void Crystal, sorry, is able to kind of open things up. Keyboy just taunting his opponents, trying to bait any kind of movements.
Mental warfare, man.
Yeah, it's the psychological warfare, right? Gojes, unfortunately, trying to push Keyboy back into it. Ooh, even baits out the final slash from Boots' side. Very good attempt, but doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Onyx, they've got Lord on their side.
Yep, a total of about 9,000 gold ahead Onyx has over Red Giants, which translates to about 1 or 2 major items on the core heroes if it's spread out well. There's a Lord marching up through top, and worst case scenario, Red Giants just loses all of their outer turrets. They can protect their inhibitors with the way it looks. So this is a sign of Onyx kind of slowing down.
They're just making sure that they can actually... Oh, wait. Sans actually trying to flicker forward. Didn't get in range of Gojes' side. Okay. Let's see as the second waves are about to start collapsing in. The tier 2s are all done for.
All right, so... Y'all saw what we saw, right? the final slash, wasted. The flicker, wasted. Maybe Eudora Giants can build up these small advantages and use these resources to kind of climb back in. I know, easier said than done. But looking at this from the perspective of, we'll take anything, right? Anything to help Super Red get back on top is a big deal. Now, Kyrie.
Oh, ouch. I'm looking at the goal difference. I'm seeing that it's almost 9K at this point, building up to that 10K. And especially when you're 11 minutes in the game, like looking at these gold lead, the item power spike differences are so significant, right? Cores are basically finishing off their builds. Eudora Red Giants are just looking for scraps to get into their second, even third item.
Yep, in the past few minutes that we've checked in since, there's already a Wind of Nature on both of our gold laners. So if we're still on this wavelength of where is Super Red, when is he gonna come in and save the day for YRG? Well, it's not as easy because even CW has a Wind of Nature. So they have to watch out for how he goes in and when he goes in. And the fact is, Kyrie's been pretty mum. The 4 kills on Kyrie, a majority of those came in the early game.
Yeah. I mean, that's what allows him to snowball. And it's not even, it doesn't really affect him the most. It affects his laners the most. Like Sans had the greatest time in the world. He's a level up in the early game. And more importantly, he gets the snowball out of control. And that can be applied to every one of the members of Eudora Red Giants, right? You want to get that return kill? Guess what? You're 2 levels down. You don't have the numbers.
Yep, and I think Eudora Giants understand that dynamic. And that's key to staying in the game, and that's key for the comeback. Look, they're respecting Onyx lead, their dominant start all the way now up until the late game as you approach the late game, but wait, could still play.
Pancake finding Boots, RWM as well as the Bennett spray to final slash hits all forwards. Gorgeous tries to peel down backwards. Boots still alive, ends up falling regardless, and here comes CW chasing them down, running them one by one as Kyrie gets that final kill, 3-4-0.
The Giants were outgunned. Despite as good as an engage as you can find, they just weren't dealing enough damage. And they still were on the receiving end of an amazing final slash. Now the base, final siege.
Oh, Kyrie already takes out Gojes, didn't even break a sweat. With this Lord walking on through, Zach QT knows it's just, we gotta wait for the next game. GG well played as Onyx take game 1.
13 minutes, 40 seconds. Only took one last push, one big fight. The eventual cleanup took 2 Lords.
2 Lords.
So there was a window where in tempo might have gone to YRG side.
I don't know. I disagree. With a 10K gold lead off of the first Lord, the second Lord, it's a freebie at that point. It is a checkmate. Most teams can't even bounce back. And to be fair, I think I agree with you. They should have stayed in their base. They had high ground defense. That's probably what they should have played for.
That's where they missed their window. That's where they let go. And eventually, Onyx understood. Even if they slipped up a couple of times prior to this final push, their margin of error was just so big it didn't even matter. I'm wondering if our analysts are ready to break down game 1 here, because Onyx, our MSC champions, the strongest team currently in the eyes of many, are just going in strong.
Honestly, looking at that game just now, there's a lot that we can talk about, either from the draft, from the gameplay. After this, we are going to look at the itemization, so I kind of feel like we should start talking about the draft first.
Yeah, again, very questionable that they decided to favor the Hayabusa pickup over an open Martis. The Martis would have provided a lot of control, and at the same time, you can't pick Hayabusa in that scenario because, again, the lineup that Onyx showed isn't like the typical hero matchup that a Hayabusa likes to go up against. And most importantly, Kiboy's Hilda was still open.
That is also why here Yeb and Adi, they picked Keyboy's hero last. That is also why Coach Yeb really likes the red side, because they will exploit that last pick, and more often than not, it's towards Keyboy. And there you go, the Keyboy after the Hayabusa, very smart, very effective in that early game to give pressure in the jungles. And it's all said and done. The snowball effect is full effect.
Yeah, and before all of that, The Paquito first pick, still, I feel like it could have been another power pick. I mean, look at the first 3 picks that Onyx got. Valentina, Arlott, Joy. Their first pick, Udo Red Giants, could have been at least one of those. Although Gojes was one of the few players who didn't have a difficult time and actually was able to shine in this game. So I'm somewhat okay with it, but I'm still leaning more towards the fact that Udo Red Giants should have drafted one of those power picks Onyx got.
I'm more towards the whole letting Keyboy have Hilda when you have an assassin kind of pick. But
yeah.
We also, after this, will be looking at a little bit of the highlights where the last fight,
man.
It seemed a little bit, you can use 2 words here, either greedy or desperate, right?
Yeah.
But now looking at the stats, Kyrie is showing up why he has 100% on this Joy, why the Joy should be banned, and Keyboy, I think he's just one of those roamers. Just give me anything except healers, and trust me, I'll do well.
Yeah, look, they gave him a healer, but not really, because it's a tanky Hilda who had the revitalize on her.
It's like, I will heal myself.
Yeah, I will heal myself. And
people just accidentally heal around me.
Yeah, if you're close, then you're close. If you're not, then too bad for you. Boots is the MVP of the game, 1-0-7. Final slashes on point, rotations on point, but again, it's sad, really, because this was a game that Onyx won not only in the draft but within the first 5 minutes. Kyrie got a double kill at around 120, and that killed Pancake and Zach QT, meaning that Onyx opened up the path for them to constantly pressure the jungle even better against the Kais, with the Hilda just constantly going in, and then because of it, them being focused on helping the middle of the map, Super Red got no help in lane, and Super Red lost lane. Eventually, that was just it.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it was a very hard game for Beatrix to shine there. Going up against a 1-1 in lane, going up against a Hilda who will crash you down as well. Yeah, it's very hard if you're a Beatrix. And what, minute 7 here already, Onyx with a almost 5,000 gold lead. That says a lot that Onyx is just really controlling one saving grace force out of Udo Red Giants. If only this game was perhaps a little bit longer, but then again, there's the 1-1 to deal. So I think even from the drafts, Onyx will win, has gotten the early, mid, and late.
Yeah, to put it simply, Onyx just got everything right.
Exactly, yeah. I would say Boots is really insane, because looking back, all of those final slashes, man, like, it's all highlight material, and this is the point where we really have to talk about, where I see what Udo Red Giants is thinking about. It's like, they get the Lord. If we can get one kill, maybe, you know, a bit greedy 2, we can stop them from ending the game.
Yeah.
But then they're like, yeah, no, it's okay. We'll catch all of y'all because they have the Arlet.
Yeah, the final slashes by Boots there in the final team fight really set things up. But before that, the highlights were just him final slashing from the side, setting things up there for Onyx. So they didn't have their traditional setter roam in the Hilda. So they said, yo, Boots, can you be the guy who sets up? And Boots said, I already am.
Right, congratulations to Onyx for winning 1-0. We do have to see if Red Giants can equalize and pushing us to a game number 3, or Onyx is just going to be like, yep, quick work, what's next, right? Because looking at that game, it looked very one-sided.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I think Arcadia will look at that game and he will have a very good idea about what to do game number 2.
Yeah.
But the question is, what?
Yeah, it has to be an on-the-fly adjustment, specifically with their priorities and draft, what they're willing to give. Because, okay, let's be honest here, this sort of felt like a game by Udo Red Giants of, number 1, why are you giving all of the power picks to Onyx? It seems like it's them trying to understand Onyx just a little bit more.
Yeah.
These two were not group mates. They were in separate groups. So they didn't have the chance to face off against each other before. Not to say that they did it on purpose, but I felt like they went into this with that mentality a bit, knowing that, guys, it's best of 3. We can use the best of 1 as a way to understand the limits of Onyx. Testing waters, exactly, gone.
Yeah, perhaps then again, a lot of adjustment they need to do in Game 2, not just from the drafts, as well as the execution, because Super Red didn't play that game. Usually we see group stage, all of the other 4 members are played to set up around Super Red, but in that particular game, it was very clear that Super Red was left alone, was play the independent lane. It wasn't really in the identity of Udo that we saw 3 days earlier.
Actually, looking at the draft here, I think it will be much more optimal if Udo Red Giants can get the second pick. Because if you do want to secure the Paquito, then I think second pick is much more better because whatever Onyx gets to have, like even a Valentina, then just answer back because looking at the way that they've been drafting, I kind of feel like they should be trying to get a second pick.
Yeah, let's see if that will be the case. If ever in that scenario, Paquito would be great, and then you'll already be able to take away a power pick. And then going into the second phase of the draft, at least you get the first pick. And then...
You like that last pick?
Yeah, you like that last pick. If you do Red Giants, if that's their mentality going to this, where, okay, we want to counter punch, then second pick would be better for them. If they're going to go first pick, though, it has to be a completely different picture of the drafting, especially their bans as well.
I think they just got to ban out the Joy because I'm not so sure how well you, the Red Giants, can use the Joy.
And if they're blue side and then they take out the Joy, that's great because usually Joys are banned out by the red side anyway. So then that forces another shift in the drafting for both teams.
Okay, so that's perhaps what we can expect. And also perhaps if with the Joy ban here, as we kind of forecasted, will they pick up the Valentina? Can Zach Cutie pick up the Valentina?
Definitely.
There you go.
I feel like at this point, out of all the heroes you should choose not to give Sans, it has to be the Valentina.
Yeah. And at this point, it will be very weird to hear a mid laner that can't use the Valentina.
Yeah, I think
that's like one of the key requirements that you have to learn for it to be a mid laner.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, we gotta say thank you very much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming because for making all of this possible. Thank you very much because this event has been absolutely amazing. Step up your game with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Now going back to the point, right? Because looking at the entire situation, Valentina has to be prioritized in a pick or ban. I almost want to say ban.
Yeah, if they're not going to play it, just don't give it to Sans at this point. I mean, we know he still has options. He still has the Eve. He still has the Farsa. He still has the Kadita. But almost every time Onyx has their hands on a Valentina for Sans, it's so dynamic how they play because they change up their playstyle and their approaches to team fighting depending on what ultimate Sans has on this hero. And we've seen Sans. He's not afraid to just flicker forward, go straight to the backline as a Valentina, and then just deal damage and then dash on out.
I mean, Sans is the type of player that will use the Valentina, take the Joy ult, use the Joy ult
for recalling.
To recall in front of opponents. That's the kind of guy that he is. So, honestly, don't give him that, right? Don't give him that. If you want the Paquito, great. But try to set things up for Zach Cutie. And this is why, before the game even started, this is one of the conversations that I want to have. Zach Cutie is an amazing player. Trust me, he is. But Sans is he's playing on a different planet.
Yeah.
Right? So, I don't know how they're going to match up. But it looks like in that game, the one that really switches things up was Kyrie, getting that very early double kill. And then just basically be like, yep, you guys aren't playing anymore. Keyboy's just like, Sakai's, you're not playing anymore. So they got to make sure that they have a draft that everyone can play. Because in that game, a few members did not get an opportunity to play Mobile Legends, man.
Yeah. And if I'm Udo Red Giants here, you got to set up Zach Cutie for success, just as you said. But then looking at the hero pool here of Zach Cutie, it's almost similar to Sans. Actually, he's experimented a lot more. Farsa, Eve, all that. He also has a Kadita on him, a Faramis on him in that in the mid lane. So if you have that option, if you're gonna go into the same prioritization, if the Joy's gonna be opened, usually there are times where the Eve can handle going up against Joy, but it's rare and it's very difficult to pull off. You know what would be great against a team like Onyx? A Kadita pickup. Having the Kadita on your side means we call it a momentum stopper for team fighting in MPLPH because every time you want to go in, you will get knocked up and that will throw you off. It doesn't necessarily always have to be initiation.
Yeah, I mean, but in that game especially, right, it was Yudu who battled Kadita. So perhaps they need to adjust if they stick on that blue side. So I do agree with you. Kadita, a very strong hero that can break the momentum, especially when the team is already going for that snowball, already succeeding. And perhaps, you know what? Just leave the Kadita open. Pick it up though, don't leave it to Sans. But in the second phase, it's tough. It's really tough here if you're Arc. Overall, hopefully they do find a loophole, but based on that first game, I see no loophole here from the side of Onyx that can be exploited by the side of Yudu.
Yeah. Maybe if Red Giants can even consider giving the Fredrin. It should be like okay. 0% win rate on Kyrie. Yeah.
Honestly, I think it will be okay. Something to consider as well. Not a huge talking point. But the members of Yudu Red Giants are sick as well. And just today, Super Red just got sick. So I really want to see if they want to go all in on Super Red, which I would say this draft, I would not call an all-in Super Red kind of draft because you have the Hayabusa. If you want to do that, we have to see how Super Red is ready because, again, being sick could affect your decision-making.
Yes.
And we have to see the thing about Super Red, amazing positioning. In the last fight, not amazing positioning. Maybe that's the reason why they lost because it was like, what, the second or third to die?
Yeah.
So I want to see in game number 2, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Yeah. They're getting warmed up, you know, they're like, okay, we're feeling a little bit under the weather, but after game number 1, now we feel kind of like too in the zone to care, and then maybe game number 2 will be much different.
You know what? Now that you've brought that up, I feel like that contextualizes the drafting choices of Red Giants a little bit more. Because instead of being an all-in for Super Red type of composition, they actually went for a lineup that allowed Gojis to carry. Maybe that's why they picked up the Hayabusa, although I still think it could have been a Martis for Sakai's hub because the Hayabusa can also carry the team as well so that it alleviates some of the pressure of Super Red from Super Red. And you know what? I feel like that might actually be a good thing for Red Giants if they can pick their pieces properly here. Because now the Onyx is going to be going up against a team that's like, oh wait, I thought they were all Super Red. Why suddenly is there an XP laner pick or a jungler pick that can carry the game for Red Giants?
Yeah, I think perhaps, again, that might be the case, right? The feeling under the weather here.
Yeah.
Again, testing the waters can also be a very huge factor on why the draft isn't really Yudu style.
Yeah.
So let's see here, second game, second draft. How will Yudu approach this game? Will they stay in the blue or will they change? Because I feel like blue side, red side really affects the approach of a team going up into the draft.
Yeah. Looking at both teams, Onyx, I'm guessing there's not much that they have to change, correct?
Yep.
Now, Red Giants, game number 2, maybe this is going to be the real draft. Now, Onyx, usually we see them trying to snowball the game, trying to make it like a very, very fast. Okay, I thought we were going into the draft, but now we're just looking at the players, looking at everything going on. Gorgeous is looking happy. Sakai is looking happy. Arcadia is smiling, so at least they're still in good spirits.
And I think Gojis is doing everything he can right now to lift up the spirits. He seems like, is he like the loudest guy in Red Giants? That's why. I think he's doing some motivating right now.
Boosting up the morale.
Yeah, exactly.
Relaxed position. Oh, meanwhile, Onyx, they're the ones who are not smiling.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh!
Okay. Super stiff.
All right.
So Super Red is really sick, so now Super Stiff has to go in, and this is very new, but to be fair, in MPL Malaysia, Super Stiff is, how do I say this? He's reliable.
Yeah.
He's not as super carry oriented like Super Red, but he can get the job done.
What type of marksman does he like? The Claude, Beatrix, the conventional marksman?
Yeah, from what I remember, it's pretty much all conventional marksmen.
I would say when it comes to mid laners and gold laners, there's not much variety between them.
You should know the Beatrix, you should know the Claude, Brody if you're feeling it, maybe the Moskov. Other than that, you're good.
Melissa.
Melissa as well.
Yeah, okay.
So then if that's the case, in that point we were talking about how Red Giants can now draft for a less gold lane focused type of lineup, should do good for them. They can balance out the distribution of power and importance a little bit more. Yes, at the end of the day, gold laners are still going to be the cream of the crop, but then you can put in other options. I really want to see them pick up something like a Martis here, something who can snowball for a team.
Okay, but wait.
Oh, Onyx first pick.
Onyx first pick.
Onyx
on the right side, okay.
Well, I mean, this is what we asked for Red Giants to be the second pick. So, first picking Ling on Kyrie.
Why not?
That is scary.
Why not?
Yeah.
Now I want to see the Hilda.
Hilda. Just pick up someone who can lock down the lane.
Yeah, maybe, but they can save it for later. I like this pick. We talked about Valentina.
I mean, Onyx could get healed out later.
True,
But that's kind of dangerous as well.
True, but my God, Valentina and Claude here for their first pick from side of Yudu. I like it, right? They try to somehow give the heroes that can play around here, but then again, Super Stiff, I haven't seen him play. So hopefully he is that reliable, right? Let's see the response from side of Onyx. Kaja is open, and also a good hero. Why not Kaja and Arlet again?
I think Arlet, sure. Just be careful that your final slash can be taken away.
Yeah.
Honestly, both are fine. Both are fine. If they want, they could pick up the heal themselves, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, so right now, Onyx are really looking at Red Giants and saying that, okay, we're going to be looking at Sakai's. We're going to be looking into pressuring him and giving him a difficult time to play here. This needs to be... It's a big problem right now for Red Giants because now they want to pick up something that can match your rotational speed and see what the Ling brings to the table, but then you're up against a Hilda and you're paired up with a Valentina, so if you pick up an Assassin, it's still gonna have a hard time. Feel like at this point they really should just pick up a fighter jungler and just accept the fact that they're not gonna be able to match the rotational speed of the Ling.
Martis or Fredrin should be fine.
Martis or Fred,
If they want, they can pick up maybe even the Florin. Just have a little bit of healing, making sure that they don't get bursted very, very fast. But they're picking up a Cho, so it looks like Pancake just wants a comfortable hero for himself.
But they're going to face a huge problem here, right? Onyx will ban the fighter junglers here in the second phase. The Marches as the Fredrin, they will definitely ban it out. And asking a huge question to Sakai is here. What are you going to play? Are you still going to commit to another assassin here?
I would say the other one might be Bane.
Yeah,
it takes time a little bit to scale, but I think it's still alright, you know?
Yeah, should be better. If they want something that can deal a little bit more damage, a Bane would be great. If it's not going to be something like a Martis or a Fredrin, I'm all in for the Bane as well for Red Giants. We know for the side of Onyx, they can... I like the ban of the Harith, honestly, by Red Giants. Onyx, though, they still have the Brody available for them, but I think Red Giants might consider taking it out. If it's not, then they might pick it up for themselves. If it's not going to be the Brody, then it's just going to be the Beatrix so that they have that wave clear.
Or banning on the Eve. 1-1.
Okay. So they're focusing on CW here, which I don't know if that's the right approach or not, because CW has a plethora of hero pools in their side, in his side, and Onyx, I don't know. They definitely want to pick up a burst mage here for side of Onyx. A Grok band though, makes sense.
Right now, looking at this, okay, so EXP, jungler, kind of feel like you already basically seen your EXP matchup.
Yeah.
So maybe this. I guess you couldn't go wrong by taking either. So here, Martis, Fredrin, or the Bane is going to be very good for the jungle. For EXP, I don't know. What are we thinking about? Terizla?
Terizla. I like it.
I'd want to see them have a little bit more wave clear. Maybe something a bit faster than that.
Lapu, just in case. Very backline heavy kind of. But if that's the case, I think better just to pick up your EXP a little bit later to see whether you need the Lapu or not. Box that was not that I was expecting, but okay.
Yeah, for the jungle.
Yeah.
But then, actually, it's okay too. Because then Kiboy will think twice. Because like if Boxer can just keep throwing shields at Kiboy, Kiboy's just gonna start wondering, hey, wait, this is harder than the first game.
It's like,
mess him up.
He's looking at that. Okay, revitalize, not this time.
And it equalizes on the mobility if you're going up against a Ling, right? With the shield unity, you're able to cover most of the map. And there you go, the response from the side of Onyx, Farsa, for securing a high ground. And I will not be surprised here if CW picks up a mage gold lane here. Oh, no, he will deal up physics. So 4 physical heroes, only Farsa that deals magic.
Lapu here?
Lapu most like, I like the Lapu pickup. They haven't shown a Yuzong yet, but the Yuzong would be too much just for the Farsa. It can still apply a good amount of pressure for the Beatrix. You know what? I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with a Yuzong
This
pick.
entire tournament, we haven't seen a lot of Yuzongs.
Yeah, quite rare.
Seen some, yeah.
Uranus has been picked more.
I mean, like,
You know.
Uranus is you know, pretty ridiculous.
Very,
so
very meta hero, Uranus.
right now, like, the simplest answer is the Lapu, but I can see them going for...
Yeah. There you go.
You know what? Sure.
Hey! Called it!
We're just like, there's no way, right? We haven't seen it all tournament.
Oh my god. But
You know
then again,
I'm
Got lucky.
I'm gonna throw it to the casters and we're just gonna be smiling like idiots.
It's unfortunate that we can't see these smiles, but just the same, I am smiling because finally we get to see a big black dragon.
Yes, we do get to see the Yuzong back in the EXP lane. It's been quite some time, but I'm excited more so for Pancake especially, right? This is going to be a huge game. He's got a lot of work that needs to be done, especially if you're up against a lineup from Onyx side. A lot of key targets to catch, so good communication is going to be key between him and as well as the EXP laner.
And all the more they're going to have to delegate and spread around the void that was left by Super Red. And I agree, our analysts picked up on it. The fact that, hey, they're not drafting so Super Red centric, and maybe this time around in game 2, we're able to actually see the final form of what a non-Super Red centric Yudu Red Giants might look like. But in the face of an Onyx that has all the momentum behind them and a sea of black and yellow in the crowds here in Historia, Sinayan, then I don't know, it might be too little too late. Do you think it's too little too late?
I don't know. I think my only hope is that maybe Super Red has rubbed off onto Super Sif this time. Because again, before this, he is a very, I wouldn't even say mediocre. I think he is a very stable gold laner, but we don't expect him to do a CW play with a Wan or even with Super Red to hard carry a game. This time around, if we do get see glimpses of that, I think that's more than what I could ask for.
Yep. So what we want to see here is a good, clean match. If we do make it to game 3, then that's on Yudu Red Giants. If Onyx wants to sweep and move on to the next round and meet their opponents in the next stage, that's on them too, especially with a Ling in the hands of Kyrie. It's a counter start for each of our junglers. Sekai is here on his purple while Kyrie makes quick work, going for double camps in the first go.
Well, I think for Skies, he knows what his job is going to be. It's about oppression, it's about speed, it's about outpacing your opponent. And I think this is one of the very few matchups where it's not a question of mobility, it's a question of oppression. But the early kill might just fall into the hands of Sand so far. Both Keyboy as well as Pancake trading blows as the Lethal Wanderer will fall into the hands of Yudu Red Giants.
And that's off of the back of Pancake's respect to the early game damage. If you'll recall, in game 1, there was an early kill, right? In mid by Kyrie, 2 for none. And here Pancake says, you know what, we can't go at that pace. That's unacceptable. If we want to make it to game 3, we got to face game 2 first. And we do it this way. We play it safe. Now Gorgeous, at least this hasn't changed, right? Gorgeous is very good. Now here comes Kyrie.
Yep, he immediately falls for it. The Shaw residue is keeping him alive, but eventually first blood will be achieved as Sky's unable to find boots in the process. Now, Lady Tempest is already out. He's already dropped the turquoise boy stance. He's hoping to get a kill back, and literally any boy, Keyboy, is willing to take it for the team. Quickly uses that sprint. Imagine if he has that revitalize. Imagine, but with good purify from Keyboy, keeps him alive this entire fight.
Imagine if game 1's battle spell wasn't on purpose. What if he just thought the revitalize was purify? It worked anyways, right? But regardless, 400 gold ahead, approaching 500 here. First turtle spawned already with a clear priority for Onyx given their first blood drawn, which will result in a small XP gap. And as you can see, a small gold gap between these two teams. Keyboy with the attempted pull, and Pancake finds Sans.
Oh, very nice purify from Sans, keeping him alive. That could have been a kill, falling into the hands of Yudu Red Giants. He's going to quickly recall and immediately try and get back into the middle of it. Skies now making his way over. He sees Boots. Keyboy wants to get into the middle of this fight regardless. And they actually make the steal happen. Keyboy was expected to fall, but Kyrie is a level up. Who gets the steal? No steal. Sky secures the turtle.
And all this time, Onyx was left wondering, I'm wondering what the call was between them. Somebody said, yeah, no, I'm good. Go, take your purple. And then Kyrie kind of hopped in and out. So that's a small fumble. Now Yudu Red Giants on the map. the first time in this series.
Yep, and now 1-1 so far. CW making sure the Pancake's position is known. Feathered Airstrike already being utilized on that wave, and I was expecting more oppression coming in from Udo Rich. I was expecting more of Skies just running deep into enemy jungle to try to make something happen, but Gojes now getting ganked on the top side once more. It feels like Onyx are taking full advantage of this as Sans finally gets killed down by the bottom side in his own jungle.
How about that for oppression, Gideon? You were looking for it, and they gave it. A quick kill on the Sans in mid, and they're going to convert. Oh, look at all the gold going over to Udo Red Giants. They're approaching 1,000 ahead in just a snap.
Don't tell me that they're actually trying to supercharge Super Sif this time, right? He clears that bot side, goes into the mid, and actually gets a good amount of gold. Oh, the Terrifier to Keyboy's side. Third into G Kundo. Can they finish it off? No. Keyboy gets to walk away.
I don't want to jinx anything, but yeah, that's definitely what it looks like. This is what they've been doing all throughout group stages. When Super Red would get his hands on the Claude, he would double lane. And he's using the mobility on the Claude to maximum efficiency, taking waves from mid and from bot. Now they catch one!
Yep, they're just going to make sure they get the free kill and now set up for this dive. CW quickly utilizing his ults to clear that wave. He doesn't want to die just yet, but with 16 seconds left on that clock, let's go check up on the EXP laners. I'm curious to see how that's been going.
It's been going better than all series long, to be honest, because Gojes has been, I wouldn't say winning, but not dying at least to a 2v1. Not as much as you would think, given Onyx focus on that lane. They've spent so much time in the past 4 minutes and a half trying to bully Gojes. And as long as Gojes can stay on point and get his priorities straight, they can win this turtle fight.
Yep, and they've already used so many abilities. Kyrie does, oh, he has his Retribution, but wants to trade back in. Boots ends up finding a kill. Sky secures the turtle, but in the meantime, Boots is going to take some massive damage coming in from Gojes. Wait, he's still trying to get into the middle of that fight, knowing that Skies is around. Keyboy is going to be nearby. The final slash into the Petrify. Boots able to dodge the Black Dragon tail. And now this is about mechanics. This is about skill. Boots holding up for his dear life. Gojes finds the kill, but Hilda won't make it in time. No, Keyboy doesn't find it. Doesn't get the trade.
Gojes got groovy moves, and now Keyboy pays the price. What a sequence up top. Udo Red Giants have done more than just clawed back in the game 2 now. They're calling the shots. They're winning trades, Gideon. I mean, not oppressive as you would have preferred, but hey, they're doing much, much better than game 1.
They're doing way better. I'm surprised, right? Because Onyx, they're putting so much focus on punishing Gojes for being so hot-blooded as an EXP laner.
And hot-blooded is what he needs to be. Again, he's playing a hero that gets right in your face. And we saw signs of what might the mid-game and the late game look like for this Yuzhong. And yeah, late entry and off-kilter angles, Black Dragon forms are what make the most of Yuzhongs, right? So Gojes knows what he's doing, and look, oh, they're pressuring him. He's gone.
Yep, he's going to have to use that Black Dragon form to get out of there. What? He manages to find the proxy shot residue. Why didn't he just... Oh, he could have just flown outside of the map, but he really thought he could get one more auto attack to sneak in and proc the shot to keep him alive.
All right. That's got to be the aggressive player in him, right? He's like, no, I wanna get out of this my way, and that's by killing y'all.
In the meantime, at least the bottom tier 1 has been unlocked. It's allowing Claude to actually roam around the map. He's going to go to that top side, playing very similarly to a Brody or even a Beatrix. You break that tier 1, rotate instantly.
Yep, and it makes quick work of that rotation. Pancake finds one, Feather Airstrike.
Oh, the Feather Airstrike is even better. It's pretty good. Zach UT as well as Pancake, both low as Kyrie is going to finish off that backline, and even with the Blazing Duet, it wasn't enough from Super Sif to actually make it work. Kyrie, he might just be able to fall. No! Super Sif doesn't find the auto attacks. His Keyboy continues to pressure the low members of Udo Red Giants.
And as Kyrie walked away, there was no possibility in Keyboy's mind that he would die, and indeed he did not. And suddenly, in that one sequence, it looks like it's Onyx this time around who's calling the shots. Onyx way ahead this time. It doesn't show in the net worth, but they took that turtle like it was theirs to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of confidence in there, and I have to admit, Boots is playing on fire today.
Yeah, Boots here currently has no big ticket items. He's ahead from Gojes by about 300, 400 gold. But yeah, no, he's building what we would like to call a chop suey build. No full items that provide unique. Oh, wait. Guys.
Interception from Skies. Looking real cute, cool here. SYF gonna get on out of there with a BMI. No punish as they trade purples. Kyrie still looking for these opportunities, but yeah, they finally back away. And wow, Onyx, it's like the defense on their own purple buff. When they realize, okay, we don't have the timing, let's go invade theirs. We got the timing on their purple buff.
Yeah, and that's what makes this such a great match to watch. Pancake finds a kick.
Way of the Dragon's already been utilized. Oh, Bones finds the final slash to block 2 in towards their ranks. Super Sip looking for CW. He's going to secure that kill with the help of Gojas, but he doesn't want to take his BMI just yet. Waits, takes it, and now Gojas, with the help of Zach QT, might be able to do something. No, all he asked was the final slash, and Boots, you don't steal my all, I'm going to take you out. Super Sip, and as well as Sky is going to be pulled back into the fight as the final slash collapses. Kyrie finds the kill onto Zach QT, and Super Sip, he's out of there. Doesn't want any part of this no more.
2 for 1, an eventual trade. That was such a long sequence. I didn't expect for it to go that long. We started with a final slash. We ended close to it to a final slash. And with that, Onyx are now in the lead. They got a solid, I'd say, 1,000 gold ahead here. 9 minutes in. And this is what you were saying, Gideon. They always know the next step. Even when they lose an engagement, even when there's no dice, fat chance we'll get anything out of this. Let's move on. And it's this very fast-paced tempo. It's this great decision-making process that seems to span all 5 members of hell. Even Coach Yeb might know. Coach Adi might know in the back. Yep, definitely going to do that. There it is.
I mean, they're making calls on each other, which is beautiful to see. It shows the preparation, but 9 minutes into the game, 6 to 6 kills, and the gold lead, there's barely any, right? It's so small. The overall gold as well kind of tells you the tempo of this match.
Yep. This has been a ping-ponging value. It's been rallying back and forth over the past 4 or 5 minutes. But if there is a true gap, if there is a big difference that they're making here, it's in their synchronicity, their communications. Down goes the Lord!
Oh, down goes the Lord, and Boots in the middle of the backline ends up dying regardless. SYF is still alive as Sky secures that Lord Blade Tempest already out, and they are done and out. Woof! Boots, he's playing hot, but he can't deal with all 5.
Yep, when it comes down to it, when it all goes to the collapse, it's still all about you do Red Giants. They take not just the Lord, they take a mid lane tier 1 and Boots along the way. Yeah, Onyx have been threading the needle. They've been living on the edge, as we could be talking about how it's a comeback for them. But no, Red Giants still asserting dominance. They have a very small lead, mind you, but the map expected to go turn red in the next minute or so.
Yeah, and in terms of EXP, not too far away as well. Once again, trying to look for that punish on towards Boots' side that the Toys Boy saw, making sure that Vengeance isn't really going to get that much of a heal. But this Lord, oh man, look at the mid lane. It's getting cut right in half straight away. They're not going to have Lord Power minions in the mid side, and even the second wave is about to start collapsing too.
Oh wow, Kyrie stole the orange buff there away from Sekai's. And yeah, it's not going to turn as red, because there is a mobile answer from Onyx as well. Kyrie can just start cutting waves. And if only this wasn't a Ling, if this wasn't a Fanny, Onyx would be in so much more trouble.
Yep, final slash to break the conceal. Pancake still looking for opportunities. No more G Kundo for him. He's got to get out of there as Kyrie had to use the Blade of Tempest to get back out, but Zach QT finds it with a Shadow Strike, takes him out.
Okay.
Oh, Super Sip, he might get the kill. He gets it! He gets the kill! This is such an important one for Saz, their high ground defense! What? I wasn't expecting, of all people, why Super Sip? Looks like Super Red has been rubbing off on him.
He just shook off the rust, man. He's been waiting to play, and now Boots is in trouble!
He gets ping pong knocked up into pushback, and Keyboard wants a kill back, but ends up just throwing his body at the wall.
Just like that, it's just CW left on the map. Red Giants taking everything away from Onyx. And Super Sip fails to take the orange there. All right, so something tells me he was high off of the last sequence. Like, I can't believe I did that. Anyways, we're good. We're good.
Moving on.
This is great. This is great. Super Sif making a debut, putting Onyx up against the ropes this time around. Looking at the items, that explains why Zach Cutie just knocked out members of Onyx so quickly, man. He's got a Lightning Truncheon, a Divine Glaive, and he can go many different directions with the current items he has now. 700 gold up from Sans.
Yeah, well, actually, now that I notice it, not a majority of people don't actually have MR. No magic resist to protect themselves against it, right? The only person who actually has MR is going to be the Athena Shield coming in for Boots.
Yeah, and Sekais has an Athena Shield himself.
Oh.
So they're the only ones who can really sit around in front of the opposing lineup. Lord here pulled in, slightly favored to Eudora Giants, down to a fifth of its health.
Yep, a Final Slash is already going to put Zach QT out of position, but not into the position that he wants to for the Fatal Links. Oh no, Super Step, he's in trouble, BMSI just out of there, but into Kyrie, who's looking for the kill. His Boots still chasing him down. The Lord is secured by Eudora Giants, but Boots will fall. Gojess and Pancakes continue to peel, and Kyrie, running out of energy, needs to regenerate himself. Gojess still in the middle of that fight, hands the kill over on a silver platter. 3-4-1 in favor of Onyx.
Eudora Giants kept their focus on the Lord, and you could see how quickly Onyx made that call, how quickly they changed targets, and we all know the concept of the turn, right? They turned not just on their opponents, but even on the wave. That's what made that tier 2 push up top possible. Sans here, helping win with the fight, popping Sekai's immortality.
Can they peel him off? No, CW secures it with Relentless Apathy with a good kick towards that QT. They secure at least a trade onto Kyrie.
Kyrie falls, and so does the Lord in mid. Eudora Giants didn't make the most of that major win. A Luminous Lord didn't even get to crash on anything big. But just the same, the past couple of minutes have been Onyx bounce back. This is Onyx coming back into this 14-minute, 30-second game. Look at the damage leaderboard. Kyrie on top with your boy Super Sif. Man, Super Sif is making a believer out of me.
Yeah, I mean, he is building up fast, and Pancake looking for opportunities. Sees Keyboy, and Boots is like, nah, don't really want to go for it. Let's back out of this. Way of the Dragon, Feathered Airstrike coming out. Wait, no, Boots pulls it back. Pancake getting punished for his sins.
They flattened my boy Archie. Oh, well, he has been finding amazing kicks, that's for sure. But right now, you can't afford to lose your life. More so in about 5 minutes from now when we hit TikTok timers. Onyx has a small gold lead here, 1,000. But Gideon, I think you'll agree with me. In this game too, the gold lead meant very little to nothing.
Yeah, it meant very little to nothing. And more importantly so, I think, especially for Onyx, this is their time where they can actually press advantages and really start to develop their leads, right? Or not even their leads, but at least play the game how they want to. They've got the core items to do so.
Yep, and their lineup gets punished less, especially when you're talking about Kyrie and Keyboy. Oh wait, another fight broke out!
Yup, Keyboy getting on top of Zach QT4 now, but this allows space for Kyrie to get a purple buff for himself, stealing it away from Skies. Now they can't really do too much about it as they're forced all the way back into their base. All outer turrets are gone.
Yep, from both teams. So now we can definitely say it's deadlock. And so far, this is just how the coins fell. This is how the tables are laid out. The cards on the table have fallen. Onyx is calling the shots. Onyx is the one choking Eudora Giants out from the resources. And YRG can't cross the river right now. This is what I was going to say. It's so hard to punish Onyx given that their two main independent, I'd say, patrol heroes in Kyrie's Ling and Keyboy's Hilda are so hard to catch. You have to commit so much to get these two guys down, and they're the ones who's making a difference on the map. They're the reasons why it's so blue.
Yeah, and more importantly, fact is, it's hard to catch Kyrie. He is a slippery boy, right? He is just pushing side waves, getting back into the neutrals, and then rinsing and repeating all over again. But Keyboy and Pancake, this is a completely separate battle, a battle of vision and information.
That's right. And it's very different. The consequences if Pancake falls and if Keyboy falls. And aren't they both the perfect folly to the ones that they're trying to catch? Pancake for Kyrie, Keyboy for Sekais, right? If you're able to, as the Hilda, pin down Sekais and say, no, he's over here, he's over here. There's so much that you're saving from Onyx.
Wait. That bottom wave is actually building up really fast. This fight might actually break out rather sooner than later. Zach UT is in some trouble as the Feathered Airstrike has already started to chunk him down. It's getting a little low. Kyrie wants to get in the middle of this. Finally, the Black Dragon form is going to zone out the rest of them. Do they back away? The Petrify is good onto CW, but it means that the Immortality will break. Boots ends up falling. Keyboy should be next. His Gorgeous is but enough time. Where are they going to keep on going with this?
XP lane for XP lane. And luckily for Onyx, bad news for you, the Giants, the bottom lane didn't do much. Oh wait,
The
down goes
blazing
T-Boy!
duet of a lifetime! As Super Stiff ends up dying and CW gets traded for Pancake, a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Yudu Red Giants.
Huge developments. I could swear I hear all of Selangor roaring from all the way here in Jakarta. Yudu Giants win that engage. And another look once more. Super Stiff is on something else right now, man.
He really is. Wow. How did that? The timing of that could not be any more perfect, but let's jump back in because Kyrie is trying to slow down this Lord take. Sans, he's got the damage for it, but Kyrie, he's already chunked out Feather Airstrike, forcing Zach QT to flicker out. Skies, he's got no mana, but he's already got the Retribution off guard. He's running, but Gojes is here to save the day, to slow them down. The take is good, and now this is the end game.
Onyx has taken no Lord so far, and every single time Yudu Giants had a clean stake, a clean go at it. And you could chalk it up to what? Sekai's amazing retributions, or to the fact that they are so in sync, they all understand that if they're gonna turn Devil May Cry, I don't care, we need this Lord, and so far that's what's kept him in this game. Looking at the item builds, look at how far ahead Zach Cutie is of Sans. This is not a Sans game. No. This is not the usual way Sans plays.
It really isn't, but more so because he doesn't have that mobility, right? But here it comes. As they try to make into towards the final inhibitors. Feathered Airstrike is already out. They're looking for opportunities to get back in. The Super Stiff is getting some good shots. Feathered Airstrike to zone the rest of them out. It's good. Gojes is low, but Pancake's trying to make it out. So SYF quickly using the Winds of Nature to keep himself alive. But Keyboy, he wants to get some kills. He wants anything. A good kick. But no, this forces Gojes over the wall. The Black Dragon Tail and the Shroud Residue keeps him alive. Surprisingly enough, this is working out. Black Dragon form as well. Oh my god. How did nobody die there?
Oh yeah, how about that push by Kyrie down bottom? Did you see that coming?
Yeah.
What? This whole time, Lord was being dealt with inside Onyx base, and Kyrie was over in the bottom lane, bringing his own backup, taking that push. So yeah, eventually it still came down to a stalemate.
It feels like they're playing the exact same comp. They're doing the exact same moves each and every time.
They always have the next step to one-up the opponent, but the opponent understands and responds just the same. So I'm loving it. Yudu Red Giants, despite the absence of Super Red, is playing out of their minds and is presenting a problem towards Onyx.
Exactly.
This is Onyx Prime, mind you.
This is Onyx Prime. This is like I can't even put into words here, especially with Yudu Red Giants, right? The literal underdogs. They didn't even expect to be here this far into the tournament.
You gotta give kudos and credit to every single member of the team. The fact that Super Stiff was ready to come in today, and that he's this prepared, that he's stepping up toe-to-toe against CW, a multi-time MPL champion right now, in his home court.
Yeah, with the drums, with the crowd, and I'm talking about an Indonesian crowd. If you ask any pro player, an Indonesian crowd on home soil is a different beast.
It hits diff, but just the same, that might be what's fueling this young man. He's built Sif right now. 3-2-6. That doesn't tell you the whole story, fam. If you've seen the highlights, if you've seen the instant replays of what brought us past the 20-minute mark between Yudu Red Giants and Onyx, you wouldn't believe it. Here comes the Lord. It's spawned. It's an evolved Lord. And the map couldn't be even more deadlocked. Couldn't even be more equally managed if we wanted to see. And so far, these two have been playing footsies for the past 2 minutes. We've been talking, and they've been doing the same thing.
They don't know that Sans is in that pixel rush. They have no clue. They know Keyboy, they see Boots, they know CW roughly, but that's about it. I love the idea that at least with Yudu Red Giants, they're just freezing up their own purple buff. They're like, okay, Kyrie, we'll fight you in your own jungle, but that's about it. If you want to come into ours, you're not going to find any profits.
Yep, the call was made. I saw Super Stiff there, almost took it, but then they said like, no, let's make like Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone. This is our house. We trap them in. If Kyrie comes in, then we punish. And Kyrie has been making the most of those odd angles. He has been coming in from far left, far right, and so far it's been working out. And this is the change that both of these teams need. Look at Super Civ. Oh, Keyboy.
Whoa, I mean, that's a lot. Super Civ has a lot of damage in build. Keyboy needs to respect that. He has immortality and will be able to regen it back up, but the information given is so valuable.
Yep. Check it out. All heroes, all players have their ults and their battle spells. So this is going to be as big a fight as it gets. Huge wave already inside Udo Red Giant's base, so Zach Cutie has to answer. This may be the best chance for Onyx to actually win, maybe get a 4v5 engagement, but nah. They're respecting the fact that Udo can also rotate pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's annoying. It's so frustrating for both sides. Nobody is giving any leeway, and eventually someone's going to have to break.
Yep. EVOS Legends versus Onyx, war flashbacks from the groups. This is a very similar situation.
It is a very similar situation.
We're short maybe 14 minutes, but we're getting there.
We're almost there in a matter of fact. Final slash already being used. We do see Kyrie, he at least has his purple buff, so he is kind of ready for this situation. ZachQT will clear the mid lane, but now we find the kick on towards Keyboy's side, but no, that's not going to result into anything. This might give the signal for Onyx to turn, but that's when Udo Red Giants, they just reset the lore to do it all over again.
That's right. Just as much of a bait as it is for Udo Red Giants to say, hey, look, we used ults. Onyx is reading into this situation. Maybe that's exactly what Red Giants want him to do, and they do the exact opposite. Gideon, no turn. We'll continue managing the map, and then we'll see who gets bored first. It's a usual stalemate situation that we see in the Philippines, right? I think the Philippines is the progenitor of these slow-paced team fights, and right now it looks like they made the call.
Yep, it's going to be a 2v3 up on the top side from the north of Lord, but Super Civ, he's got more than enough damage. Wait, no, he's getting a little low. Feather Airstrike, it's going to break his immortality. Gold just cancels it out, but immediately the Rose Gold Meteor is going to keep him alive as Kyrie finishes him off in the backline. An opening created by Onyx.
And just like that, a key player from Udo Red Giants is absent, and now Onyx can continue and pursue all of their prior set goals. Lord, check, purple buff. Sans, you take it. The rest of the waves are blue, they're on our side. The next few minutes, now gonna be very crucial for Udo Red Giants. 40 seconds until Super Civ comes back.
Yep, and despite all of that, look at how careful Onyx is. They don't want to steal to be even remotely possible. Telling CW, yo, slow this down. Let's open the map a little bit more. Get the info, nobody there? All right, let's finish it up. Let's time it right.
Yep. So they also timed it towards in-game time because Lord's going to be coming out at 25:15. So they want the waves to be exactly where they want them to be. They want that death timer on Super Civ to be super clutch. And they want to have all the waves crash in at the same time. Top, mid, and bottom. Look at this immaculate freeze from both teams. They both understand the orchestra that is the Land of Dawn.
Super Civ, he's now back. This could be the potential final fight here. 5 minutes into the game, this Lord isn't one tough cookie to crack as Skies gets pulled out. Doesn't really matter. So tanky, he's going to get that reset off as the top inhibitor will eventually fall to CW. Mid inhibitor also down. Lord coming down from the bottom side. Udo Red Giants, they're willing to sacrifice, take everything. As long as this crystal holds, we have a chance.
And that's all they've got going. It's a bare base, and the members of Onyx marching in. Final slash used up. Flicker from Boots.
Yep, Gojes goes into the Black Dragon Form. See Sans and Kyrie's side. They need to cut this down faster, quicker, but no, the second wave is coming in. They keep on doing the Feather Airstrike on towards that Q's side. Winds of Nature is out, and that is going to be GG for Onyx. A slow-paced Cold War, but they are more experienced.
It hit critical mass, the amount of minions, damage, and bodies underneath their base. A valiant effort, no doubt, and an amazing performance by Super Civ. But it can only go so far. This is still prime Onyx we're talking about.
Prime Onyx continues to show why they're one of the best teams in the world as they move on to the next stage of the competition. In the meantime, though, I wouldn't even know. I can't imagine what the analyst job is going to be feeling like right now.
There's so much. I have to admit, I envy them now because what we couldn't talk about, they will have all the time in the world to do so. LaFell, you hear that? It's your turn now.
Dude, I gotta say that was a very close match.
Yeah.
And it looks like even without Super Red, the identity doesn't change that much.
Yeah, as Leo said, built Civ, but still pretty much the same, man. we didn't expect it to be that competitive, but Red Giants did not give up. They held on, but eventually they would crumble. But man, that was an entertaining game to watch.
Very much so. And again, Onyx, what they were trying to do was they were trying to replicate what they did in that first game, engaging with an R-lot with T-Boy on that hill there, but it seems like it's not as straightforward in this game because you, the Red Giants, they have a better composition in that mid game, right? If you really think about it, Claude, Valentina, Yu Zhong, very strong in that mid. And that is also why this game is 26 minutes long.
I gotta say, looking at everything, both teams, they have a lot of ways to basically win the game. Now, the problem that I have, the final push just now by Onyx, I wasn't keeping my eyes on Super Siv's ult, whether it was up or not. He did not use it a single time. I want to assume he has it, but then it comes to the question why he didn't use it. But either ways, in terms of the itemization, I think everything is looking good. But the one that was really surprising was this Baxia. The Baxia can basically have a faster rotation speed compared to a lot of the other utility junglers. But the fact that you have that anti-heal passively actually makes a lot of difference in this game against Onyx.
Yeah, and I feel like it threw off Onyx at times. Sometimes Kiba was wondering, how come why aren't I regenning as fast after a quick engage there with Sakai's? But they made this Baxia work because they rotated really well with it. Pancake, Zac, and Sakai's really set the tempo well for Red Giants. That Onyx early on, I feel like even they were surprised, like how come they're matching us in our rotational speed? Wherever we go, they're there, or they're in another part of the map already winning a sequence. So that was a great play by Red Giants, and we got to see here again what we were talking about Red Giants. They're great at baiting out 50-50 fights from opponents, but in reality it's actually like a 55-45 in favor of Red Giants, and that's why Onyx in the early game struggled.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it as well, right? Why Yudu has somehow out-rotated Onyx multiple times. Look at their hero. Very mobile, right? Yu Zhong, Baxia, Claude can rotate very fast. And let's check out the MVP here as it's going to be Kyrie.
Yeah, man.
Ling. No question.
No question. What
In
he
game
was
two.
doing in this Ling, split pushing that bottom lane, split pushing the entire map. At around 8 minutes and 20, CW was hunted down by the members of Red Giants, but Kyrie left the fight just to open up the bottom lane and get the tower, the inner tower in the bottom lane, and then he came back even into that fight to kill Zac QT. He was everywhere.
I would say this is the difference in terms of experience, because even though they were quote-unquote kind of down, you know, getting pressured by, you know, Red Giants, they completely understood. It's like, we still have the macro game.
Yeah.
And because of that, I feel like that's where Red Giants started to crumble.
Yeah.
They started to panic a little bit. They're starting to force things out that should not be forced.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're a team that likes 50-50 fights, when you're up against a hero that has near global presence because of how fast it can rotate, those 50-50 fights turn into like 70-30 in favor of your opponent.
Yeah, it's very evident to see that Red Giants, after minute 15, they were starting to get lost, right? They
exactly.
were starting
Lost.
to don't know what to do. Should I commit to this Lord fight, Lord dance, or what should I do here? Meanwhile, Kyrie is so proactive no matter what state he is on, ahead, below, and this is where the final push is.
He has the ult.
Oh, he didn't commit it.
Why didn't he use it? Because look, like they're getting pressured
Battered.
so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, he chose not to commit it. It's like he was just thinking, oh, I'm going to wait for my perfect moment, but that was a perfect moment.
I think he overthinks it, right?
Yeah, he overthunk it. Overthought it. Overthought it.
Yeah,
Oh,
either ways, I know perhaps he was like, okay, just goes in, everyone gets knocked up. I'm going to use my Blazing Duet, and then we're going to get a wipeout, which is a fine strategy, but when the bottom as well as the mid minions are already there with the Lord, I kind of feel like you don't have a lot of options there. Just use your ult, clear the minions, and then try again. So I would say that was a big mistake. That was a huge mistake because I kind of feel like they should have been able to defend that.
Yeah. It still would have been an incredibly difficult defense.
Exactly, yeah, but still.
But clearing it up would have helped so much more.
Yeah, if only that Lord was taken care of more earlier,
yeah,
they would have focused on other things, right? So yeah, but then again, it's GG here for side of Onyx 2-0.
And again, I kind of feel like they understood that Super Sif really wanted Keyboy, really wanted Boots, so they're just like, here we are.
Yeah.
And then once they show their face, they can delay it long enough, and then Kyrie's like, I'm coming. And then he just dealt the rest.
that was a really good Lancelot impression. Not
No.
Lancelot,
Ling.
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 No, but
Yeah, just dashing for that.
Oh, that's true.
Pinch force.
Running for the blades.
Yeah.
No, the second skill.
Oh, the second skill.
Yeah.
All right, you still do it better. You still do it better. I concede.
And Sans as well, even though he didn't get a lot of kills, he just stayed in the back. If I'm not mistaken, he dealt the most damage in his team.
Yeah.
99,000 damage, something around there.
Somewhere around there. And that's the effect of having a Farsa that knows the perfect timings of when to use the feathered airstrikes. He isn't always saying, oh, look, a lot of enemies. Let me pop it off right away. No, sometimes he just waits.
I mean, he
waits for the right
rarely
times.
shows on map as well, right? So
Yeah.
it's very hard for the side of for Vaxia, for Yuzong to really target unless he opens that feather airstrike. So very smart and effective Farsa displayed by the side of, Sans.
Honestly, that's why when I saw the Farsa, I'm like, dude. Either ways, let's go to the interview.
Nah, dia pemenang dari match pembukaan kita, Onyx. Dan sudah ada Sans God di tengah-tengah kita, Ros. He used to play 5 phones. That's why he's cut.
I didn't manage to interview him in the group stage actually. So this is my first time interacting with the God.
Yes, dan emang ini mungkin banyak yang penasaran. Gimana keadaan Sans sekarang nih, Sans? Udah sehat kah?
Alhamdulillah sekarang udah sehat. Udah bisa main.
5 HP?
Masih 1.
Satu dulu. Just one.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure not a lot of you guys could understand what Clara said, but I understood. So I shall translate that to English.
Okay, Soros.
Okay, so she asked if Sans was feeling all right because a few days ago he was feeling under the weather, hence he wasn't playing in some of the matches, and he said he's much better now.
Yes, but gimana perasaanmu kayak harus membuka di match babak playoff? Apakah ada sesuatu dari Onyx mungkin yang berbeda dengan membuka match ini?
Nggak ada sih, ya itu sesuai coach kita. Tapi kita di game ini sesuai plan kita dan sesuai ekspektasi kita juga. 2-0, alhamdulillah.
Do you know that?
You asked him how's it like opening the match for Snapdragon Pro Series for the playoffs, and he said that everything went according to plan because it was 2-0 in the bag.
That's right, Rose.
Oh my
It is
God.
smooth.
I understand Bahasa Indo now, and I've been here for 1 week only.
Selamat datang di Indonesia.
Terima kasih.
Mawar, sekarang Rose. But yeah.
Okay, so I have a question for you, but this one I will ask in English. Okay?
I'll translate it.
She will translate. Okay, Sans. So after this, your second match of the day will be against RSG Philippines. Now, Onyx is the MSC 2023 champions, but RSG Philippines is the 2022 champions. So, how are you feeling? Is it a little more stressful, a little more intense?
Lebih intens gak sih ketika kamu harus melawan salah satu juga juara dari MSC. Kalian juga juara, tapi nanti kalian akan bertemu di match yang ketiga, Sans.
Ya kita percaya diri bisa kalahin dia juga. Kita champion MSC, kita bisa.
You know that?
You translate that. I understood, but you translate that.
Okay, he said that he's really confident they can win because they are also the champion, not only RSGPH, but also Onyx from Indonesia. They are champion as well.
Yeah, I agree. Onyx put up a really good fight just now, and I think also props to Udara Giants. They did really well for that second game. It gave Onyx quite a harder time closing that game early. But I think we should leave Sans first, let him rest because later on they will have another game. So how about we go on to a short break before we start the second match of the day? Is that okay?
It's okay, but maybe one word from Sans to sobatonyx.com.
Alright.
Kata-kata untuk Sobat Onyx yang dari tadi tuh ramein pakai genderang dong, Sans. Boleh disapa-sapa dulu nih yang udah pada datang ke eSports 9 Jakarta.
Halo, makasih Sonic yang udah datang. Dukung kita terus, kita masih ada match lawan RSG, kasih energi kalian biar kita lebih semangat. Makasih juga yang udah nonton dari manapun itu. Dukung kita terus, makasih Sonic.
Dari Terima kasih Sonic, thank you Sonic, and keep cheering Onyx and the energy they need it for the third game later.
Yes, indeed. So we will now let Sans rest because we will be coming right back after a short break to start the second match of the day, which is gonna be another intense one, which is gonna be against Echo and Bigatron Alpha, another Philippine and Indonesian. It's gonna be fun, right, Clara?
Of course. So don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
See you guys.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
It's time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, 'cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lab you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, 'cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, 'cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, 'cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, 'cause I'm out of your league. Fire, fire, yeah.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, yeah, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls, 'cause we don't do it like you do, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming.
We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Perjalanan di turnamen ini sebenarnya agak naik turun lah di tim gue, karena emang di awal kita juga dapet tiket ke grup stage ini gak gampang kita kan, terus udah masuk ke sini kita juga bisa dibilang dapet grup yang emang timnya isinya kuat-kuat. Emang naik turun sih di grup stage juga, kita banyak ngelakuin mistake, jadi kita ada beberapa kalah dan juga syukurnya kita masih bisa lolos ke main event lah, dan di situ ya gue bangga sama diri gue dan tim gue.
Seem like they're ironing out some kinks, but even then, they're beating all these top-tier teams.
Playing Jakarta feels like more exciting because there are so many crowds and they're so loud, and it gives me moral boost.
Echo right here leading the charge. Sanford fighting Dota in the back line side. Dota has to just zip away, but Su catches Dota though. The proc and ladies.
Menurut gue Echo itu tim yang salah satu tim yang kuat ya. Walaupun mereka ganti roster, ada 2 orang yang ganti nanti, tapi ya gue masih percaya mereka tetap tim yang kuat. Jadi ya kita bakal waspada banget dan tentunya kita bakal kasih yang terbaik supaya bisa menang.
I think Indo teams are much stronger now because they're so hard to fight with.
Top of the Salmon Force should be able to pull through. Nibiru's passion is chucking him down. Sans is so low. Superkin goes back into the fight with the help of Moreno to take him out. That's going to be a successful dive. 3 down and no return fight.
Kalau menurut gua Eko dengan lineup baru ya bisa jadi dua sisi sih buat tim gua. Mungkin bisa menguntungkan juga karena kan mereka roster baru ya. Tapi di sisi lain kalau kita nggak aware itu bisa jadi bumerang juga lah. Jadi gua tetap taruh respect dan pengen kasih yang terbaik juga buat tim gua, buat fans Indonesia supaya bisa menang.
We're experimenting with a new lineup, so we are trying new play style, new strategy, so stay tuned.
Dan yes, selamat datang kembali tentunya, di mana kita masih berada di match yang menentukan siapakah yang berada di upper bracket dan siapakah yang akan turun ke lower bracket. Di sini Bude Clara Monster dan juga Rose akan menemani kalian tentunya.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Challenge Finals Playoffs. You are still with me, Rose, and of course Clara, and we are heading on to the second match of the day where we will be witnessing another epic clash of Indonesian and Philippines team, whereas we will be having Bigatron Alpha as well as Echo.
Oh, betul sekali karena Bigatron Alpha, tim tuan rumah kita, akan bermain langsung di match kedua ini dan juga Echo karena ini adalah best of 3 series. Jadi kira-kira seperti apa dari kedua tim ini? Semuanya pasti pada penasaran, jadi yang ada di rumah, yang ada di sekitar langsung aja ngumpul untuk masuk di sini.
Yes. Now I heard that the players are ready, but are you guys ready?
Apakah kalian semuanya siap? Karena kedua tim sudah bersiap untuk memasuki arena pertempuran. Dan sebenarnya tanpa berlama-lama lagi, we will call them right after. Dan tim pertama yang akan langsung hadir di sini, ini adalah Indo Pride, sang robot merah. Mari kita undang bersama-sama, inilah dia, Bigatron Alpha. Bigatroopers, sambutlah Indonesia.
And of course, the challenging team all the way from the Philippines, our M4 World Champions. Give it up for Echo! Once again, give it up for Echo, everybody!
Ini akan menjadi series yang dinantikan oleh semuanya karena kita sudah melihat satu tim Indonesia masih berada di upper bracket. Bagaimana dengan nasib tim Indonesia Bigatron Alpha?
Well, I'm really excited to see which team will be going to the upper bracket from this matchup. Will it be Echo or will it be Bigatron Alpha? Now, I see that the players are seated. I see that our panels are ready. So how about let's throw it over to our panels to kickstart the second match of the day. Panels, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Clara, as well as Rose. That was amazing. Speaking of amazing, my name's the felon. Gideon's here. I mean, Gani, sure, but Gideon!
Debuting in the panel desk.
Look, it's been a long time since I've been on the panel, and it's good to be back because we get to talk about one of the more exciting games here. And personally, for me, I don't know, I'm a big Echo fan, but BTR have been looking kind of good, if not impressive.
I mean, it's a very rare scenario where I'm the only Indo on the desk going up against two Malaysians here, so you know what? I'ma tone down my energy.
No, it's okay. Like, there's no Malaysian teams, right? We're all good.
Yeah, we got literally nothing to lose at this point.
You want us to vote for BTR? Sure, why not?
Oh, speaking of which, actually, so I was checking out social media, and apparently some bets have been made. Punishments if teams end up losing, and BTR happens to be Mirko's well, prediction for champions for the SPS?
I'm the smart one. I didn't partake.
That's a good idea.
Because based on my resume, my track record, nah, fam, not happening. But these two teams, we gotta say, BTR, because Gani, I'm gonna let you talk us through this because they weren't always this amazing team. But then all of a sudden, like, starting last season, all of a sudden, now they're like super strong.
This is why they're a special team here back in Indo, right? SuperCan recruited at 15, cannot play in the Pro League. They have to wait and invest on this young kid for 2 years. 17, there you go. Starless, the CEO, finally was able to, you know what, SuperCan, go into the jungler, and it seems like his investment, quote unquote, has results, has positive outcome. And here he is, the prodigy jungler from Indo, leading this young team. It feels like last season, they need something more. They need leadership. That's why they recruited SuperVin.
I don't know. For me personally, I think the most impressive things, especially if you're not like one of the favorite teams to actually win it all, such as Onyx, is the combination of veterancy plus new hot blood. And together, somehow, it's this working machine.
Yeah, no, I just feel like it's a sense of balancing brains and bronze and balancing the ego. Because I kind of feel like new bloods, in terms of mechanics, usually they're the best.
Yep.
But the thing is, they're not entirely sure what to do, and you got to keep their egos in check. And who has a bigger ego? Veteran MPL players, you know? They'll make sure that it is kept in check. Now we got to look at the team statistics. In terms of the fastest game duration, 12:39, very, very fast. SuperCan as well as SuperVin, both of these have to be paid attention to. But I kind of feel like Saken on this Melissa so far has been having way too much fun. I'm not sure whether he will get the Melissa or not.
I think if he gets the Melissa again, he's going to be making people suck at these nuts real quick because, bro, I'm telling you, Saken is disgusting when he has a good lane matchup, and especially with the leadership of SuperVin. He's very used to it, right? Previously on RRQ, you talk about the biggest egos in the business. He knows what he's talking about, and I think he's going to shape the new minds, especially when we're looking at SuperCan, for the next generation to actually surprise the world.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm still laughing on the inside. I'm gonna laugh a little bit more.
Okay, I'm gonna let it marinate. But yeah, I mean, SuperCan, right? A very good. Again, a very good young recruit, and I do want to say this because it seems like SuperVin and Key is playing. So the approach from Aldo is play around Saken, right? You mentioned Saken. He's also a very good player in that gold lane mechanically, especially when on that Melissa. So with Key and as well as Vin, both quote-unquote roamers, they expect a lot of a combination of Cho Angelas if possible. Expect a lot of roamer type in that mid and roam to rotate fast clear and rotate towards that goal.
I mean, like, we've seen BTR, but if we're gonna talk about their opponents, Echo, they're kind of more or less doing the same formula, where this time they're using a new roster where they are trying to balance the veteran as well as the rookies, but in a little bit of a different way. We got Sanford, Zaida, Sanji outplayed, and JP. Oh, JP's playing for this one?
Yeah, it looks like JP is going to start taking the helm this time around.
Wow.
At least I'm expecting that JP has been playing with Outplayed and Zaida even more so than Yaoi himself. And we saw based on the group stage, what Echo likes to do is team fight you so hard, so much, that they get underneath your skin. And once they're underneath your skin, oh man, the irritation, you just have to bounce back. You have to fight them back. You have to challenge them.
I mean, I think they're fighting this mental. You're fighting the mental of your opponent as well, trying to frustrate your opponent, right? With their very aggressive playstyle as well. And with this lineup, it seems like that Sanji, that mid lane, has been the reliable component in this team because no Yaoi, no Carl Teasy, and as well as Benny. That fills a hole in this team, actually.
I personally think that hole is actually very necessary for Echo to get to that next level, the next evolution for some of these players. They're younger players, right? Because they're going to be the next generation. They're going to be the next leaders, and more importantly so, if they have a lack, they need to fill it up, and SPS is the perfect training ground to actually focus on those things.
Well, if for muscles to grow, you need a little bit of tear in there as well. So I kind of feel like the only way that they can grow is through hardship. Now, fastest game duration, 10 minutes. Now that's insane. But looking at the heroes here, Sanford is really the one that I'm looking forward to because we already saw Wang Yuzong for today. What if he brings it out as well? He's like, you know what? My team, they're still like trying to figure things out. Let me help them out a little bit by giving them the Yuzong special.
Look, maybe if Echo is tryharding, you know, that's when you see Sanford whip it out. I mean, they will. We'll see. We'll see. You know, you gotta test the waters a little bit because right now we need to focus on Zyda. So far, I was expecting the Ling win rate to be a little bit higher here, but the overall playstyle coming in from Echo is very team fight oriented. And yes, you can make some macro decision making, yada yada yada, but Fredrin has been a staple for him. The Fanny, if he's lucky enough to get it, basically is a free win.
Yeah, I think Fredrin here could be the safe option here for side of Echo to have that strong jungle, good going up against neutral objectives as well. And if Zyda wants to, I guess, be the sandbag for his team, right, alongside with Sanford, why not? Why not? Fredrin is a reliable hero.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? We gotta see what are they really aiming for because the jungler and the EXP laner can have the same jobs, or do they want different jobs? For now, we got to look at a player head-to-head between Super Ken as well as Zyda. Looks like average KDA ratio is for Zyda by a lot, and the rest is for Super Ken, but not by a lot.
It's interesting because when we look at the stats, right, the average KDA kind of gives you an idea that the success rate from Zyda's side is a lot more. But then when you start averaging out the numbers with the damage dealt, the damage taken, in a matter of fact, it's pretty similar. Both teams like the team fight, so it makes sense. But even if the results are in Zyda's favor, the fact is that Supercan is keeping up to him. He might not be the quote-unquote hard carry, but the job is getting done.
He's the soft carry?
He is a soft carry. I like that.
Soft carry.
Soft serve.
All right. I mean, like, to be fair, even looking at their favorite heroes, Super Ken has been using squishy heroes. That's why he's soft carry, because he can go and get the kills, but just the same, he could die very, very fast. Now we got to look at a team head-to-head. In terms of difference, I'm not seeing too much of a difference. Not much that we would really generally talk about.
Dang,
right?
yeah.
It's way too close between each other.
I mean, if I closed my eyes, hide the logos, you wouldn't be able to tell which team is which at this point in time, right, Gani?
Yeah, I mean, on paper, though, it still favors Echo, but then again, it's a very 50-50 match. One thing from the most banned and as well as most picked, though, that's the Claude here. It seems like Bigatron, they really don't like going up against Claude generally, so it's a tough
I don't like
pressure.
going up against the Claude.
It's just such a meta hero in that gold lane.
It's annoying.
You beg to differ?
I mean, I'm looking from LaFell's perspective. He is more of a mid support, so I can get it, but I relate to Sanford, right? You're playing Terizla. The one thing you hate is the fact that your penalty zone gets negated so quickly by a BMI. So I can understand the sentiment there, right? If you're going to play catch, you better make sure that marksman doesn't have a lot of tools.
No, honestly, even when I'm playing a roamer, I don't like the Claw because unless I have a... Because you have to use basically a Kaja. Until he could use a Purify. And it's like, okay, then I guess I gotta wait for my Wave Dragon again and then try again. But during that time, they're just gonna be playing safe.
That's also fair. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about team fighting, right? So we haven't seen too many of those Lolitas as well, the knockups. Even the Minotaurs has been starting to die down after the day two of the SPS Challenge Finals. Day one, we saw a lot of experimentation. Day 2 and 3, that's where it kind of like streamlines the draft.
Yeah. Actually, what do you guys think? Especially those over at Twitch. Who's going to win this one? Is it going to be Echo or BTR? It's going to be very interesting now that JP is playing, and no wonder, because I've been seeing social media and be like, why are they hyping up JP quite a lot? And it's like, oh, he's playing today.
Well, they're hyping JP a lot, but also I think they've got something special to bring to the table. And if there's something special works out, I can't wait to see Miracle do the Kaldug. I'm waiting for it, baby!
Hopefully, finger crossed indeed. But yeah, I mean, JP here, you're excited to see JP?
Oh, we're going for Echo?
Wait, what? Wait, no. Oh, you. What is going on here?
Hey man, I'm an Echo fan. Echo loud, Echo proud, all the way. I love seeing the next generation of Echo. I mean, they already were quote-unquote building that super team, and now they're setting up the B team to be the next super team.
I mean, he is an EXP laner. How can he not go for the team that has Sanford? So, there you go.
True. Well, you know what? I have no I have nothing to say. Bigatron 2-1, Indo team.
It's okay. You're not going to get
Mirko's
hurt.
favorite. But I mean, Bigatron showing a lot of potential. 3 days, first 3 days as well. I feel like they will get stronger here, more matured as well. I feel like their bond here is what has the advantage because Echo, they're young guns. Their chemistry might be a little bit shaky.
That's actually a good point because when we see Echo play, it's getting under your skin. But when you see BTR play, it's like they're like machines. They're literally machine gods, a hive mind that just works together in these 5v5s.
I mean, we have to see whether their batteries are charged or not because that's also going to be something that we have to look at. So looking at both teams, I'm looking at the roamer specifically because Super Vin as well, he likes to use those catch-oriented heroes. In fact, the crazy thing is, before in RRQ, people criticize him by saying he doesn't have a lot of mechanics. Going into BTR, he's using Joe like a god. I'm like, yo, what's going on? And then JP, I do want to see, has he really kept up? So now, the bans has started. BTR will be first pick, I'm assuming, and then Echo will be second pick. Valentina as well as Karita getting banned out, so a lot of focus on Sanji.
Yep, a lot of poke, and it looks like good preparation coming in from Echo's side. They're banning out the Melissa super early on.
Yep.
I don't know if they really want to actually dive. It's one of those things where it's like, I know you're good at it, but do I want to build an entire composition just to punish banning out that pick?
I mean, I can't remember which day, like, was it the first 2 days or the last 2 days that basically Saken has just been exclusively using Melissa and he's won every single game? So, perhaps, yeah?
I'm going to double check that for you, but I'm going to say, our belief, yes.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, rinse and repeat, right? If the opponent doesn't ban the Melissa, why not go for it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And there you go, Bigatron finally opted for a marksman ban here. As like the theme, we mentioned that earlier as well. Most ban is the Claude. It seems like Echo will be the casualty yet again to not play the Claude. Paquito, though, will be banned out. So it says what? Arlet, BREN open.
Perhaps the Kaja as well.
Joy as well.
Joy, yeah, Joy. I don't know. Uranus is open as well.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff is open. I double-checked it, and you're right. They actually did exclusively win a majority of their games on this Melissa. Now, we see the first pick. We see the Joy. I don't think anybody's going to deny that Joy is really, really good right now in the meta.
No, yeah, I mean, it's a flex pick as well, right? EXP, jungle, where are you going? EXP has that vengeance option in that spell. Jungle, very sneaky, very powerful. But Kaja is still open here, a suppression that can counter the Joy. Will they insta-pick it? But it seems like they're taking their time here. Yi first. If not the Kaja, BREN is going to be the option, but no, they will stick to the Kaja here, countering that Joy.
All right. So they have answers. They have a way to kind of set up for a potential team fight. I kind of like where Echo is leaning and posturing themselves, right? But looking at the bans, the fact that they're already getting rid of the quote-unquote safe marksmen does tell me that it might be a little bit more pick-oriented for the side of BTR.
I mean, if they're going for it, I would be totally fine with that because now something that they have to consider is that Echo has an opportunity to pick up the carry, which is very deadly alongside with the Kaja. If not, I kind of feel like carry will get banned out because, let's face it, the top marksmen right now are carry, Beatrix, 1-1 if you can use it really well, and other than that is the Hive and the Brody. Brody so far, if I'm not mistaken, throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series final group stages, only won once.
Okay. What do you think about this? Where is your stand on Leslie? Do you think Leslie is also a hot pick?
I think it's pretty hot, but I also think it's generally situational, right?
True.
Because it takes so
True.
long to get to that, like, critical mass point where you're looking to just two-tap people, ultimate snipe, one-shot people at the same time. But and then when you really think about it, right? The Farmis, why? Why exactly is he so good? Yeah, you pick Leslie, man, I can tank shots for you and my entire team. But that doesn't change the fact that the flexibility of BTR, it's very evident here.
Plus, I just want to say, if you're going to pick up a Leslie for BTR early, that's a huge mistake because your opponent is Sanford. The moment he sees a Leslie, that's when he's like, okay, you know what? Yuzong all the way. And there's nothing that they can do. So I kind of feel like picking up a Leslie against a very strong EXP laner, very, very hard thing to do. But I can already hear the sigh of like, I know it's a strong hero. But goddamn, is he boring?
No, just don't do Samford dirty like this, man. Like, unless they're doing some kind of wacky nonsense where they kind of shift things up and not put this Uranus in the EXP lane.
No, it's a lightning truncheon on Uranus.
don't even pull my leg right now. I'm furious already. But Echo is setting up nicely, right? They're making sure that they're getting rid of the Franco, making sure that at least BTR don't have at least a suppression on their side, or at least a decent pick-off potential that's safe. And they even get rid of the counter pick of Dairoth on the opposite end.
Which makes sense, right? I mean, if you're if you really look at it, right, the Franco man comes through because there are no crowd control from side of Bigatron, so they will look for that pick in that second phase. And right, Dairoth ban just makes sense. Hard counter towards that Uranus, asking a question here towards Orizo, what are you going to play? Going up against that Uranus, but Bigatron here. Okay, the Harith ban comes through. Outplayed. Targeted somehow.
Okay. So if Harith is going to get banned, they're purposely letting through things like Beatrix. They're just going to double check Carry as well.
Leslie Brody and all those.
Leslie Brody. But the thing is that unfortunately for BTR, they're not exactly the tankiest lineup as of right now. That might change in the next couple of minutes or so, but we do see the Brody get locked in for the side of Echo, and they really want to punish this. You're really, really squishy? Perfect. I can finish you guys off pretty easily.
I mean, if the Brody gets a big advantage in the first 6 minutes, it's going to be a situation where even the cut altar could be basically nullified with just the first kill of Brody. So that's going to be very, very dangerous, but we got to look at the laning phase. Can you actually do it that well? Because the fact that you have a Faramis is to deny the first burst, but Brody is burst over burst over burst.
Yeah. And it doesn't help that mid priority is really wonky right now. Like, I would say that Echo definitely will get that first push and first rotation, and even if Joy goes into the jungle, there's not enough speed to actually buffer that bottom side of the map, assuming that the gold lane is going to be on the bottom side. Ruby, Kufra.
Crowd controls, yeah.
I really like the Kufra. Ruby. Actually, no, even the Ruby is good, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a pretty, well, I mean, it's a sandbag up in the EXP side, but these team fights are going to be exciting.
I mean, it's to anticipate a possible assassin pick as well, right? With the Ruby and as well as the Kufra here. So a very solid pick. But I don't know. I'm feeling kind of iffy with the 3 picks.
Still up.
Redrin is still up, sure. I don't know.
Or Martis. You like Martis.
I was thinking that maybe Echo wanted to be a little spicy for game number 1, just like knowing that Joy's on the opposite end, like Ishin Jin Ranger. Like you show up the marksman, be super fast on it, and maybe look to outscale your opponent. But it's a good draft.
You know what? I agree. And now, casters, do you agree?
Yeah, we completely agree over here. Not really sure what he said earlier on because I was adjusting my seat, but yeah, entirely we do agree. But here it is on the caster desk. It's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko. Now, how are we feeling about these 2 drafts?
Well, you know, honestly, looking at Bigatron Alpha's draft, I think they are, doubling down on what made them such a good team in the group stages and even in MPL Indonesia. They're going for these team fights, heavy skirmishes, pickoffs from the get-go, and that systematic playstyle in the early game.
For sure. I think they have really, really... what were you doing?
No, it's just a test.
Oh, you're getting ready. You're getting ready for Bigatron losing this championship?
Oh,
Why are you getting ready, bro?
Wait, okay, but you just said Bigatron will lose. Why'd you predict Bigatron then?
I didn't say Bigatron's gonna lose. I said you're predicting that Bigatron's gonna lose because you're getting ready for the dance.
Oh, no, that was just
What's going on?
It's called a preventive measure.
All right.
I don't know how it is, but you're wearing purple.
I am.
Are you Echo?
I'm wearing pink.
Pink, and your hair is purple.
A little colorblind?
Maybe, you know,
my hair is purple.
Are you
but
Echo side?
I have to go for Bigatron in this one.
Why? You don't usually go for BTR, you know.
I don't like to admit it, but with this new lineup, I'm just not too certain with what they're going to be able to bring out against Bigatron with their roster that's already formed. They already have their synergy down to a T, and they're playing with huge crowd control and huge presence in the, I would say, just when they go for team fights, right? So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between Bigatron as well as Echo. And you can already see here a little bit of invades going on. JP, very aggressive in this early stage.
Already the red tree used up though. Oh, flicker by JP, knocked out by the Titan's Revenge. Only the early game flicker though, burnt out here. No problem for Echo. Now, this is a pretty new team. We actually spoke about this off cam. JP stepping in for Yaoi now. As you can see from their trio, MDL, it seems like, the synergy just is better for them with JP stepping on.
A little bit sad. But on the other hand, I'm actually quite intrigued to see how this is going to work out. And talking about intrigue, look at Key's choice of talent. He actually went for lethal ignition to what we're used to accustomed, which is pull yourself together.
Wait, Super Ken, I don't know what happened early. Oh, he stole the orange buff, Zaida! Early on, already pushing Super Ken into deep waters. And Super Ken is still level 2. Zaida's level 4, and he's going to clear the entirety of his own orange buff as well. Bigatron Alpha struggling early game.
I think that's genius. I think
Beautiful.
that's a genius play coming in from Echo. A lot of the times when Bigatron Alpha are leading, it's because the Super Ken can always get that level lead. But in this instant, the fact that Echo have been so great at pressuring Super Ken, just preventing that rotation from happening. You can see Bigatron Alpha looking for crumbs here, especially now that the neutral objective is about to spawn. A lot of them not yet level 4 just yet, like Key, who heavily needs it, as well as Supervin. So already a huge dub for Echo here in this first neutral objective.
Huge dub is a bit of an understatement. At this point, it's just Echo who can do anything they want in the neutral objectives. Bigatron Alpha can't even look for a contest, and just like that, Zaida picks up the first turtle of the game. Level 5 on the way to 6. He's already going for more invades, completely capitalizing, punishing Super Ken on the Joy. Supervin, Dodge Revenge coming down. JP with a good Divine Judgment, but Key jumps in now with the call altar helping him out. The real revelation comes down from Sanji, able to dish out a lot of damage as Rizzo jumps in the back, but Key falls to the hands of Zaida. Echo, they start first with a first blood.
This is what we're expecting from the composition that Echo have brought. They're going in for a lot of pickups. They're going in for that early lead. And you can see here, even, oh wait, so Rizzo, okay, Zaida still gets that buff. But despite the option that Bigatron actually has later on, I feel like that power spike comes later. So Bigatron Alpha, they just need to be able to sustain through all this aggression, try to pass and push through the aggression coming in from Echo, and they're going to be just fine because the power spikes, they got to wait for the power spikes. If they play into the tempo of Echo, that's when things get a little bit too snowbally, especially for Zaida, and that's dangerous.
Absolutely. I think for Echo, they need to try to just utilize this pressure that they have, start going for early invades, and just secure neutral objectives. Because at this point, well, good Divine Judgment, bringing Supervin back. The Menace Rage comes down, but Outplayed is able to outplay the situation, gets out and gets a kill back to 0 for Echo.
Sitting 1-0-0 as well for Outplayed in particular. You think that, let's say, you don't see some progress from Echo, and Outplayed just really shines as always. And we're also talking about the synergy between the trio. It's looking pretty good, Mirko. It's scary.
It really is. I mean, we've been seeing this. When JP stepped into the group stages, it just feels like Echo finally clicked. We haven't seen this style of Echo in a long time. I think it was M4 and MPLPH Season 11 that we got to see prime Echo. But at this point, 2,000 gold lead, it's safe to say that they are comfortably in the lead. And you know what happens when Echo are in the lead usually. It's very hard to take it off of them.
We'll see, we'll see. I mean, right now, both these teams, they're going to look for a little bit more. Echo already has the upper hand in this neutral objective. A better setup as well. Saken, it's not it. Not it. Oh, JP goes in.
Clear Divine Judgment, good disengage. Supervin gets him out, but he's going to pay with his life. Zaida's the one who picks up the kill. Outplayed, not given the kill here. But Echo, they still utilize this to completely bully Saken in lane. You can expect the entirety of the shield turret being taken out by Outplayed.
And this is an automatic 3,000 gold lead right now as Sanji opens up that real-world manipulation. He's actually forced to use that cult altar as well. So another resource just stripped away from Bigatron Alpha here in the first 5 minutes of the game. Can you imagine with all this happening? It's only been 5 minutes in the game. Echo, whether it be MPL, MDL, they certainly know how to punish their enemies. And here we go, once again, going to the bottom side.
Oh, Shield Unity stopping Super Ken as he dashes forward, but what is that damage? Sanford on the Uranus, they're looking for a dive. Sanji flickers forward, Super Ken under the turret, he falls to Sanji with a flicker. Very, very aggressive. And the Echo Express now, they're all in.
Oh, they're going all in as well here. Key forced to flicker out of that aggression coming in from Zaida as he doesn't mind going under the turret. He's not deterred with the damage from the turret here. Echo, 4,000 gold lead already, getting another turret in that mid side. It's not something that we're used to seeing from Bigatron. Super Ken at 2 levels, 3 levels below Zyda right now. Certainly isn't a good game, but... And that's just it, right? Sanford 2v1ing Saken, the main damage dealer, dealing 0 to little damage. How are they supposed to play around this?
I mean, at this point, Echo completely just, forced Bigatron Alpha into a corner, right? It's just Echo doing everything on the map. You don't see any sort of counter play for Bigatron Alpha. They're not even able to contest for anything, even their own orange buff. Heck, Super again, I think he's only gotten 1 orange buff this entire game, and that's the one previously from this one. Zyda was able to steal it away with the Retribution, and it's perfectly timed for the turtle that's coming up. Sanford eats a few turret shots, but it's all good. Zyda picks up the turtle for free again. And Echo are just rolling through Bigatron Alpha.
Dude, no way. Saken just picked up the Blade of Despair. He's so far behind, outplayed. Brody already picked up the Malefic Roar in comparison, so you can already see the difference in damage coming in from both of... Oh, wait a minute, JP!
Flicker Divine Judgment onto Chorizo, but it's a good pull into the Bandit's Rage. Now the Call Altar saves them, and they find a kill. Superfin in the back finds 3 members, and now Saken is on a roll. They pick up a triple kill out of nowhere, and Bigatron Alpha, somehow, some way, they found an opening in the game.
The venue roars. They're so happy to see this really come to this point. Like you mentioned, with 4 members taken down from Echo, now that's the beauty of the composition that Bigatron Alpha brought to the table. They have so much CC, they have so much potential and resources that they can utilize in these team fights to outplay Echo in these circumstances. And taking a look at the items here, this is what I was so concerned about. With Brody already picking up the Heptases and the Malefic Roar, that's already enough damage. Meanwhile, the Beatrix just picked up that Blade of Despair, Mirko.
We mentioned this earlier. We said maybe this is going to be a late power spike for the Beatrix, you know, 7th minute BOD, but then they just got a triple kill. So it kind of equalizes everything that Outplayed has been doing. You know, all the gold lead that he had, now it's only down to 10 Eterna. And Saken, he's in the same level as Outplayed. Even Super Ken has been given enough time and resources to catch up by a bit. But Zyda is still very much in a comfortable position, 2 levels ahead. It's going to be 3 after he clears this mini wave up.
That's not good at all here coming in from the rotations. But like you mentioned, there is still a possibility for Bigatron Alpha to come back. And so now Echo, they're put in a position, they're given the question, how are you going to be able to close this as soon as possible? Because with the laning phase already done and dusted, these teams, they're going to clump up as 5. And in this 5v5 kind of situation, I feel like the composition for Bigatron Alpha works a little bit better. And now we'll see exactly how this is going to work out, because 8 minutes in, 9 minutes in, you can see that Echo, they're already starting the Lord. You can see the positioning coming in from Chorizo. Even if he doesn't land his skill shots, there's always Key, there's always Supervin as well. So they also need to be aware of where Supervin is in these particular team fights.
Oh, Casino by JP. He's looking for Super Ken. Sanford spots Super Ken right now. JP has the flicker. Not going to be able to go in just yet. He's holding on to it, but Supervin jumps in. Now finds the Tyrant's Rage on the JP. Now it's an all-out fight as Chorizo was able to pull Outplayed, but he's able to flicker back out. Lord taking very low right now, and it's Zyda who secures the tournament memory! Into the back by Outplayed, and he wreaks havoc upon the robots. Chorizo running for his dear life, and Echo, they're able to secure another massive neutral objective.
And a 2-for-1 trade in terms of the teams. Echo getting all the right picks, all the right trades, and all the right places here. You can see the Lord already marching there in the mid side. Sanji already being super annoying. The slow is there. You can feel the damage start to come through, especially since he already picked up that Holy Crystal. And there you go, Outplayed with that BOD. You can expect that to land. Super high damage coming into the siege.
Lord's still going to be dealt with though. However, Echo won the team fight. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to take Saken down, who is basically, for Bigatron Alpha, the only sort of really reliable wave clear. On this Bennett, you saw it with your own eyes. JP though, flicker, oh, he catches Supervin, brilliantly played. Bringing him back now, Outplayed, dishing out the damage on the Tornapot memory, taking him out with a killing spree. Saken able to dash out, Key as well, oh.
What is that damage from Outplayed? Saken just stands his ground with the Immerse Passion. I'm offended, bringing JP back, but the turret should still fall. Outplayed, just hitting, munching on these turrets.
All right. No casualties from the side of Echo, but Supervin had to go out because of that engage. But here we see start of a silver lining coming in from Bigatron Alpha, right? As this game progresses, like we mentioned, things are getting a little bit more equal. You can see here Saken on the gold earned leaderboard, really catching up to Outplayed. I think there's 1,000 difference, but now Saken already picked up the Malefic Roar. So in these team fights, when they're expecting Saken to deal the damage, he definitely can, but they need to be able to protect him long enough, which he was able to do previously. But with this dive,
look at this cut. Sanford brought back JP. No flicker this time, so Bigatron Alpha still can escape. But you want to finish your point?
yeah, I was worried about the dive, right? Because that's what Echo has. They have Zyda to dive into the backline. They have JP to go for that ultimate on to Saken. And with these kinds of distractions happening and with so many things that Saken really needs to avoid, it's a little bit more difficult for Bigatron Alpha.
I agree. I think for Bigatron Alpha, it really relies on how Saken is able to play out in these team fights, right? Because it feels like it is still a front-to-back composition, heavily prioritizing Saken. You have a few DIE members from Super Ken, but they're just there to act as a distraction or just to take out Sanji. Supervin now caught all alone, isolated from the team, taken out even without anything. Flicker, I'm offended, and Tyrant's Rage coming down with a Bennett's Rage. Drop down upon Echo. Now Outplayed is going to be shut down in the back. Chorizo out of nowhere picks up a double. Now stunning JP up. Saken clearing out the waves. 2 members down for Echo as the Lord, this time in hands, spawns in.
Oh no! 4 members still alive and well for the side of Bigatron Alpha. The lead that Echo have built from that early game now is going to be tested here in the 13th minute of the game. You can see, Chorizo goes in with I'm offended. He's still able to get out though, but this is the Lord Dance that severely favors Bigatron Alpha here.
Outplayed is respawning though, Supervin as well. Now with Sanji and Outplayed back, Bigatron Alpha, that window has closed to go for the Lord. Echo will go back. They have a slow push down below as well. I'm offended with the Bennett's Rage combo down. JP almost losing immortality. Is able to dash away, but the real world manipulation has been used. Shielding it now, jumping onto Chorizo. Is still able to escape for a bit, but they're looking to hunt him down. Slowed once again. Chorizo gets out. Echo, they've committed 2 ultimates. Tortoises, Poissons, and the RWM. Bigatron, they've committed 1 now.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it, right? They're able to buy some time for their team. They were able to zone the members of Bigatron Alpha away. And even if they committed and they at least get a pick onto the side of Bigatron Alpha, the Super can really want to go for a 50-50. He's still a level below Zyda right now. So I don't know how far Bigatron Alpha are willing to contest. I think they need to buy some time for Super Ken in particular to catch just a little bit up before they go for a 50-50. I'm wondering why they still want to commit onto this. Why not look for something else on the other side of the map?
Simply put, it's Echo that is forcing it. You can see it's Echo that are holding the Lord down. They are starting this Lord Dance. So Bigatron Alpha, they have no other way, no other response but to try to match it. Sure, 1 level lead. Zyda definitely has the advantage, and it's a big one here, especially considering Echo have a Divine Judgment within their arsenal. But it's a fight that Bigatron Alpha needs to take. They need to try to push these waves as well, and so far, take a look at the slow push down below. Bigatron Alpha have done their due diligence here, clearing out the waves, getting good setup down for this Lord Dance.
That's true, that's true. You can see here already Zyda forcing to clear that mid wave as well. I guess that's an objective that they're willing to let go. Because of the short side, they are going to be able to clear that top, but look at this. JP already with concealed play. He used Flicker as well.
JP used Flicker, has the Divine Judgment. Chorizo now caught in the midst right now. The Divine Judgment comes through on the Super Cam, but the call Ulcer saves his life. In the back, you can see Supervin jumping in with the Rage, but Chorizo falls first. The Rage doesn't connect onto anyone. Sanji's able to withstand it with the real world manipulation. And just like that, Echo, they will secure another neutral objective through their chaotic team fight.
If it was Leo, he would be saying how the Orcas know how to tango, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Make it a little bit more messier, not a pure 5v5. Use the fact that their composition was built for pickoffs and getting 2 in the process, plus a Lord as well. All in all, it's Echo with the advantage and as well with the map pressure. And Bigatron Alpha still looking for ways to punish the Orcas here.
it's a super one-dimensional team fight comp for Bigatron Alpha, and that's why they have to rely on these team fights. Meanwhile, Echo, the reason you see them completely, I would say, dominating in this game, aside from some team fights, is the fact that they have everything in their game, everything in their drafts. They were given the right tools, and now this might be the end.
It truly is here. Outplayed already picking up the Athena shield as well, so just in case there's some damage coming out from Key, as well as Super Ken, honestly, he is going to be able to outmaneuver and outsustain that damage. That Lord already being able to get that inhibitor turret in the top side. You can see Sanford as well as Zaida pushing in that bottom lane. But it's going to be defended here. Bigatron Alpha, they walk away, but they walk away with one less inhibitor turret. But look at that mid and that bottom wave crashing in unison.
The siege has a stop. JP with a good pull. Chorizo pulled back. The core ultra not within the range. Now Super Ken jumping to the back now with the rhythm, dealing a lot of damage onto the back, but look at the damage coming through as well. Wow, he finds Sanji in that team fight, and not even a base turret falls here. JP gets shot, still tanky enough to withstand. Meanwhile, Sanford, the prodigy from the Philippines, taking the second base turret down in the bottom lane.
Super Vin, oh, it catches!
Revenge and the Rage, no follow-up right now. Outplayed, able to flicker around, but the Shadow Stampede brings him back. Now Saki dealing damage, but outplayed! With a brilliant play to cancel it out to get a kill back on the Sakin. Now it's Zaida and Sanford versus Vin and Ken. Both will disengage, but Bigatron Alpha, they have lost this skirmish.
And they lose. Saken in the process, a really good pick coming in off from Super Vin, but unfortunately, it's not as worth it now that we think about it. You can see, though, it does give some space for Super Ken. Sanford, what are you doing?
Oh, concentration, Sanford!
Wow.
The genius!
I would have sworn that was Sanford's second death of this game. But he was able to get out of that. What is that?
It's a type of play that you wouldn't expect from anyone except for Sanford. If it's Sanford, you chill. You take a chill pill and you relax because Sanford knows his limits. Take a look at the items here. The reason he wanted to push it even further, to risk that, was because he knows, he calculates this. With the Oracle, the Blade Armor, and even the Radiant Armor here, there's not much kill threat from Bigatron Alpha.
All right. But you know what's a threat?
What?
The fact that Faramis built full damage. That's scary coming into these team fights. So not only does he have the sustain, he also is going to be able to deal that damage. And I keep mentioning this in the drafts. People don't really consider Faramis to be a huge magic dealer. But the fact is you don't feel it. But he is, especially with how aggressive he was building, even with the Divine Glaive as well for that extra penetration. Echo, though now, they're going to be able to set up for this Lord a little bit better. They've actually brought it to their side as well. This is scary.
Very scary. I think it's much better than previous. Look at this, Chorizo already sent down below. Vin wants to go for it even without Chorizo. Risky plays, JP! Flicker in, only finding Divine Judgment on the Super Vin and Super Ken now. Pops in the rhythms. Big ultimate used up by Super Ken. Zaida with the shield unity. JP, no Divine Judgment, but the real Word of Revelation comes down onto Key. Flickers out. Sanford gunning him down. Outplayed with a good dash forward. Setting Sakin up now with the Flicker coming down. Outplayed still able to burst him down. Super Ken and Zaida 50-50 on the back. Let's see who gets this because the fight definitely went to Echo and even the Lord. Zaida has picked it up and Super Ken will fall. 16-9, 19 minutes in.
The three members from the side of Bigatron Alpha are out as well. Key is going to be up just in time to save this, but with Super Vin and Super Ken off the board, what is Echo expecting to take here other than victory? That top lane is going to be crashing, that mid as well, that bottom is going to in favor of Echo because of the lack of the inhibitor turret. Echo, once again, what amazing plays happening, and look at this.
Even with the Venice Rage, the RWM from Sanji was perfect. Outplayed now, bursting Chorizo down, the base wide open, and Echo, they'll take game number 1.
What an amazing start to the series by the Orcas. Even without Yaoi, they're proving that they have what it takes. Not even sweating, just a bit. From that early game to that mid game, up until the very end, and it felt like Bigatron, they were drowning in the rhythm that was made by Echo.
They got hit by the Echo Express that was going full throttle. Bigatron Alpha, the Red Robots, will have to adjust a lot in their draft and in the way they play, because I think they were expecting a different Echo. They were expecting one with Yaoi, perhaps. This is JP's time.
It truly is, and what an amazing performance that he was able to do on a Kaja, right? There were so many moments that these inefficiencies were created for Bigatron Alpha because of his divine judgments. And with him stepping in, it has been amazing. Let's hear what the panelists have to say about that game.
Honestly, a lot has to be said. I want to talk about the early game, but now I do want to talk about the items as well. Perhaps the people in chat, if you guys know the interaction, because Key here is using the Roam Boots favor. And the thing is, what favor does is it heals your team, but only when you give a shield or when you heal them. So does the altar considered as a shield? Because that's interesting.
It is an interesting interaction, right? Because if that is the case, I think more people are going to be picking up the favor for this farm is later down the line, or as the meta continues to develop. Because I was expecting like Encourage, I was expecting Dire Hit at the very least.
Yeah, I was expecting perhaps the Encourage, right? It just makes more sense. But then again, in hindsight, Bigatron's composition, what is lacking from their side is burst, right? They have a lot of DPS, but when you see Supervin catching one, perhaps an engage from Sorizo as well, that burst was evident that they were just a little bit lacking on the other side. A lot of burst.
Here's the thing. The person that says not how you start, it's how you finish, did not watch this game. Because I believe for Bigatron, the burst that they were looking for was from Supercan. But the fact that you're starting the game, you're level 2, and your opposing jungler is level 4, that's insane. Because I watched back, you know, the replay. In the early game, JP prevented Supercan from clearing very fast. And then it's not just Zyda, it's Sanford as well. They were both clearing the jungle.
Yeah, no, this just shows how the composition and what Echo's game plan wanted to do, right? When you have Zyda on this box here, it's all about being oppressive, but you have a collaborative effort. Outplay is strong in the earlier stages of the game, and especially with JP roaming around and constantly forcing it out, Sakin has to be very careful, right? He doesn't want to get caught out, but at the same time, he can't just let people like Outplay hard shove the lane. And then there's Sanford, who's like, I don't care, I'm going to shove this out, I'm going to instantly invade, and I'm bringing the whole squad with me.
Very effective spell as well, right? From the Uranus Purify, realizing that perhaps the Ruby or the Kufra might cause him problem, so I'm going to play it safe, MVP. You know what? Anyone deserves it, but I also see Zyda can get this MVP.
I mean, like, he is, I would say, one of the main reasons why Supercan had a very difficult time in this game, and that, in my opinion, is MVP worthy, because you're basically shutting down one of the key win conditions for Bigatron.
Yeah, I mean, the plan was simple, right? It was about getting the Joy to make sure that Sanji was less effective with the RWM. But unfortunately, with the early game not going in their favor, I will admit BTR had a couple of good turnaround moments to scale into the later stages, but that's when it came down to those big moments. Are you able to close this out by securing the Lords? And Zyda won those a majority of the time.
Yeah, now looking back into the highlights, like you said, especially when Zorizo as well as Key is there, there's a lot of turnarounds. But again, so far, on point with the retributions, and just Echo as a team understands, like, guys, they're probably going to win a lot of team fights because of all the control, as well, all of the burst deny. So we just got to be a little bit patient and then come in once we're more comfortable.
Here's the thing, right? I don't know about you guys, but my personal opinion is once you have developed at least a 4 to even 5K goal lead, you want to maintain that until the first Lord comes by and develop that into an 8K, maybe even 10K goal lead and close it out on second Lord. We saw Echo being a little disrespectful, and that's where we see the turnaround coming in from BTR at 7 minutes, 12 seconds, and one more later down the line, but you have to give it to Bigatron Alpha. They recovered surprisingly well for such an impressive early game from Echo.
Yeah, true. I mean, holding on with this type of composition with that early game as well. An impressive defense, but nonetheless, they were playing to lose in this game. Very hard for them to somehow find that loophole to really claim control.
Yeah, congratulations to Echo for winning the first game against Bigatron Alpha. And again, for today, we've seen a reason why, unfortunately, it's still very difficult to bring in damage junglers into the scene, just because you're very susceptible to getting punished. We saw that with Red Giants. Kyrie was able to get away with it just because the entire team made sure that they had maintained very good map control.
That's the thing, right? With map control, it comes down to what the composition, lane matchups actually matter so much. Because if you're able to force out priority, you're able to clear the way first, you make that first rotation no matter what the situation is going to be, whether it be your enemy jungler or invading the enemy jungle or playing defensively back in your own. And it's tough because you're punishing Joy's slow early clear. We didn't get to see much of a leash at the same time, so well done to Echo, utilizing all of the tools in their arsenal.
A very tough game indeed, right? I mean, Joy was behind already, and in that mid game, late game, Radiant Armor was built, so not enough damage for the Joy to really burst. Sure, he can target the Eve, which we saw earlier in game 1, but Eve wasn't wearing any magic resistance, wasn't wearing any Radiant Armor, so a clear target, but then again, overall, it was just a tough game for Super Ken.
Yeah, cut back to just Sanford on Uranus, just salt popping away, just running off. Oh, nobody can catch me, nobody's gonna kill me, even at 1% HP.
Yeah, so either way, moving towards game number 2, I really feel Biggestron Alpha, they gotta make sure that their early game is not interrupted, because we see glimpses when it comes to the team fights. They looked very good. It's just that that one point around the purple area where we saw Saken, unfortunately, it's like, okay, I can go in, but Outplay with the Brody was able to specifically target the Beatrix, having enough stacks, and then using the torn apart memory, and it's like, okay, 1 HP left, anyone can go get it.
Uranus.
And then Uranus just comes in and then sweeps it away. So it's one of the situations where they have to be careful. But speaking of being careful, you guys got to be careful when you guys are buying a phone, because you want to use it for a very long time. So make sure you guys get the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Again, thank you very much for sponsoring this amazing event. Snapdragon Pro Series, again, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Make sure you guys get one for yourselves, because it's amazing.
It's a great phone. I mean, if you want to be able to walk away just like Sanford at 1% HP, you're going to need to make sure you have that AMOLED 120 hertz screen as well from the Samsung Galaxy S23. Because if you don't have those frames, man, you won't know when you're 1%. You'd know when you're like 5%, but not 1.
Dude, 1% and then healing back up to almost 100?
I hate this hero. I hate the guts.
Uranus, man.
Dude.
Maybe game 2, ban it out, or
why not?
I mean, Biggestron has the first pick. They opted for that Joy pick.
Why not?
Pick it up, I guess. No.
Why are you complaining? You don't like the hero.
I really don't like the
so
hero.
Just ban it.
I would say that at the very least, if it is open, you're looking to pick it up for yourself, right? I feel like BCR and as well as Echo have very opposing ideas to how they actually want to play out these team fights, right? Team fight priority, and even scaling. Because they only had 2 heroes that technically were looking to scale. The rest were looking to just be hard, tanky, beefy boys. And then we come back to Echo, who's like, we don't just want tanky, beefy boys.
And girl.
Because
Ruby.
We wanted utility. And I think, you know, in that sense, it gives them more flexibility and diversity to approach the situation. Unless you're BTR and you're Super Vin, sometimes it just falls into your lap. Does it not? Does it not?
Yeah.
He's at the right place at the right time all the time.
I mean, that shows experience, right? I mean, I think Super Vin can do that because he trusts his team. Because he's like, I don't have to cover for you there. I can flank from behind and then do something to set things up for you guys. So I kind of feel like that's the trust built within Biggestron. So they're like, okay, guys, just don't die. As long as you guys don't die, I'll come to get a good save.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Biggestron showed heart in that game. They were falling behind already from that early, but it seems like they were able to just hold on till the 20th minute. So, you know what? Game 2, it's a reset here. So just a couple of tweaks in their draft, perhaps. I think the series, you might see a game 3.
So honestly, because of this, I do want to ask you guys, were there any problematic heroes that we saw just now?
Eve. Stop giving Sanji Eve. He is way too comfortable on this hero. That's number 1. And second of all, especially when you don't have another form of suppression to stop it, especially if you are going to be the marksman, like you mentioned it before. Yeah. Beatrix, she's super broken, right? Get the Haas Claw, she's essentially going to just 1v5. The only problem is that RWM does not let her get into the fight to free hit.
True. Very good point.
Yeah, maybe I really don't. I really dislike a Fermis going up against a Eve, right?
Oh yeah, that's true as well.
I mean, they picked
Very
up
true.
the Eve first, and then the Fermis. Sure, you have extra sustainability with that call of altar, but head-to-head wise, Eve is gonna win 9 out of 10 times.
So I think I can agree with that. But it's a draft, right? Not every lane can be a winning lane. I just hope that Key doesn't get shafted this time around.
Okay, it's still Key. Do they swap members? No, it's okay.
They didn't swap members.
If you can see their faces, man, you got very good eyesight.
I can see their names.
Look, I got glasses.
I
for a
can't even
reason.
see their names.
Maybe you should consider getting glasses. They're pretty good.
Not gonna lie.
That's a new invention, by the way.
Wow. Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, that was like borderline offensive. Even I felt that.
All right, jumping into the draft. Bigatron betting out Valentina as well as Claude. Looks like Bigatron Alpha is the second pick here, and Echo is the first. And looks like Echo not changing their bands.
Same approach. Oh, they switch sides, right? Bigatron here with the second pick.
because of the order, I'm guessing Echo is first pick.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a fair assumption here. So with Echo being on blue side and then looking at Bigatron going on to the red side, having second pick, it's great for the second phase. And I think that's going to be, yeah, I mean, it's going to be very helpful for them because at least they can respond exactly how they want to against Echo rather than just being like, here are a bunch of questions that you have to answer. Oh no, I've run out of questions to give.
Now the question is, Sanford, does he want a first pick Joy here?
Joy Uranus again is also open. Is it worth to pick it up first pick here? Because last time it was third pick, right? The Uranus. Let's see here.
No, because like
banned out though.
Sanford is just like, yeah, just give me anything. Trust me, it'll be great. But
I'll deliver.
Yeah, Kaja first pick for JP.
Okay. Kaja super early on. This is rather strange, right? You go, I mean, yes, JP played like a very, I would say very flashy in-game number one. Honestly, borderline disrespectful even.
Sometimes helping out Bigatron.
Exactly. So that's why I'm like, okay, sure. What's the play here coming out from Echo, right? BTR, we'll see what the response is. There might be some minor adjustments if there's a good time to actually, if there is a good time to, I was about to say steal away the Eve, but they've already banned it out. So one problem solved.
No, that's why I said they heard you. Don't let Sanji get the Eve.
Sorry, I'm just gonna move this box just a little bit so I can see the bands better. All right, now we see the oh man, the Farmus and as well as the Uranus, and it feels like even though Yves is banned, Bigatron's like, I am you, brother.
Yeah.
They don't care. And a very good pickup as well here with the Uranus, but the Deroth is open.
Here. Oh yeah.
Do they really? There you go, Deroth, and perhaps one good hero. You know what, Sakura Claude here just makes sense.
I mean, if it wasn't banned out, they would have guaranteed locked it in, bro.
You have to move your box as well.
Yeah, I need to move my box.
as well. All right, so
the
so we see the Farsa. Once again, an artillery mage coming in for someone like Sanji is always going to be devastating, but at least it is punishable.
Yeah, you know what? That's
Wait, what?
I was about to say they need some kind of burst. It's kind of bursty.
Easy backline access, and more so, at least the early game is probably going to be a lot better for Bigatron.
Now they got to ban out those very annoying junglers. Yeah, ban out the box, ban out the Fredrin. Because you don't want to get invaded, man.
Or Brody, right, who also is good in that gold lane.
True.
Going up against a Fanny, perhaps one Fredrin, one
I almost want to say
here.
Boxia, man. Right now, Boxia feels more annoying than the Fredrin, but never mind us. We're not good about the game. They're banning out Martis.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so they ban out the Martis. They know that they have like a lot of damage from the two picks from Echo side, the Dairoth as well as Farsa. I kind of get it. If they are going with Gani's idea, they're probably going to ban out the Boxia alongside it. But let's see what Echo does. They get rid of the Franco. Okay, so suppression, same situation again.
I mean, Joy is still open.
Joy is still open.
I mean, Joy Jungle if they want it.
Joy Jungle is a possibility, but Brody, why I feel like Bigatron has an option to let it go is because they have the first pick in that second phase, right? Which perhaps they might pick it up for themselves here. So, yeah, they might commit to another fighter jungler here towards the ban. Fredrin? Or...
it's personal preference, right? Whatever Bigatron decides to ban out, there's got to be a very good reason for it. It's not like, get rid of the flex pick, making sure that it's not awkward for them, and now Echo has to respond.
Ooh, I don't know. What will they ban? Kadita is still open, by the way, guys.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Do they really care about the Kadita? I feel like, yes, you could put Farmus in the support position and then Kadita into the mid, or vice versa. It really depends on how they want to play it. But I feel like Echo, at the end of the day, their composition, especially when you have that Dairoth, like, yes, team fights sound like a good idea, but Dairoth is kind of just there half the time, right? Unless they have a strong 4, which I think is a little bit more important for Echo's side, they're probably looking for some bigger tanks at the very least. Get rid of the Wanwan. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, Wanwan getting banned out, so here, again, I kind of feel like Saken's Beatrix just now is pretty good. Don't know whether they want to lean on that again or just like what Gani said, just pick up the Brody so that the Fanny will have a better time. And again, Brody is still pretty good, legit pretty good. And you kind of don't want to give that again with the Kaja. Because Kaja flickers in, catches anyone, and then like what, 2-3 basic attacks and it's done? I mean, if it's not done, then just torn apart memory.
I guess. I mean, if Bigatron wants to deny it away, that'd be perfectly fine as well. We'll see how this goes. Beatrix once again, yep.
Oh, so they will ignore.
If it ain't broke, man.
If it ain't broke.
The answer to all your problems, just have a lot of money.
Yeah.
If you throw enough cash at it, it probably will disappear.
Yeah.
True.
Advice for you kids.
Advice for the
Study
next
hard,
generation.
work hard, get a lot of money.
All right, let's come back to Echo as they need to finish off their lineup, right? They see the Fanny, and it looks like I don't think it's going to be as oppressive. They can still technically go for the Boxia if they want to. They don't have a lot of peel. There's a lot of damage, a lot of pick-up potential from Echo's side. So it's either they lean into that even more, or they start to diversify. And this is they're actually leaning into it even more.
Whoa. I mean, it makes sense because the lack of CC, which finally they respond with an Atlas, the Karina was picked.
Wow, okay.
But now with an Atlas, it's going to be very interesting.
It's going to be super interesting because Superfin is going to use it. I don't know how to feel about this, so I'm just going over to Mirko and Eterna.
And to us, you are. Wow, all right. What an amazing and surprising last pick there into the Atlas for the side of Bigatron Alpha. And I gotta say, I think it works really well against the competition coming in from Echo, where they picked up something like the Karina, the Dairoth, Kaja, Brody, who are relatively short range.
We've spoken about this, Eterna, literally behind the scenes. We just spoke about why maybe Key was opted in instead of Moreno. The flexibility between these two, Key and Vin. Usually when you see an Atlas pick, it's Key who actually goes on the Atlas and Vin will then go on the Faramis. I don't know if this is going to be the case. We did see earlier that no swaps were there towards the end. So maybe, just maybe, they feel like, you know what, Vin's a roamer, let's keep it that way.
Okay, we'll see. Because if it wasn't Key, that's a power pick. We've seen that all the way since, I don't remember how many seasons ago. And
7.
He's been, like that moment under the turret.
Against Onyx.
Dude, that's still seared into my memory. Trauma.
It was pretty traumatic as everyone who was rooting against Bigatron Alpha at the time.
Of course.
But here, I mean, we gotta take a look at JP, man, because I think, me personally as well, I'm feeling a bit of trauma after game number 1. JP literally just nailed Bigatron Alpha down with those Divine Judgments.
So with that, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. Remember, it's down to a 1-0. If Bigatron can't secure this point for themselves, they're gonna be brought down to the lower bracket. None other by the Orcas. So you can see here with the Karina in the jungle, that's something that we don't see too often. Is it going to work?
We'll have to see. Again, I think this is the first pick that we've ever seen for the Karina in Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Final. So it really comes down to how Zyda plays. And knowing he's very invasive, knowing he's very aggressive in the early game, honestly, this pick synergizes really well with his playstyle. So if he's able to steal a few more camps against Super Ken again and get a massive lead where neutral objectives becomes 100-0 for him, it's all good.
Okay, and looking at the emblems here, looking very interesting. You can see that Zyda on the Karina opted for a little bit more penetration that I thought he might go for boots instead, but I guess he's looking for the damage here.
Yeah, so it's not going to be Karina tank, I believe, unless he wants to just rely on the base damage with some more penetration and even the mage emblem. We'll have to see about that. I do think, however, if he does go for damage, it's going to be very, very good for them. They can burst down almost everyone, even the frontliners. Cerezo doesn't know that Zyda's there. You can see the damage coming down already as Superfan rotates up top. But Echo are first here, and they will surely take the dub in this trade.
Now, though, you can see that Zyda isn't playing the Karina like he played on the Baxia. He's a little bit more non-aggressive. It looks like he's more focused on picks rather than... Oh, JP! Forcing a flicker right before the turtle. That's a really good resource there, taken out by Bigatron Alpha.
Oh, Sanford with a bit of a misplay though. Now Cerezo with a flicker forward. Coming down, still stunned up. Key trying to splash a bit more damage with Superfan. Now comes to the back. Sanford still able to dash out. Sanji with a feather airstrike. Well played. Echo got out of that sticky situation with their mechanics.
How is that possible? 0-0 still in the first 3 minutes of the game, and none of them have even collapsed on the turtle. That's still the last thing on their minds. You can see that both of these teams, they're really focused on getting these picks, especially on those side lanes. But up to this point, both of them have read each other quite well.
Echo have still been a bit more aggressive though, and just as I say it, literally, they just do it. They are more aggressive. They know how to read Superfan. And now without a roamer, now even with Zyda having a level lead, but Supercan now jumping back inside with the cables. JP, half HP, doesn't have the Divine Judgment. Supercan with a lot of damage coming down. Cerezo acting as the front line. But the airstrike coming down now onto Cerezo, soaking up that damage, has the Consecration, has yet to pop it off. And it's going to be the turtle dance this time. Bigatron still holding on to it.
Vin's back though. Vin's back with the Fatal Links as well, so they can't go in for a, I would say, unthinking protrusion into that turtle, and so they don't, right? Super Vin's presence alone is enough to stave off Echo there, but that was almost a good play for Echo. Meanwhile, on the top side, you know, Cerezo being able to get a little bit of an advantage in that lane, especially with how fast Super Ken is on the Fanny. The fact that he's able to mobilize onto the top lane, to the bottom lane, give a little bit more pressure here and there. Certainly what we saw from game number 1 with Echo holding most of the map pressure, we were really not going to see that here in game number 2.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha definitely adjusting towards what Echo were able to bring in game number 1. But it still stays true though. Echo, they're a team who likes going for these neutral objective skirmishes even while behind, back at M4. With this lineup, it does seem like they're a bit more calculated, right? Not going for the neutral objective contest early on, understanding that they do not have as much pressure early, so they're waiting for that power spike. And when it hits in the mid-game, the Brody and the Forrester, heck, even the Karina and the Dyra, the whole comp, it's a mid-game power spike comp.
But I like what Gideon mentioned during the draft.
What did he mention?
He was like, Sanji is given a high artillery mage with a lot of damage, but this time, because it's not on the Eve, it's on the Farsa, that allows and gives a little bit of space for Bigatron Alpha to punish. And we see that, right? Sanji opens up that feather airstrike. You can finally see the dive coming in through. Maybe Cerezo was one of the things that we saw on the top side, and that alone is enough to prevent that damage from going through. So it really depends on how these teams are. Oh my god, well, not like that!
Oh, maybe like that. Zyda, follows through. Buys a Starlium site now, but hey man, I don't know. I say something, it happens. You say something, it happens. Maybe we should stop saying things.
It's not a curse though, because I was saying good things about...
We're blessing, yeah, technically?
Well, I guess it depends.
I mean, if you're an Echo fan, that was definitely a curse. You don't want Sanji to be picked up like that.
I didn't mean it like that.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine. But the Echo fans will take it that way.
No, you won't.
All right, you love Yaoi, so it's all good.
They need to check this thing that I just uploaded, right? It's on the back of my phone, but back into the game here. 5 minutes, 6 minutes has elapsed. Already a hugely different picture that we saw in game number 1. It's a new drawing coming in from Bigatron Alpha. Already with a 400 gold lead, it's kind of going back and forth at this point, but this time around, we don't see outplay popping off too much from that early game, right? We don't see that snowball, and you can see Bigatron Alpha now already setting up for the next neutral objective. All the resources are up. The one thing that we need to highlight is the fact that both Zyda and Super Ken are on the same level, but even so, Echo, they're not going to commit.
Calculation. Remember what we mentioned earlier. This Echo isn't the Echo we know from M4 and MPL Peach Season 11. It is an Echo that is a bit more calculative in the way they take these team fights. Bigatron Alpha, though, if you want to play systematically, if you do not utilize that chaos, Bigatron Alpha are the systematic team. They understand how to utilize early game leads, neutral objective takes, and play it very disciplined and slow. And that's what we were seeing here with the lack of team fights. Oh, there you go, JP! He wants team fights! He wants to get in!
And that's a lot of damage put onto him. And so that's going to be a good pick there for Echo on Cerezo. But once again, look at Bigatron just trading back in advantage to them as SuperCat! No way! He gets outplayed in a 2v1 against Zaida as well as Sanji. So now that is a good trade back for Echo, 2 for 2.
See? Make it chaotic. That's the Echo Express. That's how you play the game for Echo. That's their signature style.
Their oomph. The oomph.
Even from the items you can see the
Yeah.
We kind of said it, Zaida will go damage. Yes, full damage. No longer tank Karina. The boring Karina is no longer.
I mean, we don't know yet.
No.
Right?
Please
We
don't.
only see the Starlium side so far. So she might go for hybrid later on, build a little bit of more defense. Or, you know, like you guys keep saying, you know, the best defense is a good offense. So full damage.
Exactly, man. Exactly. That's what I've been saying in my streams as well. Just go full damage, fight it out, and don't be a nerd.
But what if you're behind like this? Oh, Echo in the bottom lane.
Oh, torn apart memory. Cerezo still surviving now. Full on engage. SuperVin with a good, perfect match on the JP. Cerezo jumping in. SuperVin! Oh no! He goes for the fatal ace, but it's onto the air. JP still falling. SuperCat picks that kill up. Bigatron Alpha still holding on to the lead. Nobody saw that. It's fine.
It's fine. No one saw that.
No one saw
that. Okay, now you guys can look back at the screen, right? Because that was so unfortunate for Echo. They went in for a pick, should have worked out, but how Bigatron Alpha worked was they were able to counter-engage so well and actually take JP down in the process. So he's not going to be around just yet. Okay, well, now he's up. And both of these teams, they're looking and eyeing for the next prize, which is definitely this Lord. So Rizzo already there, trying to bait out Echo, trying to give information for his team as well. And there you go, Zaida, Holy Crystal, damage!
I love Zaida. You know, you mentioned Zaida, he's good, but he's no Carl Teasy. Yeah, he's not Carl Teasy. He goes full damage this time around.
Say that.
Someone clip it, play it, or it was in group stage, somewhere in Echo game, all right? So with the Holy Crystal, though, we saw the burst to SuperCat without the Holy Crystal.
Yeah.
Now with the Holy Crystal, these members, if they are ever caught low, the team's gonna get wiped.
Here we go, JP already concealed play.
Perfect match, though, to cancel it out. Still the Divine Judgment coming through, but SuperVin is able to take it out. No Divine Judgment. SuperCat is online now with no lockdown. Only the Brody, the reliable source of that CC, single target.
Yeah, they're resetting once again here as well. You can see SuperVin not going to be able to utilize it so far, but what is able to be utilized is the fact that SuperCat in that top lane can go in for the push onto these waves. And I think wave management is one of the huge themes coming in from both of these teams because of the way that they play. They don't exactly go for that strong engage, but I might be wrong. SuperVin already going for a pick. He doesn't find it.
No, but he did exactly what he wanted to do. Oh, he just...
We didn't see it
Nobody
again.
saw that. No, Vin, my goodness, another one. Outplayed! Wow! I thought it was just the Benny special. Turns out it's every gold laner who plays for Echo. Ken gets out Echo with 1 kill to trade for that Lord.
Oh man. We went blind twice.
Yeah, that was it was blinding because Echo were able to sidestep away from everything.
Yeah, I agree. If you want to be optimistic about it, but here it is. Echo, they unfortunately aren't able to get that Lord, so it is still going to be pushing there in that top side. And meanwhile, they are looking for trades elsewhere, but Bigatron Alpha really quick for the read. And the cool thing about the Karina is that we haven't seen the Karina too often, even though that she's technically a counter towards MMs, like basic attack MMs. So let's say Bigatron Alpha, Saken, deals a lot of damage. That's Zaida being able to push through all of it, no?
Yeah, it's going to be actually really hard to get through to the Karina, but if you are a marksman, if you are Saken. But the thing is, there's so much ability damage coming in from Bigatron Alpha. Whoa, the Divine Judgment only on the SuperVin though. Still able to escape here. Again, back to the point, so much ability damage. Pyramis, even the Bennett coming down with the Bennett's Rage, that is an ability. Even the ultimate, I think that you cannot actually immune from that with the Karina. So Bigatron Alpha have kind of drafted in a way where the Karina can only evade from Saken.
All right, we'll see. Feather Airstrike already opened up. You can see the damage. They're just using it to be able to clear so far, because if we're looking at the map, it's definitely red this time around. A completely different story than what we saw in game number 1. It really all depends on JP here. Honestly, he needs to find a good pickoff.
Really tough this game, right? There's so many frontliners. Good dodge away from the perfect match. JP looking for the Divine Judgment, but Cerezo's kind of baiting it as well. Conceal. Super Vin, back into the bush, bush control. Bigatron Alpha picks up the tier 2 up in the mid lane, and it's all tier 2s taken out.
Wait, look at Zyda. He's been there for so long. I don't think Bigatron know where they are right now.
No?
He's looking for a pick.
He's looking for Saken.
He
spots him again.
Super again?
Oh, Zyda!
Oh my
Zyda!
God!
Zyda! Oh, Zyda gets out. Zyda gets out. 3 calls. And it's almost as if nobody was there.
Nope. They'll never know.
Echo are usually loud, but in that case, they were just proud.
And quiet.
Yeah.
Did I ruin it? Sorry.
I mean, it was supposed to be a play on their name, but
I know,
sorry,
but
Turna.
It's okay, it's okay. I mean, right now, Bigatron Alpha, healthy lead, 3,000 here in the 12th minute of the game. Quite curious as to how the items are shaping up, but it might have to wait here as the Lord already spawning here in the Land of Dawn. You can see Super Vin already looking for a pick. The only person that can evade is Sanji with that Purify. But with that Feather Airstrike opened up really early. Interesting.
Yeah, that was an opener Feathered Airstrike. I think he's relying on getting the cooldowns here. Sanford knows where Supercan is. The whole team knows where he is. JP has the flicker. Conceal, popped it. Oh, JP! Beautiful! Lead done. Now Echo have the lead. Bigatron Alpha, they can't even contest this.
I think they want to, though. Look at this. Key conceal plays. They're going to go for the fatal links.
On the JP, Bennett's coming out with an airstrike on the back. Sanji instantly cancels it out right now with 2 members knocked up by the Lord. They're going to go inside up, picks up the Lord. 1, 4, 2. Sanji in the midst of it all, Saken getting him down. Super Vin running him down. Perfect match connecting. Cerezo with a flicker forward. Outplayed. Now going to be brought back to the team. 4 for 1.
What is Shadow Stampede coming out from a Bigatron Alpha? That's 4 members taken down for the price of 1. A Lord as well for Echo. But it looks like Bigatron Alpha with a healthy 5. They're going to look to end.
Zyda now jumping it. Oh my goodness, almost does it. But Bigatron Alpha equalize in game number 2. 1-1.
1-1. A GGWP by the Red Robots. Cold, calculated, and sublime coming in from them as well, forcing Echo a game number 3. And that's just how we want it, right? We want it to be this competitive. You can hear everyone roaring at the stage as well. This is the passion. This is the level of Mobile Legends that we woke up for.
Oh man. This now is back to a best of 1.
Yes, let's see what the analysts have to say about that game.
Well, first of all, we just got to address the Biga Troopers are very happy right now. And again, we got to give credit where credit is due, because Echo has been able to avoid all of those fatal links.
Yes, they
by
have been.
not dodging it.
By not dodging it. I mean, those were one of those... Look, even though Echo was able to not dodge it, the moment it lands, that 4v5 at the very end by the Biga Troopers, oh my goodness. Saken, he was like, it's time. I finally get to play the game.
Yeah, dude, you know what? I kind of feel like at that point when Supercat is just like, yeah, I'm the bait. You guys want me, don't you? Now, let's look at this. Relatively, it's a very low score kill game. Like 5 kills, 7 kills, so it's all about the macro.
It really is. I mean, the high mobility coming out from Bigatron allowed them to get a couple of early turrets, but then afterwards, like Echo, they're just looking for those pickoffs.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the composition from Echo, why they struggle here is JP. I feel like, okay, sure, he got 4 assists, but then again, his Kaja doesn't seem invasive. Very passive Kaja, and which allows Bigatron, again, utilize their mobility to gain more map control.
I mean, it's not only just that, right? Like, look at Sanford. The fact that he's taking lethal ignition on that Dyrov, he's like, I want to win this lane, and I want to win it really hard. But Cerezo's like, I'm Uranus, bro. I don't ever lose.
Because of this kind of things, even as an analyst, I say there's no absolute in any kind of thing. Because everyone says, and it is true, that Dyrov is the counter to Uranus. Dyrov is the counter to Esmeralda. Dyrov is a counter to a lot of those bruiser-type heroes. But still, if you're just good enough, kind of doesn't matter. And it kind of did show here. So it does seem like Echo, in this particular series, they seem to be a little bit slow in terms of like, guys, what are we supposed to do? Because I don't see a lot of proactive plays from JP as well.
I mean, when you want to be proactive, you have to know when the counter engage is coming up for BTR, right? And that's the big problem with Atlas. You never know when Supervin, I mean, we saw in game number 1, Supervin comes up from very awkward positions and catches people off guard. It helps that he's on Atlas, who can hop over walls to make those angles even tighter. So it was Fatal Links that they were most worried about, and that's what got them at the very end.
Yeah, a very good mind game there for the side of Supervin with that Atlas as well. But MVP, it's gotta fall to the hands of Faramis.
Okay,
here's Alter.
After this, during the break, I need to test it out. What does favorite do for Faramis, you know?
So far, it's been doing a lot of good for Key because he has been making sure that even when he goes into these fights, he minimizes the amount of potential damage that Echo is applying onto the team, right? A 4v5 is never going to be easy. A 3v5, guaranteed loss in a particular team fight. So it's great that Key is able to kind of help disengage the team, or sometimes when they want to go even further, that's when they can really start pushing themselves in.
I mean, Key in this game was just everywhere, right? Helping the team out on the very tightest moment as well. And this is where the final engage happens, I believe. JP caught it was 4v4, and there you go, the call Alter there was just really done. And the Shadow Stampede towards that end as well was made, was why Bigatron Alpha was able to just crack their base open wide.
Actually, looking at that fight, I think it's very easy to say that communication was the MVP. Wanna know why? Because communication is key.
It really was. It really was. And looking at this, how these machine-like players, they're not bots anymore. They're a hive mind. They know exactly what they want to do. And with the shot calls that have been thrown out in this game, these are very high-stakes, high-pressure moments that they're able to overcome against Echo.
Oh, what would I do to see Merkel and Cherna's face just now? Were they cringing? Really wondering. All right, well, we can ask them later. But yeah, now it's a best of one because now we see a lot going on. Now the question is, both teams are able to do roster swaps here, right? Player swaps. I'm interested to see if JP is gonna get subbed out by Yaoi or anything, you know?
Do I think it is more of the compositional problem or a player problem? I feel like it's more of a compositional issue at this point of time, right? Because when you're thinking about it, oh yeah, I'm just going to latch on to one person, I'm going to pull him back in. You have plenty of combo, you have plenty of damage with the Dyrothan as well as the Farsa. But then you look at your opponent's side, the counter engage, the safety precautions and safety measures that they have in place. Maybe we're expecting to see, at least instead of going for that Kaja, turn it into a Kufra, look to be the aggressors rather than playing a little bit more passively than usual.
Yeah, I do see both of your points here, right? I mean, in game 2, JP wasn't really extracting what the Kaja could do. But then again, if they really want to commit with JP, I feel like they should just, you know what? Don't worry, JP should just play. Very tough. The thing is, though, Bigatron Alpha, will they swap out Moreno now with Key? But then again, Key got MVP, so you know what? I think we will stick with the same 10 rosters here. Game 3, adjustment-wise, Uranus here. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1, Echo got it, they won. Game 2, Bigatron got it, they won. Will they contest again, or will they just, you know what? Uranus too much, ban it out in the first phase.
I feel like if I was in Echo's position, the amount of flexibility that they try to position themselves in the first half of the draft is a little difficult. Like Arlet, why is Arlet not even a consideration?
Look, I really feel because of the Uranus, they're just like, yeah, let's just counter. And if you have the counter and it doesn't work out, doesn't work out. But if you guys want to work out, you guys need a lot of energy. Make sure you guys get Monster Energy, unleash the beast, because with more energy, there's more that can be done. And both teams need a lot to get done. So thank you very much, Monster Energy, for sponsoring the event. Now, talking about it, again, okay, fine. We talked about the players. Should they swap it? Should they not? We'll see it a bit later. In terms of the heroes, I do agree with your point. I kind of feel like at this point, ban out the Uranus. Don't give that advantage to either side.
I feel that yes,
and no.
And no, because again,
Dyrov couldn't do it.
I mean, to be fair, it's because Uranus is real. His numbers are really inflated at this point in time, and especially with the new emblem system, it makes it even better. Look at that stage, though,
dude. Monster Energy for the win.
Monster Energy. But yes, I do think it's more of a compositional problem more than anything else, right? You are streamlining yourself. It's like saying the Samsung Galaxy is only good at one thing. That is not true. It is extremely flexible, and that's what you need in this game. I think for that first half of the draft, start positioning yourself flexible because you know Bigatron, they want a team fight, right? So why does Echo just want to streamline themselves to just playing pickoffs?
I do see your point here. I feel like Echo, again, I don't see the proactiveness from the side of Echo in game 2, which perhaps we should see from Kaja, from JP. So I think JP needs to be more, do the gambling play, do the ballsy move with the Kaja if they do want to commit to another Kaja. Any hero that JP plays, he needs to be the
aggressor,
be
the proactive.
Take the risk.
I mean, it is risky at the end of the day, and I understand where he's coming from because you don't want to get that counter. You don't want to be the linchpin like game number 1, pulling the wrong person. Oh no, they're all coming at us, and then the big turnaround after having a 4K gold lead in game number 1.
Here's the thing. I feel all of these points is going to be good because we're going to see a video of Bigatron Alpha for us to get a little bit more idea about what's going on as well.
I don't know anything.
This one.
What?
Myself.
Because when tournament I wrong ban the hero.
Dia enggak. Oh ini sering nge-lag dia nih. Ini nih. Sulit. Always late bang. Sulit to ready. Throw game. This always throw. Win. You throw man. Yesterday. Ini aja deh gue pukulin lah. Udah amat. Yang suka main sih. Oh ini ya. Ini deh pukulin aja. We just follow.
No, I don't know.
Ini nih. Ini girlfriend. No left. Oh, this too.
I don't know anything.
What surrender? Oh, ini. Nah, this always surrender, people. If I so many die, I want for surrender. Let's go, you for surrender.
First is that I can more focus on the game itself. Second, it's the cheers from the crowds. It really hypes me up and makes me motivated to play my best game.
I really like play on stage because all my negativity is gone on the stage.
The audience, and like whenever there's clash and the favorite team wins, like they're so hyped.
Dengan turnamen offline mungkin ada penontonnya, jadi kayak lebih seru aja gitu kayak mainnya, terus bisa bacotin lawan juga. Jadi kayak lebih seru aja lah, kayak nyata gitu lawannya di depan.
Atmosfernya lebih dapat aja sih, karena kan kita bisa lihat musuhnya secara langsung. Terus juga ada penonton yang nyemangatin kita, yaitu mental boost buat kita juga lah.
I used to say that my performance is better online, but now I think offline is much better because of the communication wise.
Lebih suka turnamen offline sih, karena dari hype-nya itu, terus apalagi kalau main offline kan biasanya ada penonton, jadi teriakan-teriakan penonton itu bisa buat memicu adrenalin juga lah, biar makin semangat kayak gitu.
Playing online has no pressure. I mean, you can play whatever game you want, but on stage with many crowds, I think you can be more pressure, and then you'll be scared to make more mistakes like that.
I'm very excited if I play offline because I have a boost my energy. It's getting fun if play offline.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish the push to the limit and work.
So it looks like the players love the crowd, and I personally like them hitting themselves when even Dame is like, okay, yeah, guys, my bad. It's like, one of the one that I remember was something like, who is the most likely to throw the game? It's like, yeah, it's me. It's me.
It's definitely. I mean, everybody has their own kind of way to kind of think about things, but I just love the fact that Saga is just like, I don't have life. I don't do anything else. I just play video games all day. Just MLBB. That's all I'm made for.
Very entertaining video indeed. Oh my God, that was I like those type of
One day
video.
maybe we could do it.
Yeah,
there's an idea there.
There's a content idea
There's
right
a content idea
there. But let's reel it back a little bit, because so far I'm noticing a trend that in the draft itself, I think it's not like it came down to like 1 or 2 moments. Half the time it's just whether you're on blue side or red side that really makes the difference in these matches.
You know what? You're right. So in this series, who got the 100% win rate? Blue or red?
It is currently
red.
Currently, it will be red side as of right now.
Wow.
As of right now in this match. And I think, that's a very key point here, because again, when you are looking for those first picks, you are looking for opportunities to ask your opponent the question. Man, Uranus, he is quite the problem so far.
But I also have to say, they got to be very careful, because the first pick so far, you got to be careful on your first pick. Because so far today, we've seen some mistakes being happen when you have the first pick, like, because you're talking about not to be too narrow-minded in the way streamlined, because
vision.
I kind of feel like picking up the Kaja as a first pick, honestly, Kaja is like an anchor for your draft. Everything has to center around the Kaja now, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like that's a big mistake.
Yeah, it's literally a flagpole. It's saying like, I want to play a pick-off composition, and you're just hoisting up that flag for everybody to see. I do think that maybe we might see some adjustments from Echo side. We know that they're more flexible in comparison to BTR, but then the big questions start to come in. What do they release? If you ban out the Uranus, does that mean maybe the Claude or even the Valentina might just slip through the draft?
Maybe, right? Because it has been a lot of varieties has come out as well, and we saw that that particular game, Kadita was not banned nor picked, where we usually saw Kadita banned in that first phase, if I'm not mistaken.
Usually. But even then, it's still a tough matchup. At the end of the day, it comes down to what the teams have been scrimming, and I feel like with JP right now, Echo has a very clear idea of what they want, but is that going to win them this final match?
So looking at Series 1 and Series 2, I would say Series 1 is quite the snowball, just because Echo could control the jungle. In Series number 2, the fact that they could not do much in the jungle and Super Ken was able to go wild with his Fanny, I kind of feel like that's a big difference. So one of the other big differences here is jungle control. If Super Ken has space, it's going to be looking very good for BTR. But if he's already having a very losing matchup in the jungle, then it's going to be looking really bad. So Uranus, sure, we talked about it, but the jungle is going to be super key as well. And now BTR, they're the one picking up the Kaja. And you were talking about Kadita, and instantly Echo picks up the Kadita.
Come on. I mean, this one, it's got to be Uranus here, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be Uranus for Echo, right?
Why not 100% in this series? Again, very typical, very meta. Sanford really likes the hero as well. Why not the Uranus? Now, with the Kadita though, still a question. Will it fall to the mid side or the roam? Bigatron though, the Kaja first pick. Now they're saying, hey yo, I want to play the pickup game.
Hey yo, hey yo, JP, hey yo, JP, can you only play Kaja? Let's see what the reply is going to be, because now Paquito gets to go through, and this is I love this flex pick, right?
Yeah.
Fredrin, I think is a little boring. At least with Paquito, there's a little bit more give and take here.
Honestly, like, even as an EXP laner, it's really strong because the fact that the second skill now, Jab, damages the minion as well, makes your clear speed super fast. So, with the Kadita, with the Paquito, if they put Paquito in the EXP and maybe a Baxia in the jungle, the rotation speed coming in from Echo is going to be way too much that BTR may not be able to respond.
I don't know. Uranus is still up because at the end of the day, if you have a big bulky tank that just literally plants his feet down, stands in front of the wave, he can just take it. Fanny is going to slip through their fingers again. Uranus is going to slip through their fingers again. So BTR, they're setting themselves up for success.
Should the Hilda be shown here?
Hilda or Carry here? Is Carry a good pick? Going up against Kaja and Uranus, it will melt the tanky units. I don't know. I don't know about the Hilda though.
No, based on Red Giants going up against Onyx, we see how strong the Hilda can be because a lot of people tried to kill off the Hilda. It did not work out. Look at Fanny as well as Uranus. I don't think that they can kill the or punish the Hilda early on.
I agree with that. I totally agree with you. But this also comes down to the big question of what the side lanes are going to be. Because in that previous matchup, they had side lanes that could not push out. They could not win their 1v1s. So immediately, you can see that the side lanes rotate with the Hilda to kind of cover her when the situation starts to get dire. I think this Franco is a much better pick because at least you can slow down the buffs. You can really start forcing out motions from your opponent early from a safe distance rather than putting yourself at constant risk.
And to add to that, right, with this Franco pick, it adds a sure single lock towards the Fanny who will deal damage towards the backside here. So to protect your marksman later on, to protect outplayed, it does just make sense here. Second phase, Echo. I think they will ban the mages here, right? Seeing that BTR here, so perhaps a Barca Eve ban here. There you go.
Good bans so far. Now it's all about taking out the scaling, right? Because so far, it's like, yeah, you kind of scale, but you still need the damage at the end of the day for the side of Bigatron.
So for now, both teams have Suppress, and when Suppress is there, Carry and Brody will have a very good time. Darov gets banned out, thinking that this Paquito most likely will go to the jungle, or just forcing this Paquito, making sure that it goes to the EXP. So now, what other thing do they want to ban out? Do they want to ban out the Fredrin, or are you looking for a particular marksman that they don't want to give out? Maybe a Brody, because so far, Outplay has been using Brody twice. Don't think it's that big of a problem, but you know, just putting it out there.
I think that the only reason why you would get rid of the Brody is because, yes, at least you have a secondary way to lock down the Fanny for a short period of time, but also because with the torn apart memories and with the way that we're expecting Echo to play, it's all about pickoffs, it's all about quick bursts, in and out, guerrilla tactics, get the kill, and you're out, profit. That's the overall game plan, and Brody definitely works in their favor.
Oh, Baxia, I like it. I like the Baxia ban, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the rotation, right?
So that means that Bigatron is like, we want this early game to go smooth, like really, really smooth.
It does make sense. We saw the head-to-head Fanny and Baxia, and there you go, the Brody. So it will be a Brody three-peat force out of outplayed. What will Bigatron choose here? A good mage, perhaps?
I mean, they're just going to lock in the Farmus once more, right?
Again?
Farmus banned.
Oh, it's already banned out. Oh, yes, from Echo's side. I was looking at Bigatron once more, hoping that they would just lock it in straight off the bat. But now, with that being said, right, at least now, where do they find that damage? They don't have access to Farsight. They don't have access to Eve. They could just go, I mean...
Wait. What about Florin mid? It's kind of crazy, but, you know, with Uranus, how, like, imagine how annoying it could be, right?
What about Lilia? Does Lilia work? No, it's Novaria.
Yeah, I think Novaria was going to be a safer pick, because if they go for Lilia, Kadita just one-shot, so you can't do much about that. Oh, Ling for the side of Echo.
Ooh.
Assassin going up against Assassin. You know what? This might be a high-octane match, so I'm just going to pass it over to Mirko and Eterna.
Hi.
Thank you for passing it over to us, Lafel.
Wow.
Wow, great.
We love you, LaFell, especially
do.
for that key joke. I've been making that joke from Season 7,
No.
and I've been the only one making
1
that
out of
joke
0.
in MPL ID, so thank you, LaFell. I
mean,
appreciate
1 out of
it.
10. 1 out of 10.
See, you see, this is the response I usually get. But anyways, if you rate my jokes 1 out of 10, what would you rate the drafts?
50-50.
Okay.
50-50. Because initially I was like, okay, Bigatron, got it. I'm like, no, wait, Echo, wait, no, whoa. But yeah, it was so 50-50 that at the end, it feels like a skill matchup. Both of these compositions have answers to one another, and this is looking like a great game number 3.
I agree. I think if there was a game number 3 for a matchup like this, Bigatron Alpha versus Echo, we deserve a 50-50 draft. We deserve to just let the players go all out. And I think both coaches, shout out to Aldo and Trevor, for giving us an amazing draft for both of the teams, because now if you lose, it's a skill issue.
You're right, so we'll see. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to a best of 1. Echo, once again from the Philippines, going against the Red Robots in Bigatron. We'll see exactly how this final game pans out as we enter the Land of Dawn.
Zyda starting on the orange buff here, trying to, well, I would say respect the orange buff steal that can come through a Fanny. JP, though, this time you can see no one actually expects this. Oh, the orange was went to the bush, but he still didn't realize it. JP, finally now visible, has to walk behind. Oh, grabs the orange buff. Cheeky little play going on. He gets chunked quite low, so Rizzo comes into cover, and Super Ken, this is going to delay his farming by a lot.
Yeah, that bought him a lot of time for the Ling to be able to do his thing, and you can even see that he is in a little bit of a lead so far. Looking at the emblems, though, very aggressive here by Zyda, going in for the Assassin emblem.
Very aggressive, right? I mean, going for the killing spree is a must. Well, technically not a must. We've seen quantum charges. Heck, we've even seen lethal ignition from Sutsujin on the Ling. So at this point, emblems are very flexible. And I really like the fact that Zyda went for the killing spree here. Understanding that in this game, Outplayed actually went for quantum charge instead of the killing spree for the Brody. So the main guy who's going to be assassinating in the back is Zyda. Killing spree grants you so much movement speed, so much more pressure when you get those kills.
And on top of that, like literally everyone went agility. So we're expecting a really fast-paced game, but we need to talk back onto the composition that they brought, right? Because a lot of the side of Echo, they have a lot of pick-off potential, but they are going to heavily rely on that level 4, so you can even see that the Kadita is going to roam to that bottom side to get that up. Meanwhile, Sanford and Zyda already very quick on their toes, looking for that next neutral objective.
Well, knockout strike coming down to Rizzo. Forced to run away now. Beautiful first neutral objective secured by Echo. But on the top side, you can see the pressure placed down onto Outplayed with Saken popping into the Bruce Passion. Even Super Ken, ooh, dodging away from the hook. Might go for a dive, but understanding Outplayed has that second skill, he will respect it. Outplayed does get chunked, however, and this is going to be a lot of pressure that is relieved off of that lane for Saken.
Oh, but not for him. Here's Supervin. He's going to be comboed out. That's definitely a kill onto that member. Meanwhile, Super Ken.
Whoa. Very aggressive. This is a bit too aggressive. Gets caught in the breath of the ocean. Wow, Echo. He definitely didn't expect Sanford running all the way from XP to the top lane.
That's pressure there. That's punishment coming in from Echo. Their 2 members already taken out from the side of Bigatron Alpha, going to push that lead to 1,000 here in the first 3 minutes of the game. And this is it. This is the give and take that we were talking about. The fact that both of these teams have a lot of similarities to their composition, and the fact that the Ling really answered a lot of the problems that Bigatron Alpha had for them, right? They were banking on Key to deal that damage from the backline, so as well as Saken. But with the Ling being able to dive into the backline, what's to stop Zyda from really popping off? Supervin, but he got caught out earlier on.
Here though, Super Ken going up against Sanford, getting a few good jabs. Zyda's looking for the kill right now as Super Ken is able to get out with the cable. So Rizzo chasing Sanford down, looking for a punish, but Sanford's a bit too slick with it. Just jumps around, gets out. JP caught in the Divine Judgment, Bennett's Rage, and even the Astral Sphere. Not enough though. JP flickers out to safety.
I wonder if we're going to get stats on hooks this game. Because we got it during the challenge season. I hope we're going to get it as well. Because I'd really like to see how many times JP lands his hook. What is his impact in the game so far? But now with Sanji already picking up that Clock of Destiny, starting to scale, needs that second item as soon as possible to be able to maximize on that pickup potential. But meanwhile here, Bigatron already first on the turtle. And that's why I love the Paquito so much, right? If Super Ken gets mispositioned just a little bit, Sanford's going to be there to burst him out. But with 3 versus 4, let's see who gets the turtle.
Well, JP's walking up now. Super Ken still waiting in the bush, jumping on the Sanji right now, but he finds, oh, he doesn't. So Rizzo is able to escape from that. No Petrify used up just yet. Retribution battle coming through. The bloody hunt locks him down. Beautiful secure by Zyda as Super Ken's now caught. Able to escape for a bit. Astral Echo revealing all of them now. Super Ken coming back. Astral Sphere connecting onto the back, and now it's a Flicker Divine Judgment to bring Sanford back. Sanford, though, is still able to escape. Not for long! Rizzo spins his way to another kill.
Oh my god! Mirko actually spun! I'm so sad that nobody saw it. But yeah, that's a 2v1. No, that's a 2v1 because Bigatron Alpha. Oh, wait a minute, Zyda! Is really gonna go for this? This is very aggressive. At least there's no lockdown there in the bottom lane, is what I meant. Echo lost 2 members, but they got the turtle. All right, so that's a little bit of trade going on here. Zyda already caught very low here with the damage coming in from Sorizo. Meanwhile, you can see that they want to be able to punish Key in this mid lane, but the hook doesn't connect onto Supervin as well.
Oh, he spots 2 members as well there, Key. Now with the Astral Echo, 3 members spotted out around that top lane.
Oh.
Beautiful bloody hunt there to stop any sort of engage, and Supervin gets caught. That should be a kill over to Outplayed with the torn apart memory. And Echo, once again, take back the gold lead.
With how many resources that was spent on that pickoff, if he didn't die, that would have been really unfortunate. But look at this, once again, Uranus just being Uranus, doing Uranus things, already has that dominance eyes on him as well to help him out in that lane against the Paquito. But otherwise, it's still all fun and games for him, still being able to cut.
Stop talking about Uranus. Stop complimenting Uranus. Gideon hates that.
Why?
Gideon hates Uranus.
But it's a curse.
Oh, okay, continue.
If it works that way. Really depends. But yeah, back on this again. What differences do we see that is big for the gold laners here? I was quite curious. I thought that Outplayed would have gotten a little bit more of a lead, but it turns out they're all equals. But Saken picks up that BOD.
Oh, Divine Judgment, even though Outplayed flickered out of it. Bigatron Alpha are still able to find the Divine Judgment. And now the gold lead is back again towards the red robots. Vin starts off the turtle. Saken's there to help go through with it. Meanwhile, Super Ken's down below, though. Echo want to go for it. Iron Hook only onto the turtle. They're going to go try to burst this down. Super Ken was given information. Now he's rotating over, but Zyda picks it up now to Petrify. Connects in a bloody hunt to lock Super Ken down. Super Vin in the midst of it all. Sanford looking for one more punch. Saken able to dodge away from the Iron Hook. And Super Vin gets out of Zyda's catch. Still able to pinch Poise away. So Rizzo now chasing JP down. Saken trying to help. Outplayed in the bush, waiting for an ambush. Echo takes back the gold lead again.
With a huge advantage as well, taking Super Ken down, and oh my god, JP with the hook. Unfortunately, it does land to Sorizo of all players, so they're not going to commit onto that just yet. The question was, with them centering around that that turtle earlier on, with 3 levels that Zyda has in comparison to Super Ken, why is it that Bigatron Alpha keep committing onto this?
Yeah, that was a very weird move, and that's why you could see Echo. Again, this calculative Echo, they understood exactly how to punish Bigatron Alpha. They were kind of confused themselves, I think. Echo were like, wait, Zyda has a level lead, he has a purple buff, Super Ken is down 3 levels and doesn't have the purple buff at that moment now. Supervin going to be caught in the breath of the ocean. Sanji looking for the rough ways, but Supervin, he finds the Divine Judgment now onto Sanji, and he gets bursted down. Meanwhile, Saken caught in the midst of a team fight. Zyda buys the Windtalker, simultaneously picking up a double kill. 2 for 1, Bigatron Alpha on the back foot.
And you can see Echo looking for more to push and propel them forward. That turret is going to fall in that mid lane. Meanwhile, Super Ken looking for a kill. He doesn't even get it onto JP. And it looks like Bigatron Alpha, they're not able to find anything in return. Echo with a 1,500 gold lead in this 9th minute of the game. They're already able to get another turret in that bottom lane, looking for one in the top side, but here we go, a 2v2.
Oh, knocked up there. Time of the Blades used up. Zyda picking up 2. Gets out. No purple buff on both of these junglers. Lord coming back up. Not a risk that both teams are willing to take to fully commit onto that team fight. But JP Take a look at that. Early immortality. Wants to just flicker forward to get a bloody hunt, and then he will just take the sacrifice. He'll just die. Whatever. I have the immortality, bro.
Yeah, Salji. Oh no!
Sanji! With a rough wave, Super Ken is down right when the Lord spawns in, and now it's all Echo. Bigatron can no longer contest.
They can't. All they can do is open up the map and hope for a miracle, but it looks like they're gonna go ahead and contest this.
Bloody Hunt coming down, Astral Echo as well. Saida, perfect retribution. Sakan able to dash away, but Echo, they have now completely grasped onto the gold lead.
I don't even know what to say about Sanji now. Right? How
so good. He's just
on
too good.
earth do you take down Super Ken on a Fanny on the Kadita with that one combo? It's just not supposed to work like that. Sanji broke the game in that sense, and Bigatron Alpha, they're looking for scraps. Super Ken unable to get that. And now he's so far behind. Zaida already level 15, Super Ken level 12. Again, this is not the story that we are used to for Bigatron Alpha. Whenever BTR play, it's always Super Ken with 2-3 levels ahead of the enemy jungler. But somehow Echo are able to really punish Super Ken and out-rotate Bigatron Alpha. And this is what we get in return.
It's through that chaos, and even up top again, Super Ken almost gets taken out by another ambush, a 2v1. Turrets, tier 2s falling across the board, bottom and top. Bigatron Alpha, they committed onto the defense in the mid lane, but it is inevitable. Echo now pushing into that mid lane with JP sandwiching them, trying to look for an angle for a good iron hook. Conceal coming down, Astral Echo to reveal them in this position, but Echo will just take what is rightfully theirs and leave.
Can we see the items real quick? Like, please, just a second here, producers. Because did Saken just pick up that Malefic Roar in the 11th minute of the game?
I think it's safe
How
to say.
far behind is he?
He's pretty behind here. I mean, in this game, you can see, even though he's only been picked off once, the map control says everything, right? The fact that Echo have taken all the tier 2s down shows you that Bigatron Alpha haven't been given enough space to farm on this Beatrix. Saken is severely behind JP with a brilliant iron hook into the breath of the ocean. Now Super Vin in the midst of it all with a better stretch coming down into the back line. Zaida! Now caught in the Divine Judgment, gone down! Zaida! Able to escape as Echo demolish the front line of Bigatron Alpha.
Did you see what Zaida did just now, ladies and gentlemen? What in the world? He was able to use that Tempest of Blades in the final.
JP! Again with the iron hook, it's it! It's over! Super Ken jumping in desperation, the base wide open! Bigatron Alpha! They have fallen to Echo! They have been knocked down to the depths of the lower brackets.
What a play! What a game! What a series by Echo! With so many doubts surrounding this new roster, this MDL team against Bigatron Alpha, full of MPL players, Mirko. It looks like that was not a deterrent. That was not a factor whatsoever for the Orcas.
Not at all.
It's going to be a red bloodbath.
It
in the lower
really
brackets.
is. Yudo Red Giants, Bigatron Alpha. Wow.
I have no comment whatsoever. I'm still astounded by the play coming from Zaida with that. Let's throw it back to the analysts.
A lot of things have to be said.
Wow.
I would say Zaida got away because he got lucky. Because at that point, if I'm not mistaken, Beatrix, all of the bullets were used, and she had the cooldown tactical recall was
more than enough.
No, was on cooldown, so cannot reset the basic attacks.
Yeah, he was reloading basically.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, reloading. So, and I want to jump on our topic before the game even started. Jungle control. Look at how JP slowed down Super Ken. And that made quite a bigger difference.
I mean, these were the objectives that were learned over the past 2 games. In game 1, it was all about that jungle control. Game number 2, we saw how BTR looking to respond and not lose that early game. Echo, they just, I mean, look at the composition, right? BTR, with what they have, their main spearhead is Super Vin. When you see Super Vin, you know exactly what BTR want to do. Echo, You never know. They're going to stick as pairs. Those pairs can literally take you out in one shot. Combo components all across the board, with the only enabler for the side of BTR just being Super Vin.
Yeah, the lack of CC hurt Bigatron here because no other approach apart from the Kaja. And once the flicker is used as a defensive from that Kaja, it's just GG. It's just very hard for Bigatron to find and be proactive on the map. Again, Echo, JP, Franco. Wow, this is what I expect on him when he was on that Kaja game too. But it seems like he was able to give that invasive pressure on towards the jungles of Superken in this game.
I just like the different way he did it. Right? It's not like usually, okay, go to the purple buff, pull it away, and then you're done. This one, he was waiting at that bush that no one was expecting, but now we gotta look at the MVP, Zyda 3, 0, and 4. The fact that he went Corrosion Cypher's item make me feel like he's like, okay, you know what, in this game, I'm not going to get caught all that much.
Exactly, and I think more importantly, like Zyda was going with a playstyle that wasn't hyper-aggressive. It was actually just to kind of manage the sideways, because Superken, he's highly mobile, right? But with Ling able to kind of keep up with his pace, they didn't lose any side turrets super early on into the game. They didn't lose any loose gold, in a matter of fact, so that Bigatron couldn't run away with the early 2 mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, in the highlights itself, you can see here just the rotations from Zyda being very effective, being very, here, this is where Zyda got lucky, as LaFell mentioned. Suppression comes through.
Oh, never mind. He had one bullet, but at that point, he was
Except
able...
a blade.
Because I saw there were no bullets, but apparently he had one. But
he had one.
Yeah, still, he was able to get out of the Divine Judgment. Dude, that was insane.
It really is insane. It felt super, super bad, right? Even if you are slowing down this Fanny, there's going to be a point when Fanny has like at least one item, sometimes even 2 items that she can look for some low targets, look for those dives, like how we saw Outplay getting dive on the top side of the map to instantly die. But with Echo's lineup, it's really, really tough. You come on in, oh, guess what? Petrify into full combo from Sanji. Oh, I'm going to go back in Iron Hook, Bloody Hunt. All right, maybe this isn't the play. Oh no, Corrosive Strike into Knock-Up Strike. Everything stops me.
Either ways, congratulations to Echo winning against Bigatron Alpha 2-1. So far, the matches of the day, Game 2, Game 3 is all intense, man.
It really is. I love the small adjustments that are being done. Nothing too drastic until, well, I wouldn't even say it was that drastic in towards the end. It's like learning what gave you success, but also understanding how your opponents have been being, how they adapt towards your playstyle in game number 3. Honestly, well done to Echo.
Well done indeed. And this is what I feel like, game 3 was... Bigatron, why did you drop Novaria in that last pick, right?
I agree.
Sure, it opens the map. Sure, it has range.
It doesn't solve a problem.
You're exactly.
I mean, even if you had things like Lilia, even if you had Kagura, I don't think they would have solved any of those problems, right? I mean, look at the bans. The fact that they got rid of the farmers is, okay, we can't really team fight as well. They got rid of the Farsa. All right, I think we're losing out on a lot of damage. Oh no, we've already banned the Eve, and Valentina is already missing. It's too late. You already have 1 foot in the grave.
Yeah, because either way, what they're lacking is crowd control.
Yeah.
So at that point, I almost would be like, I wouldn't even mind a Minotaur mid. At least you have more crowd control, right? But either ways, it was an amazing match. After this, we are going for an interview, as you guys can see. Yeah, behind me there, Rose and Clara are ready. So let's throw it over to them.
Masters. Hello, everybody. This is Rose again, over with Clara. And we have the winning team, Echo, of course. We have Outplayed with us here today. So, hi, Outplayed. How are you?
Okay lang po. Masaya kalaban, yung BTR.
He said he's good. BTR gave a very good fight. He's very happy with it. Okay, so Outplayed. Before anything, Clara said she wants to ask you something about Indonesia.
That's right. How about, I want to ask about how do you feel playing in this grand stage with Echo right now? How do you feeling? Is it comfortable enough or do you have something?
Masaya po kasi mababait po yung mga tao, tas masasarap naman din po yung mga pagkain. Parang nasa Pinas lang din po kami.
He said that he loves Indonesia because the people here are very amazing and the food is just as good. He feels like he's just back home.
Dia seneng banget ternyata di Indonesia karena orang-orangnya dan juga makanannya. Jadi ngerasa kayak balik lagi ke rumah, berasa kayak di rumah.
Oh, they're happy. Okay, so Outplayed, I want to ask, in MDL, you are the captain, right? In this lineup, who's the shot caller, who's the decision maker, who makes all the calls in game?
Nung kasama pa po namin si Yawi pa yung shot caller. Pero ngayon, si Daddy JP po.
Oh, okay. So previously in MDL, actually, he was the captain for their MDL team. But when Yawi is playing, Yawi is the shot caller. But since Yawi did not play just now, Daddy JP is the shot caller.
Oke, menarik karena pada saat di MDL dia itu jadi kaptennya. Tapi kalau sekarang di Eko, pada saat di stage ini, Yawi ketika bermain, dia akan yang menjadi shot callernya, dia yang akan menjadi kaptennya. Tapi kalau nggak ada Yawi, berarti is JP.
Yes. Okay, I have another question. Since you mentioned it, why is Yawi not playing today?
Abangan na lang po nila siguro.
He said the reason why Yawi is not playing, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to see Yawi, right? He said, stay tuned for it. I'm pretty sure Echo has a surprise coming out.
Jadi ditunggu aja buat yang kalian lagi nungguin mana Yawi. Nanti dia akan muncul, tapi pada saat yang mungkin tidak disangka-sangka. Tunggu aja.
Okay, so one last question. Winning the game against Bigatron Alpha means you guys will be facing AP BREN later tonight. Last match of the day. Is Echo ready?
I think ready po.
Okay, they're ready. They're ready to meet AP BREN.
Ooh, how about the scores? Is it gonna be 2-0 or 2-1?
Tignan na lang po sa game.
He said he's not sure if it's gonna be a 2-0 or 2-1, but just wait and see what they have to offer later on. Okay, one last words to the Echo fans that's coming here with the drums and everything.
Thank you so much for the support. Keep supporting us. Love you all, guys.
Alright, support terus, dia cinta kalian dan mereka benar-benar menikmati dengan suara sorak-sorai dari fans Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much. Maraming salamat. Alright guys, so I think that's it. We're gonna give Outplay time to rest because they have another match coming on later. With that, let us stroll to a short break before we continue on our third match of the day. So, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Jangan kemana-mana, kita akan kembali lagi.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang, then I wanna Sony.
a so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
babble out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, taking the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, yeah. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya tienes que saberlo. Yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan todas sus plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya tienes que saberlo. Yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Yeah, this is magic in a way, but no remedy in the head. Let me go where it hurts. Hold me tight while you insert. Run my head for the holiday. We're gonna make it make sense of it. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of blow. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of blow. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. See me up with your eyes. I got stitches from your lies. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. But be careful of my heart. It's best you leave that part. The end about revenge. Cause I'm a good friend. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of blow. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of blow. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. And lift your spirit if you are for it. I got pins and needles and spread like candy. Come give me the curse of your swallow. Oh no, first this fabric stuff. You know it's enough. And I better than her. Yeah, she's a mature. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of blow. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of blow. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. Let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of blow. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. Let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of blow. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl.
out for the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your worst. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I made it history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
wanna so broad, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission, and you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight. Gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, like easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Slay, work, okay. Work, slay, work today. Work, on, work today. Work, slay, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key,
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try never find another me. dale bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, ya. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir, subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan toda su plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cielo no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
We're excited to play in playoffs because that's what we aimed before we go here to Indonesia.
He's never ready. It's Steven Kite still on top of everything else. The collapse with a real word of inflation on the Doma.
I think the draft is the most important. If we manage to do a good draft, I think we can win.
On the line, Ivan in the front line in the back. Into a final slash, and it truly is the final slash. RSBPH win 2-1.
I think right now they're getting stronger, especially BTR and then Onyx. We're not afraid to go against Indonesian teams again, and I think we can defeat them.
Menurut gua kamennya cukup bagus. Mereka juga terbilang tim baru tapi mainnya bagus.
Labrnanji, both final slash bakal diacak-acak.
Menurut kami sih ini bakal menarik banget soalnya mereka juga menang MSC kan dulu dan kami juga tahu mereka tim yang kuat jadi kita pengen banget lawan mereka. Buat gue sendiri karena gue explainer, gue pastinya merhatiin Nat soalnya dia tuh explainer yang jago banget. Pede banget buat ngelawan RSG Filipina.
Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Final babak playoff sudah memasuki game atau match yang ketiga. Game semakin menarik karena hari ini, detik ini juga kita akan melihat lagi perwakilan dari Indonesia. Tim Onyx yang akan berhadapan dengan tim RSGPH.
Yes. In case you guys have just tuned in, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Challenge Finals. You are still with me, Rose and Clara, as your hosts for today as we enter the third match of the day, the very long-awaited clash of the MSC champions, Onyx Indonesia versus RSG Philippines.
Yap, dan kita sudah melihat bahwa Onyx membuka babak playoff ini dengan sangat gemilang 2-0. Tapi bagaimana halnya dengan tim asal Philippines yang mereka memuncaki di group stage dan sekarang mereka belum bermain di babak playoff. Apa yang akan mereka berikan dari RSGPH?
I wonder what RSGPH has up their sleeves too, Clara, because we already saw Onyx with a spectacular performance, clean sweep of a 2-0 match. But can RSG sweep the current MSC champions, or is the former MSC champion still the better one?
Ya, siapa yang bisa memberikan siapa yang terbaik karena mereka sama-sama adalah juara dari MSC. Apalagi kita melihat ini adalah saatnya untuk mempertahankan upper bracket. Siapapun yang kalah harus turun ke lower bracket dan perjalanan mereka akan lebih panjang dan tentu lebih susah.
Alright, so I think everybody's ready because I am ready. So Clara, why don't you invite the first team up on stage?
Yap, tim pertama yang akan langsung beranjak inilah dia. Tim dari Indonesia yang sudah menunjukkan kekuatan mereka. Mari kita sambut inilah dia, tim Onyx. Sobat Onyx Indonesia, mari kita beri semangat sekali lagi untuk tim Onyx.
And now that Onyx is up on stage, let us now call the MSC 2022 champions, RSGPH. Come on up on stage. Once again, give it up for RSG Philippines!
In this best of 3 series, best of 3 yang pastinya dinantikan oleh semuanya karena semua seperti penasaran akan seperti apa pertarungan dari kedua tim yang sama-sama punya kekuatan dan juga gameplay yang sangat menarik.
Yes, I agree because the winning team will proceed to the upper bracket whereas the losing team will drop to the lower bracket. Though they still will be able to play tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure nobody wants to play that much games in the lower bracket.
Betul, itu akan lebih susah, lebih panjang dan semua ingin mempertahankan posisi upper bracket.
Yes, so I think they're ready. I see them sitting down, getting comfy. Clara is ready, I'm ready. The panels seem to be ready. So let us kickstart our third match by throwing it over to our panel to break down this matchup. Panels, take it away.
Here it is, things are about to go down as former MSC champions are going to be colliding up on stage in RSGPH as well as Onyx as well. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. As on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Reptar and Mirko. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready. I just had to teach him some things.
What was that?
He's
Could you
preparing.
elaborate?
It's a dance step. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, with Bigatron falling down to the lower bracket, I think you got to get that practice in, Mirko, because their next opponent is not going to be easy. But, ladies and gentlemen, our focus is on this match. Onyx, the Indonesian powerhouse. MSC 23 champions.
23.
I don't know my years, but that's okay because they're going over against, once again, the RSGPH, the former MSC champions. How are these two going to fare against one another after what we've seen from the challenge season group stage?
Oh, you know what? Honestly, I just expect a fight, man. Like minute 2, minute 3, they're just gonna death ball on each other, snowball on each other. These are what these two teams are known for. Honestly, for me, this feels like a fan fiction dream come true. Finally get to see RSGPH versus Onyx.
I think after MSC 2023, a lot of questions arose, right? From Onyx winning and beating both Echo and Blacklist International. How would BREN do against Onyx? How would RSGPH do against Onyx? 3rd and 4th in MPLPH Season 11. A lot of questions were asked, and finally now, like you said, it feels like fanfic. It feels like it was just brought up from a comment section comment, and ESL, SPS, they were like, you know what? Let's take that. Let's do that.
It'll somehow happen, and here it is. It's about to happen.
I mean, you mentioned it, right? BREN, RSGPH. BREN was not an enemy that they could overcome. So the question is, can Onyx do it here against RSGPH? because it looks like they're at their prime. It looks difficult. I'm worried as an Indonesian.
You're worried? You are at home in Istora Senayan, surrounded by fellow Indonesians. I am a lone Filipino in the English panel desk because Leo's gonna be casting.
Well, I mean, I heard the support coming in from RSGPH as well, so don't count those supporters out.
That was literally just me.
Was it?
Yes, I'm sorry. We're surrounded by Indonesian fans right now. It was just me shouting.
I think, yeah, for RSGPH, you're right. I think it was only you. But hey, Echo, did you hear the crowd? I mean, there were a lot of Echo fans in the building. Indonesian Echo fans. I think fans of Aura as well, supporting the sister organization. But speaking of this matchup, I think it's going to be very interesting because both teams, like you said, rely on that death ball. I think for RSGPH, it's a bit more calm and collected with Demon Kite here. The way they, form that death ball is through a very clean foundation in Demon Kite, getting a utility jungler and getting these neutral objectives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Onyx, they're very chaotic. They want a team fight. They want to bring you down and deep, down and dirty.
So let's see how the brackets are going through right now, right? Coming into the playoffs. As you can see, because of that previous loss coming in from Bigatron and the Yudu Red Giants, they are going to fall into the lower bracket. Whoever wins this between RSG and Onyx, they should be going against Yudu Red Giants, and whoever wins the next one between BREN and Echo should face off against Bigatron. So I was wrong. I thought it was a red-to-red bloodbath. It turns out they're popping off on different brackets, Mirko.
Absolutely. But first, we're going to be welcoming Onyx up until with this roster still. I think with Albert, we saw how he performed in the Challenge Finals group stage, but I think we all knew deep inside that this is the main lineup. CW in the lineup is still the best. The weak side gold laner that can just not be solo killed, can't be taken out even with ganks. He's so reliable to the team, and I think he brings the same kind of impact that Sans does. Maybe not so much vocally though, because CW has taken a very silent approach this time for Onyx. It's no longer him as a shot caller, but it's the whole team shot calling together.
Yeah, silent but deadly. Those are the worst ones. If he's silent but deadly, someone who's louder and deadlier, Sans, man. His performance all throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series challenge season, from the group stage up until earlier going up against Yudu Red Giants, he is an absolute beast. That's why I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier in the panel as well for Onyx. You really cannot give this Valentina to Sans. If I'm RSGPH, I would rather take it away or just straight up ban it if I'm not picking it up.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I like the fact that before this segment even begun, that you mentioned about the junglers, Kyrie, still sitting at 0% on these utility junglers, but give him something of an assassin, giving something like the Joy, and that he pops off. So we see a clear difference in playstyle from both of these players. But our highlight now is going to be Keyboy the Roamer. And look at this, every time he's given a support hero, it doesn't seem like it's his style.
Yeah, it's funny that you say Kyrie, utility 0%. Same thing here for Keyboy. The 2Ks on Onyx, they just really like going on those flashy heroes. And I think with Adi and Yeb, they were able to completely facilitate that after understanding, after experimenting. You need to have these experimental games to understand your players' limits. And now that we saw that play as well from Keyboy on the show, oh my god, just thinking about it again. Oh, I am imagining it. It is... Oh, I'm lost in the play.
Just imagine it. It's Keyboy, but he's also going up against Light. It's setup versus setup.
Ooh.
They're just going to be flying all around everywhere, trying to set up on one another, coming off from weird angles. And as I speak about it, here they are. RSGPH, Nats, Demon Kite, Aqua, Eman, and Light, the MSC 2022 winning lineup. Not as powerful as they were, but now this is probably the strongest I've seen RSGPH in recent memory, getting their groove back. Demon Kite, he sort of put himself into a more utility role. He's still shining as a utility role. Honestly, if you ask me, the stars of the team right now are really Eman and Aqua.
Agreed.
Eman has the most MVPs in RSGPH, while Aqua is at a close second.
I think looking at the way that they've been playing as well in the Challenge Final group stages, it's safe to say that RSGPH here they're very chaotic. Everyone except for the two you mentioned, Aqua and Eman.
Yeah.
Eman gets chaotic in the team fights, but overall, the way he plays, the way he positions, and even the way he itemizes is just very brilliant, very genius.
Yep.
I think for the longest time ever, Eman has been an itemization specialist. He always has a random item that he can pull out in any given circumstance that will make sense in that game. We saw the Endless Battle on Brody before. That was back into the meta. We've seen even the Rose Gold very early, and even a Winter Truncheon very early from this man. But Aqua, my eyes are just glued onto Aqua every single time RGPH plays, because no matter how chaotic it gets, there's always Aqua there, just standing menacingly and being the foundation of this RSGPH lineup and why they actually get these dubs.
Yeah, he's really one of the main pillars of RSG. Their stability and their dependability comes a lot from him. Of course, we see Light always trying to come from weird angles, trying to find that setup. Naf is a man on his own planet, but you need Aqua. Weirdly enough, the guy who's named after water is the most solid out of everyone.
He is. And let's see his statistics, right? Because so far, he has been popping off on that Farsa. So you can see that it's a little bit of a similar playstyle towards Sans. What do you think is like the main difference between how they play?
I feel like Aqua...
If there is any.
If there is any? Now that you're asking me, it's so difficult. Because they both time things really well. If they're both using an Farsa or an Eve, they time the use of their ultimates well. You don't see them using it at the start of the team fight right away most of the time. They will hold on to it as much as possible. So in terms of differences, I don't think there's a lot.
I think the main difference is the fact that RGPH haven't been experimenting too much in the group stages, right? For Onyx, you did see a Florin, you did see a few utility junglers on Kyrie, but for RGPH mainly, give them what they're comfortable with. That's been the name of the game for RGPH in the group stages. Mainly maybe because they didn't have a coach, they just wanted to go with the all reliable for the first 2 days, or the first day actually. Day 2, day 3, you saw that stability come back. They lost against Udo Red Giants once, and then that's it. That's the only loss that they took. And since then, they've been looking phenomenal with the coordination that is back, with the synergy that is back due to maybe Coach Theo, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of phenomenal looking, look at Light looking phenomenally at the crowd.
God.
He hasn't blinked
again.
Again. Can't make him blink. I think he really should though. You okay, Light? I hope he's okay.
I think that's one of his powers. You know?
Just blink?
He just
No,
doesn't
of course.
blink.
Light?
I think we talked to... Oh, that's a... Has it been 2 minutes yet?
No, not
2
yet.
minutes?
Getting
Not
close.
yet?
Not
It's
yet.
getting close though.
It's,
Maybe that's how he's so good. He
And-
doesn't need to waste that blinking time.
He sees everything.
Exactly. And that's exactly what you need as a roamer. You need that vision. You need to make those calls. And it's so great that we get to see both of these teams, these players, head-to-head here. And now that you mention it, they kind of do have a similar playstyle.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the Franco, the Cho, but for Light, it's the Franco, Kufra, and the Kaja.
He literally hasn't blinked.
Yeah, again, I think Keyboy's lost the stare down, right? I mean, dude, Light.
How?
We're getting close to 2 minutes at this point.
Okay, this is surreal.
No way.
How
He
is
hasn't-
this possible?
Okay, we cut to this, so we don't know what's going on, but that was a long time. But let's take a look at the team head-to-head here between Onyx as well as RHGPH. We can already see a little similarity in the way that they pick and ban, right? With the Yves still one of the prominent choices that both of these teams like to utilize in that mid lane. So definitely going to be contested or banned.
Yeah, when I look at this matchup and imagine like all the possible scenarios going on, I feel like there's a matchup where we're not going to get an in-between. We're either going to see these two teams at their best or at their messiest. These two teams are susceptible to taking 50-50 fights. They're susceptible to when their formation or when their lead is lost, they start to crumble, but then they both can snowball, they both can take control of the game early on. There's just something about these two, and when you think about it, they're really way more similar than they'd want to admit.
I agree, and they're also MSC champions, right?
They're
To
both
add
MSC
on to the
champions.
list of similarities, they have a very aggressive roamer, they have a very sporadic XP laner, and a very solid gold lane in mid.
I think the difference is literally only the junglers.
Yeah, yeah.
Like play style.
See, that's why. If Irad was here, it would literally be the
same.
Yeah,
same thing.
it's like that Spider-Man meme. They'd just be going like that at each other, just like this, just like that. They'll just be both like that.
But because Irad's not here, that's why we are seeing those Ling bands come through. We are seeing Demon Kite transition somewhat towards more utility. We know back in the day, MSC 2022, when they did win, he was a very aggressive jungler because he could play both utility and assassins really well. But now, maybe because of the off time, the off season, where he wasn't able to play for, I think, a whole season in Season 11.
Yep.
You can really see that they had to move things around.
They really did. They need to move things around with one of the best in the business, the worldwide service career. Special shout out to DHL. Did you see the stage?
It lit
Look
up.
at this stage.
And it was all yellow.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
Wow.
Did
Pretty good.
they send it over to you?
The what?
The lyrics.
No.
With DHL.
No one sends me anything.
Don't worry, I got you, fam.
Really?
You want a new tie?
Yeah.
I'll get you a new tie with DHL.
Thanks,
DHL.
man. And I'm
Shout
sure I'm
out.
going to get that real quickly.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin this next upcoming match. And one of the things that I really want to talk about was the flexibility of these teams, right? With both of these roamers not being too great at the support. Does Light play support heroes? Does he play Florin and
Very
Estes?
rarely.
Angela, I think, is
Angela?
his most go-to here. If he's going to end up in a support, it's going to be Angela.
I think the same thing goes for Keyboy. I think if you see him on a support, you're no longer going to be seeing him on the Florin, or not the SS. We've never seen him play the SS. Maybe the Angela, like you said. But talent predictions.
Yeah, look at this. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Okay, so we all believe it's going to be a full best-of-3 series.
Yes.
But the twos are a little different on the desk. Surprise, surprise.
Not really that surprising. I mean, like, I
Yeah,
get
that's
it.
why I said it like that.
Oh.
The sarcasm.
All right, sorry. I sometimes have a problem with sensing tone.
It's okay. But here it is. The drafting phase here for game number 1 between both of these MSC champions. They're a little bit shy, so they're going to hide it for just a little bit more.
Aw, a little shy.
A little shy. It's
Shows
okay.
It's wrapped. It's okay, RSG. It's okay, Onyx.
It's okay.
It's okay, guys. Don't be shy. And hopefully people can hear the Sonics right now.
Yeah.
Going wild. It's those drum sets, man.
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is the Indonesian support that you are hearing live from Istora Senayan in Jakarta. Hey, if you guys are in Jakarta, come and visit us. Come and join. Experience the MLBB.
Please do.
goodness.
Yeah.
Because when else will you be able to catch these casters and ask for a photo with them?
People
Especially
ask for
Renmar.
photos from you guys?
Especially Reptar.
Are you kidding me? Out of all the three of us, you two are beyond way more popular than I am. It's like
That's not true.
my numbers doubled, barely scratches your numbers on its own.
It's
That's
all,
not true.
It's subjective.
Yeah, it's
Rebnar.
objective. What are you talking about?
And we're talking about numbers. It's objective AF.
But like even in the game, it's not all about numbers.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, stats don't mean anything.
Exactly.
Reptar. You get me, Renmar?
I'm dying right now.
Reptar.
This is my worst nightmare. And also my best dream.
All right.
I
but
can't explain it.
Can we touch on that? You being the only prediction for RSGPH.
Yeah.
Let's hear it out.
How do you think they get it done?
Yeah.
Well, if they're gonna get it done first, it has to be in the draft. If Kyrie's gonna end up in an assassin role, we're gonna need to see a little bit more movement from Nats. I think Nats lately has been somewhat low-key, but I think this is going to be the series where he pops off. Because the style of him and Boots sort of are a little bit more different. Boots likes to isolate the opposing XP laner by constantly pressuring split and split and split. Meanwhile, Nats isolates because he just wants to fight, man.
Yeah.
If he's not doing 1v1, he's doing like 2v1 or 3v1 because he's the only one diving in the backline.
So we can expect that this EXP lane matchup is going to be super important,
Oh,
especially
yes.
the picks, right? Because even for Onyx, if we don't see Boots given a hero that he can be aggressive with, like you mentioned, it doesn't seem like Onyx find their footing in that mid game.
Yeah, it comes down to how both of these coaches facilitate their XP laners. I think, like you mentioned, Boots, one of the foundation for Onyx as well. The fact that he rotates around very aggressively, sometimes just sacrificing his entire lane, a full wave, a full turret goal just to get his teammates ahead. He's really the enabler for Onyx. And that comes down to how Yev is able to take it out of him. What heroes do you give him? Give him the Uranus, give him the Paquito, give him all these active, very mobile XP laners. Meanwhile, for Nats, in this game particularly, you want to try to nail Boots to the lane. You do not want to let him roam across because it's his game. Nats, give him a good matchup that can really just force these fights, force these trades to happen, and you're going to see a good match.
I'm gonna add a little bit there,
Okay.
right? Especially with CW in the gold lane.
Yes.
It's even more important for Boots to win that lane.
Yeah.
So if Nats can overcome
Boots?
Boots?
Yeah?
It's okay, we won't talk about it.
Renmar might
No,
have.
we're not talking about
No,
it.
we're talking about XP laners
We're talking
right
about
now.
EXP laners.
It's not about XP laners. I wasn't distracted just now.
No.
Anyways.
We're professional here.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to add another point to ours. Why are you looking at me like that, Mirko?
I mean, Renmar, it was just like the comedic timing, right? Redmar was glued to the screen for some reason, and then the reveal happens. Sans' girlfriend.
Yeah, that's why I was like, yo, it's Sans' girlfriend. It's good to see them here. Like, the support
Yeah,
is
you're
great.
right. Like Reptar wants that support.
Very supportive. Don't expose to people just how lonely I am. Anyways, so adding again to the whole XP learner conversation, these two teams, these two coaching staffs, they understand in recent memory just how important XP laners are to the success of your team. They either empower by sacrificing themselves, or they're a surprising third option or even second option carry depending on the flow of the game and their hero picks in that scenario. So as you mentioned, Onyx got to unlock Boots, but for the longest time, Coach Panda really just allowed Nath to do his own thing, to really flourish. When he first started off, he struggled, but then he hit his peak in Season 9. He matured, and Season 11 was the most matured Nath we've seen, and that's a side of Nath that needs to come up here with a little bit of the old school, I'ma just fight you Nath.
I call him Chads because he's a Chad now. I mean, you see the buzz cut?
Yeah.
He looks... Back at MSC 2022 when he won, he looks like a proper nerd. Now, he looks like a proper Chad.
Yeah.
And even the way he plays has been elevated, has leveled up, has been refined, and finally now we are going to be getting into those drafts. But to talk a little bit more about the game right now, the meta game. A lot of people consider the XP laner and the roamer to be the two most important roles in a team right now.
Oh, very interesting. So a shift in dynamic there where I think previously it was gold laner, no? As priority?
Yeah, gold lane, jungle.
All right, we'll see how this goes. Welcome to the drafting phase for game number 1 between both of these teams. It looks like RSG Philippines on the blue side, Onyx on the red. So don't get confused between who's left and right. Just see who gets first pick, ladies and gentlemen. But here it is, 2 bans respected towards Kyrie in the Ling and the Fanny. Meanwhile here, Onyx, they're gonna be able to take the Martis away along with the Heap and the Uranus. But look at these picks come through really quick. RSG pick up the Valentina, Kaja, and Claude for Onyx.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, this draft is just all respect. They take away the Valentina from Sans. They make sure they don't give something like the Kadita that can be flex into mid or roam. They don't want to give assassins to Kari. Meanwhile, Onyx said, yep, we know about Nas. We're definitely not giving Uranus to him. We also don't want to give Eve to Aqua. And I feel like one of the sleeper picks for RSG, if you're not careful with it, is that Martis for Demon Kite. So they know each other so well. They also picked up the Kaja just so Light wouldn't be able to do his pick-off plays with one of the strongest suppress abilities here. I wouldn't be so remiss if they go ahead and pick up Franco as one of their first 3 picks right now.
Maybe if it's not the Franco, the Kufra can come through with the Arlet here. Just a lot of displacements to try to go up against the Claude and the Kaja. But it is the Arlet with the Franco. Why the Arlet? The displacement, the final slash. If CW isn't careful, the Blazing Duet can be instantly cancelled out. So does the Bloody Hunt. It does the same thing here, and it's also great lockdown. So it's a battle of who taps that ultimate first, Divine Judgment or Bloody Hunt.
Yeah, and that's another thing when you're playing up with a Kaja or a Franco on your side, you're gonna need either the XP laner or even the jungler at times to sort of have like a set-up potential. That's why they also put in the Arlot along with the points that you brought up. And look at Onyx. Now they're gonna be playing everything we discussed about these two teams, how they want to play the game, how they want to empower their XP laners. That Masha pickup is just another great example of it.
Definitely, definitely. I think the Masha pickup has an advantage over the Arlet, not in CC that it kind of lacks compared to the Arlet, but the mobility, right? The fact that the Masha can be utilized in several different ways. One is what we saw from Boots before when he just goes really aggressive onto the lane, clears it, and looks for pressure on either the mid lane, even the enemy jungle, or even just all the way down to the gold lane. So we need a solution towards how fast this Masha can rotate, and that all comes back down to the second phase of the drafts. Onyx will take out the 1-1. What about RSG PH? What do they want to take away?
I mean, looking at it now, should be the jungler, right? I mean, force him out. Lancelot ban
Joy?
coming through, Hayabusa, even Joy. makes sense here.
Yeah.
Just try to force or hack a Kyrie. That's something that we have been seeing a lot now. It seems like Onyx, in a lot of people's eyes, have gone back to that Kyrie eSports kind of nickname that was made at M4 because of the performance from kind of the rest of the team. I think against EVOS Legends, it was mostly present there. Fanny was literally the only thing that was going for them.
Yeah, I actually really like this ban by Onyx with the Baksha. Because right now, usually, the trend that we're seeing for lineups like drafted like this by RSG is that they pick up the Baksha in the jungle. Because he mentioned there earlier, Eterna, in terms of matching the rotational speed, Baksha does that great. We saw that earlier in the series of Yudu and Onyx, where Yudu almost took down Onyx in game number 2. So now, Joy might actually be the jungle option here for RSG. If not Joy, they might even consider out a Karina at this point.
Oh, interesting choice.
Karina.
The Karina. Demon Kite's one of his prior heroes back in the day. I remember, man, and when he won MSC 2022, there was a lot of Karina games coming through. Onyx, though, they'll pick up the Fredrin here, and that just seals the deal. The Masters already picked up. No, there's no way. I think there's no way it's flexed here.
No.
It's Fredrin in the jungle confirmed. So they're going to be relying on Kyrie, on CW actually, heavily to be carrying this game from the damage department and also Sans. So getting Sans a comfort pick is going to be massive. And right now, RGPH, they kind of have Onyx number. They know the only other pick that Sans has been playing has been the Farsa.
Yeah.
They left it open for a reason. They have a counter. They know how to fight against it.
It's not a good pick.
Yeah.
You can't pick up the Farsa in this situation. There's just too many There's too many solutions that RSGPH can utilize to punish the Farsa.
You're gonna go Kagura or still stick with the Farsa? There's the Karina, as I mentioned earlier.
The 2022 MSC special from the champion, Novaria. Okay.
All right.
Makes sense. There you go. If you want a little bit more mobility, technically the Novario gets you that, right?
Yeah.
Faster cooldown compared to the Wings by Wings with the Astral Recall, better range, and better vision for a team like RGPH who wants to be ambushing you using the vision pockets, the blind spots. This pick is pretty massive.
Yep.
Okay, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. All the picks have been set in stone. Let's go call on the casters. What do you guys think about this draft?
Calling you will answer. It's a showcase of two different metas, one very recent and the other quite the throwback.
Quite the throwback. In a matter of fact, it's a yar shiver me timbers moment for the both of them.
Yo ho ho, matey! It is indeed!
And if you're wondering about the pirate accents, these are two kings of sea, champions of MSC in a matter of fact. Go check it out if you haven't noticed it yet. But our predictions, we are on two opposite ends. I'm leaning towards Onyx and you're leaning towards RSG.
I like it. It's the classic RSGPH death ball, and the fact that they're playing with a lineup that both won MSC 2022 and is quite a revival given that DK took a break and is still kicking butt in this shape and form makes me believe that maybe they can take down MSC 2023 champs in Onyx.
I don't know, because Onyx has been looking extremely clean, and when I look over at RSGPH's overall matchups, it's either they snowball super hard and win the game, but if it drags out, or maybe if they have a little too much fun, that's when you see them really struggle.
All right, let's get into the game. It's game one between these two kings of sea, and as you are looking at it right now, it's orange start for DK, while Kyrie goes for his purple first with a little bit of a leash coming in from your boy Keyboy. Let's see what the XP lane is like, as well as a quick check on our emblems.
Ooh, Master Assassin coming out from Butsu's side. He knows that he's not going to lose this, so he doesn't mind the trades. With the Little Wanderer falling into the hands of Kyrie, now he's going to start off with a slight EXP lead. But where's Onyx looking? No, not even Onyx. Where's RSG looking to punch a hole?
Yep, RSG here is going to play with the re-engage. They're going to try and time out Onyx deep dive, given that Onyx can say how, when, and where these fights happen, given the extra resources they have, especially when they reach level 4. Hell, when Boots reaches level 2, there you go, he's ready, he's gonna go in. But now, 3v3 up top.
The Iron Hook has already been used. Light has to flicker on out of there. Stands from far. Plays his draft. Is going to find first blood on towards Demon Kite's side with Keyboy picking up Light at the same time. That's going to be two big battle spells already being utilized.
Yep, again, we're looking for the re-engage. Onyx is on right now. RSGPH, not quite yet. And Keyboy knows that. Aqua's respecting the fact that,
hey man, even without the divine judgment, this is a very, very sustainable Kaj at 2 minutes.
I'm getting a huge, massive war flashbacks of YRG. Early double kill for the side of Onyx. It's happening all over again, is it not?
That happened earlier today when Onyx knocked down Udora Giants into the lower bracket. Sans thrown out the Astral Echo, spots Nats, Light, and DK. Oh no, do they know that this is a 4v3?
It's not looking good. They use the Astral Spear just to make sure they get some damage, but the Keyboy so nearby. Nats with the final slash, pushing him out of the way. Kyrie secures the turtle in the meantime, praises Wrath as well, but Demon Kite this time surviving the onslaught.
And with that, Onyx continue to pick up the pace. Even if they didn't get any additional kills, the fact that Turtle went to their side and that they're calling the shots everywhere. If you're going to watch the map right now, save for mid, all the other lanes are in control for Onyx. And look at how much Onyx is ahead. CW can just go ahead and take a small camp.
Goodness, CW pushing advantages wherever he can. He's going to spot out Light, but it doesn't matter because with this BMI, he stays concealed in the bushes in the meantime. Very, very smart micro-mechanics coming in from Onyx. And, you know, for gold laners, keep that in mind. It's a good utilization of the hero.
Especially when you're the more mobile between you and your lane mate. Speaking of mobile, CW here rocking the sprint on his Claude. Not going to happen as often, but wait, hold up. Eman already has a corrosion scythe?
He's walking up. Kyrie gets spotted out. The Bloody Hunt is already coming on towards him. Praises Wrath is going to chuck him out so very low. Kyrie might just lose his life, but CW already finds Light. They're starting to back away, and Demon Kite, luckily, he doesn't take auto attack damage, but everybody else, dodges the right one. CW getting the double kill. He's looking for that triple as Aqua is locked up. Triple for CW. Wait, is this it? Could this be his Maniac? It's a Maniac for CW. 3 minutes. 46 seconds into the game!
RSGPH just fell completely into Onyx plans. As Onyx Sobat's drums beat, so did Onyx forward march, and RSGPH just danced to that tune. And it's not a tune they're used to. I'm looking at Aqua this whole time and saying, why is he walking that way? Why is he moving there? What's the game plan? It seemed like they were so scrambled. Watch it right now. Look at how much and how, you know what? Rather the word, how little RSGPH put on the map as early as now. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, right? Aqua just jumps into the middle of it. He had the Divine Judgment. He knows that he doesn't have enough damage, but more importantly, cooldowns were already spent, so why go deeper in? But let's hold up here. Next neutral objective is already available in Boots 1v3. He doesn't mind. Down to his last health bar. He's finally locked out by the Bloody Hunt. He goes down as Keyboy's trying to save him. And now Kyrie in the middle of that fight flickers out of there. Keyboy survives and Kyrie finds the kill on Nats.
Man advantage was over on RSG's side, but I can't help but feel a sense of hesitation in the former MSC champions ranks. And they have to hold it down. This can't come from mid. Light and Aqua are a dream come true duo. The fact that mid is shaking and trembling is a weakness and an opportunity that Onyx will not hesitate to take.
Iman forced to recall because of the 4 kills achieved by CW. He's just so far ahead of the economy game, down by gold lane. It's a tough matchup. He'll never win any of these 1v1s for the next 7 minutes.
4-0-0. If that mid lane duo is a dream, at least for the majority of the past year, this start for CW is an amazing one. It's a dream come true for most gold laners. And look at how much Onyx is just asserting their dominance. CW can get whatever he wants. And this whole time, Keyboy is just roaming around. Like, I don't think there's any fight that Onyx took in the past 5 minutes that they're not sure of. That's what I'm seeing right now. Onyx is just so confident, full of conviction, every single movement. RSGPH, I can't say the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for them to get that sort of, that level of information, in a matter of fact. Like, Keyboy gets the move wherever he wants, but whatever he doesn't check, Sans covers for him. Like, look at that. They're making sure every single area of the map is checked.
Here's a telltale sign. Here is a telegraphed message coming in that Onyx are so sure instead of the usual. Oh wait, they get a pull on DK!
Well, DK, he's trying to get on out of there as Demon Kite is going to use his ult to get on the opposite side of Kyrie. Dodges the spear as well. Nicely played by Demon Kite, but can they actually get out? No! The Appraiser's Wrath is going to kill Demon Kite. Nobody can actually peel for him.
Yep. As I was saying, first item on Keyboy is an immortality. So he's just gonna keep throwing himself at RSGPH. If a Divine Judgment hits, so be it. If it doesn't, then he's bought time for the rest of Onyx. So, looking at the map right now, I don't think RSGPH would want to ever cross the river. It's that bad here. 7 minutes in, 7 kills down, 5K. Gold ahead. They got a pull!
Yep, the Bloody Hunt is already being utilized. Even the final slash, he catches Kyrie at the same time, who's able to oppress him. But now Aqua finds the Divine Retribution. It looks good, but CW was able to fall up instantaneously. The Divine Judgment, rendered useless.
Oh. And even with that shutdown on Kyrie, Onyx still walk away with something they're happy with. That's a trade I'll take any day. Look at the gold on CW, 6,500 compared to Eman, who's sitting at just under 5,000. That's almost 2,000 ahead. And wait, does he want to take this fight?
No, I mean, Boots, he could if he wanted to, but really, just look at the privilege that CW has here, right? In the face of Demon Kai on a Karina. He's just, I'm going to take this away from you unless you use Retribution.
All right, interesting build on Demon Kai's Karina as well. He's rocking the tank emblem alongside Lethal Ignition, Season Hunter, and Swift. So it's a DPS tank Karina.
Interesting. We haven't seen one of those in a while. The last Karina we saw was full magic damage. He was looking 100-0. This time around, Demon Kai, he wants to be able to absorb and bait things out.
And I don't know how that's going to help from a losing perspective. A lot of junglers these days, especially the ones that are super meta, know exactly what to do. But here, DK, 3v1?
Yep, Boots is able to disarm Iman, which calls Light off from actually using the Bloody Hunt. So at least we're in my... Ooh, the damage from Sans, continuing the oppression. No matter what move RSGPH, Onyx continue to disrespect them, even in no man's land.
Oh no. It has come to the point where even orange buffs are scarce. They have to send 5 men to make sure that the map is clear, that they're here in the Lord Pit, and that DK can actually secure the small resources that should have been his all this while. Again, 6,000 gold ahead. Are they considering a contest?
Maybe. I mean, they're starting to walk up here, all of them as well, and Kyrie, he's able to secure it instantly. Once the ult is down, wait, hold on, they're actually chasing Demon Kai down. The Appraiser's Wrath comes on through. Boots gets hit by the Iron Hook, but he's got so much HP. He's just gonna punch him and down, and RSG, at least they didn't lose any one of their members.
I guess that's a silver lining. That's a little bit of hopium for all of the Raiders watching, but Onyx Sobat here in Istora Sinayan, here in Jakarta, all around the world know that Onyx is going to make the most of this Lord marching through top. Not a single turret conceded, not a single major objective taken by RSGPH. Now, even if I did say I kind of liked RSG's draft, I don't know how it performs from a losing standpoint. On the defensive, inside their base, like, what do they do?
I mean, they're hoping for a snowball, and I think they're really hoping that CW makes a significant mistake to help turn this around, because I don't see any other way, right? Unless they pick off Sans, and even then, he's not like the main guy.
Ain't that miserable, though? The fact that you're hoping for your opponents to slip up, hoping that they let something through, means that RSGPH are going to have to stay inside their base. And even then, Gideon, on our wave clearing scale, right? Out of 5, I give RSGPH's lineup a 2. Look at it.
I would honestly even rate it to be a 1, because there's not a lot of AoE here, and these cooldowns are important.
I'm being very generous then.
It's quite generous, as a matter of fact, but this is going to be the first inhibitor that's falling as Divine Judgment once again landing on Keyboy. He's willing to die. He's got immortality, but he still survives, not even losing the resource as well. Nats, very good idea to get on top of CW, but CW's like, no. BMI out of there. I ain't slipping up this time.
And that's what's difficult. When you're hoping that your opponent makes a mistake and your opponents are Onyx, nay, Onyx Prime, that's very slim pickings. Keyboy, though, very low.
Loses his immortality, but Aqua has already been chunked out. Blazing Duet already comes in as the big ultimates are down. Stats with a shot. Iman nearly getting taken out. Another inhibitor still holds on. Demon Kite is low, but doesn't give the kill. All right. Let's calm down here, Gilak Sands.
All right, close call. And they're going to continue to pressure him. Look at how Stans is just drawing a line between RSGPH and the rest of his teammates. Astro Echo out, 4 big targets. Just the same, even with this 1 rated wave clear,
they're still doing their best.
Sans is playing aim labs right now. That's what he's doing. He's playing a completely separate app. He's practicing his skill shots because he knows he can't be punished that easily with the lead. 10K is a death sentence for most pro teams.
This is difficult. Even in a ranked game, you don't often see 10K. And that's just how oppressed RSGPH is. That's how aggressive Onyx is at choking them out. Here, look at this orange. It's not a safe. See look at Kyrie just stepping up the Demon Kite. Make my day. Hello.
Oh, walk up to me. Forcing out every single time. Forcing it out. And, I mean, Kyrie, he doesn't mind. The next neutral is coming up, and he's like, okay, all right, that's totally fine. You want to contest this? Nah, not even close.
Not even. They're not even going to approach Onyx here. And at least that's one thing that RSGPH can hold out for. They can hold on to their magic sentries, hold on to their inhibitors, and then hope to goodness that they can make it past the 15-16 minute mark. They can make it past this Luminous Lord. Because this Lord is going to march on through top, hopefully maybe crash into the base once, and then they'll deal with the rest of the waves. They're about to lose an inhibitor, maybe all of them right now.
Divine Judgment being stolen away by Aqua, copying it, making sure that he is ready to punish, but CW, he's not been caught lacking this entire game. Keyboy is going to find that pull on towards Aqua's side, but he instead able to find CW instead! What a turnaround! Okay, 45, there is potential hope here. And now Onyx, they're going to take their time with the major damage coming in from Sands mainly, but still, I don't think they want to position themselves like finding an iron hook of a lifetime onto Keyboy! Oh my goodness! Oh, the entire situation we were talking about, CW slipping up, they found it.
Was RSGPH playing possum this whole time?
I mean, that was one of the best possums I have ever seen. Let yourself get Divine Judgment, and then when CW walks on a little too close, catch him and pull him back in.
And inside their base too. And I'm eating my words. I address the whole Raider Nation when I say, I made a mistake, I made the wrong call. They lost just mid lane inhibitor, they kept bottom. That's definitely a huge win for RSG. Not to say that they're out of the woods quite yet. If anything, there's still half a dozen things they need to check off on this long grocery list of ways to come back. But Gideon, they've somehow closed the gap. I'd say even if we're looking at a 9K, 10K gold lead still, this is the most time they've spent outside their base in the past 5 minutes.
Here we go, conceal play. This might be a full team fight. Catches no one, but no! Keyboy, he finds it! He gets the suppression, and CW with a blazing joy gets canceled by the final flash. A double kill coming from CW. He's still too far ahead with the Winds of Nature as well.
That's it.
Whenever Onyx loses, they come back stronger.
Outgunned is still outgunned. It's just a matter of time. The inevitable shall come. Demon Kite just buying time, but ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Onyx takes game 1.
Oh my goodness, after RSGPH coming up with a literal 300 IQ play from Aqua, Onyx is like, no, never again.
Moments like that open up the opportunity for a comeback, but you still have to crawl all the way, and Onyx didn't let them. Onyx just stopped it, nipped it at the bud, and just said, yeah, no. Still a 10K gold lead, you're still trapped inside your base, and I think RSGPH just left out. They went out too soon. I think our analysts are gonna have a field day on this. There was so much going on. What do y'all think?
I think that was an intense game by the Yellow Porcupines, bearing their teeth for game number 1, leading this best-of-3 series 1-0 against RSG Philippines. And that was a 15-minute game, but it doesn't do how much dominance that Onyx had in that game.
Yeah, I don't think it was an intense game at all. I thought it was a very boring, one-sided game because Onyx just completely took everything from the drafts.
Look, agreed, but there was a moment that RSGPH had and they could capitalize over. But Onyx, they knew better, man.
Yeah. I think even in that moment, it wasn't really like a threat at all. Because looking at it, sure, it was a kill, it was a good shutdown, but 2 base turrets, that's still everything. Map pressure, control, almost everything. You can take a look at the items here, and there's not much to say about the items. Why? Because it was so one-sided.
Yeah, Onyx got everything they want in that early game. Sans played out of his mind on this Novaria.
Yeah.
One of the things you do against RSG to stop them from being able to play the game they want to play is to make sure Aqua and Light don't get into position. And early on, Sans over and over again just kept hitting those Astral recalls that RSGPH, when they would finally get into position, Onyx knew where they were and they'd be low, and then it just snowballed and snowballed until we got a Maniac from CW at 3 minutes and 45 seconds approximately.
Yeah, and it was so crazy, right? Because even in the drafts, we were like, oh my god, with all these heroes banned out from Sans, what the heck is he gonna play? The Farsa? Farsa, too vulnerable. And then just under their nose, they picked up the Novaria and it had the exact impact. And yeah, Maniac for CW.
I think coming back, we have to just kind of ignore what's on screen right now. And again, talk about the drafts, because the Novaria, MVP 0, 0, and 15. Yes, he didn't get any kills, but who needs kills when you're always dealing enough damage, when you're opening up the map, when you're stopping any sort of ambush, any sort of pickup from happening? That's literally the whole game plan from RSGPH. Their game plan was shut down as early as, what, the 4th minute when he got level 4.
Yeah, wasn't even like the 4th minute at that point. That was still like at around 3 minutes where it was already a massive lead for Onyx. That hurt to see, but it was a beauty to watch. This was gonna be, or this was the Maniac of CW earlier. And yeah, all turtles going to the side of Onyx, the vision, the damage, even the play that I'm sure we'll see at the end of this highlight reel of Sans near the end, that it was his Astral Echo that confirmed it for Onyx. They're all there. Let's punish it. Kiboy, go get your Divine Judgment onto Eman. This was one of the best Novaria games I've seen in recent memory. A near perfect Novaria game in terms of what you can do with this hero and how you should do it.
Yeah, it was a perfect KP. 100% for Sans. Just being able to field out that vision and facilitate his team. And when we're talking about facilitation, that was a huge, huge facilitating play in, like you mentioned, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. The fact that they were able to feed that Maniac for CW as well just really propelled that lane and really hindered Iman from popping off in already a very, very difficult matchup. Carry versus LeClaude.
Yeah,
I think it's even harder now.
Yeah, way harder. And this is really just a story of Onyx knowing how RSG likes to play. There's like one thing we were all talking about behind the scenes, how Onyx knows how RSG wants to play, the types of heroes they drafted to make sure that that stops, that doesn't get to happen.
I think it was a bit more than that, right? Because, okay, the mid duo was a double down from Onyx. They knew where to focus their drafts on. But this is a common occurrence to all the mythical teams, the teams that everybody look up to and say they're unbeatable. It happened now for Onyx, it happened way back for Blacklist, it happened way back for Echo. It's almost as if the drafts were completely dictated by Onyx when it shouldn't have to be. RSGPH, look at their drafts again. Let's take a look at the pattern here.
Yep.
What do they pick, right? First, it was the Kaja and then the Claude for Onyx. And instantly from RSGPH, they try to counter it. It's always just counters. They're trying so hard to counter Onyx that they completely forgot what makes them special, what they have to secure. And they got too comfortable by knowing that the Farsa was a pick. Even we stated that the Novaria went completely out of their heads, and this is where, again, it happens to these teams. They need to focus more on their draft instead of focusing to try to counter Onyx.
I agree. And with that being said, a fun fact is Onyx, they always opt for red side. They always opt for second
The
pick.
Yep special.
Exactly. Every time they try an experiment or they get caught in first pick or blue side, blue side, they falter in the draft. So that's something that I do believe that RSGPH need to take into consideration coming to game 2, because from what I know, how it works is whoever loses that first game will be able to choose between red or blue side.
Yep. Now coming from the draft, I'd want to see one thing from RSG. Chill out a little bit, yo. Because they were taking fights or overextending their welcome in those early skirmishes where you're really just there going, you don't go for a full-on fight. Not just yet, but then there were some moments where I really thought, what are you guys doing there? You're up against a Kaja, you're up against a Novaria. When you get hit by their slows, there's no getting out of that. And you're up against a Frederick. And after level 4, when you're stuck in an area with a Kaja, with a Novaria there, and you're slowed down, you get the heck on out of there. You don't continue to fight. I know RSG want a death ball. I know RSG are a type of team that want to take the initiative, But similar to what we said about Udo Red Giants earlier against Onyx, you gotta learn when to pick your fights. Because Onyx, when they know they've got a good fight in the early, they will snowball from there.
So it poses the question, if they do want to play that aggressive, does Karina really fit into that play style?
See, that's the point that I was getting to, right? I mean, the fact that they just try to counter. The Karina, on paper, it makes sense. You're up against a Masha, you're up against a Claude. Two basic attack, reliant heroes. Yeah. Karina, for a skill, immune, go tank, and even harder to kill because you don't really have a lot of burst coming in from the Novaria onto the Karina itself. No, it doesn't work on paper because to be able to do that with the Karina now compared to back then at MSC 2022, it was in the meta. You farm up, you get those items really quick before the whole gold lane change. Exactly. And now, it's not as simple. You don't get that much gold unless you get the early kill. So when Demon Kite lost first death, it was almost over at that point. He's not able to completely snowball and utilize that tankiness of his that was already built in before. And we saw this. This is why Zaida actually went for full damage as well in the previous match instead of the utility tank style.
Yeah, little by little, it seems like the utility tank Karina, you really need to pick your moments of when to play it. Now, even more so, especially with the changes, the damage Karina just sounds a little bit better. Although I understand why they wanted to go that build path. But again, I feel like this is one of those things where if this was a game where Sans didn't hit his skills, it might be a different story. But it was. And that's why he became the MVP of the game. And that's why Onyx took control.
Yeah, and with that in mind, right, let's take a look at the last 5 games that Onyx have played and how they were able to win or even lose it out. Wait, no, they won every single one.
Yeah, they're in a massive streak right now.
That's a 5-game win streak for Onyx.
This was, again, it was a phenomenal performance from them in the group stages, only losing once against BREN. But you gotta remember, this was also Onyx that was kind of still experimenting, I would say, because in some of these games, it was actually Albert, not CW, who played. In this first match here, Onyx versus RSGPH, there was the drafts coming in. But from the last match, I do believe that is Udo Red Giants, yeah? Second match is supposed to be Onyx versus Udo, right? But I don't remember seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, Onyx picked up Lunox and Hylos?
Exactly. I don't remember seeing those
that.
two heroes.
It must have been on the other stream?
I think it was the in-game remake that we saw from the draft earlier.
Oh,
remember?
Maybe actually, yeah. Saw that remake. But they are on a win streak because after losing to BREN, they've swept EVOS, Aura, BTR, technically 2-0, but it was a 1-0 against Todak because Todak, of course, unfortunately had to forfeit game 2 and then the 2-0 sweep against Udo Red Giants. Yeah.
They're back to their MSC form. Remember what happened right before MSC? They lost to RRQ. This time they lost to BREN, and then the switch.
And
it's the Onyx switch.
That's why we keep mentioning, right? It's scariest when Onyx loses something rather than winning. Because then you see that they learn, they adapt, they address what was going on, what made it that way, and then they come back even stronger. So the question is, does RSGPH have a similar way of thinking and how do they function?
Oh yeah, I think so. RSG are a team that are great with in-series adjustments in the drafting. But then again, what I'm going to be looking for here is, okay, if you're still going to be reactive to the drafts and it's not that favorable, you really just got to have to make up for it in the in-game and what you do in the early game. The first 5 minutes, when you take your fights, when you decide to go to the opposing jungle or when you decide to help out your gold laner, just those early game decision making.
I think so. I think it comes down again to how they start from the drafts, right? I mean, we're talking about the early game, but it has to be facilitated, and it comes through the draft. If they're able to get a mid duo, that's a proper mid duo. This time they can actually win. We mentioned in the game as well while the casters were talking, Aqua and Light. These are the 2 core members that make the rotations work for RSGPH. Once they got shut down, the entire team just struggled to find what they were supposed to do.
Yeah. What surprised me about how Aqua and Light played is like, Light was playing, they were playing as if Light had the Kaja, forgetting that they were going up against the Kaja. Just those a little bit too greedy in the positionings for my taste in the early game.
All right, let's see how they're going to address these changes coming into the second game. And once again here, RSGPH on the blue side. So Onyx still on the side that they favor, right? With these bans coming through, nothing much has changed. And even in the picks, Valentina, Kaja, Claude, completely the same. So now RSGPH, they're in a corner now. They're being asked the question, how are you going to change the drafts? Because last time they went in with Franco and Arlet to be able to counter this Claude. Are they going to go the same route or are they going to go a different one?
Yeah. In terms of their picks earlier, it was Arlott and a Franco.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I don't see so much problems with picking those up again. Again, they were just the victims of a great game by Sans and at the same time some questionable early game decision making, but we'll see.
Arlet Kufra makes sense as well now. Maybe they just change it up a bit, but no, they change it up completely, but they still double down on the fact that the carry is the way to go up against the Claude. Now, we mentioned this earlier a bit already, but the carry really doesn't bully the Claude as much as you would think. Again, back in the previous patches, it does. There's no way you do anything on the Claude, but now it's completely different, especially if you go Brave Smite, then yeah, the carry's not going to have a good time.
Honestly, I think it really depends on who they choose in the mid lane, right? Because I get that the matchup isn't too favorable for the carry, especially in this current meta, but if you're able to secure a really strong mid lane with high rotations, then that should help out the carry, which is not what we saw in game number 1, where they were able to punish the carry so much.
Yeah.
But with Joey being picked up now, question mark.
I think right now for RSG, they just really like the carry, not necessarily for the matchup against a Claude, but really just, it looks like it's a comfort for Emman. His best performing heroes are the carry and the Claude. 3 MVP performances as a carry by Emman, 2 for the Claude. So it just, I think it boils down to more of a, he's in the zone with it. Why not just go ahead and prioritize it? So go in the second phase, Masha getting taken away. So it's sort of like RSG are adapting really well. Still reactive, but in the sense of, oh, we saw your strength in this drafting style in game number 1. We're going to follow a similar trend early on, but then start switching things up as it goes on.
I like the micro adjustments made by RSGPH, even though the carry doesn't completely bully the Claude now in lane. Remember, mid-game, you still do the same job. The same reason it was picked a while ago, when the carry was obviously still meta against the Claude, is because of that mid-game. Once you get the Corrosion side, the HS Golden Staff, you're back. You're back to the same power that you had before. It's just the laning phase that gets really difficult for you, and we did see a reflection of that in game number 1.
So I'm curious as to see how this mid lane is going to go, right? But look at this, Onyx, they're actually opting to take away the Esmeralda instead, realizing that it is a potential counter towards the Joy. The fact that she's able to create shielding, it can be absorbed. But now, the question is what's going to happen in this EXP lane? Even before this match begun, we already centered focus on this. EXP.
Yeah.
With Masha taken out,
it might actually be one of the
Paquito.
options. Paquito, Terizla, Uranus are some of the best options for NAF still available right now. So with Terizla gone, it's going to be either the Uranus or the Paquito.
if this comes out as Paquito for Onyx, then they totally set it up.
Yeah.
But no, they go for an Arlet instead.
I mean, again, the carry here, if you go on the Arlet, you're kind of forcing the carry to go Purify. Once you do that, yeah, Claude's even going to have an even better time than in lane up against the carry, bullying her even more. And the fact that if she goes for the Purify, the reason they want to force a Purify on the carry is because they also have a Joy.
Yeah.
It's much harder to catch someone with a Flicker than a Purify. Joy's going to eat her up.
Yeah. So for RSG here, I'd like to see them pick up the Uranus. The Uranus pickup would be relatively okay. You see,
Stand out.
Unfortunately.
Stand out. Ah, my goodness.
It's the box.
Yeb's got you too.
Yep, got me too. So yeah, it might be the Paquito here. Unless they really want to fight, then they just end up picking a Dairoth or Glue, but Faramis is still open. Sans can pick it up. It'll still be a great pickup.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an oversight here.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing, guys.
Hermes.
Oh, man. No way. No. How could that be an oversight?
Well,
with the Faramis being picked up, that just really negates the pressure that Glue can actually have in the lane, in the team fights.
If it's not going to be the Faramis, I mean, they can still pick up other routes, but nope. Oh, it's an Angela.
What? That's the curveball.
Okay.
Big curveball, massive curveball.
Yep.
All right.
I am scared. Onyx draft looks so good.
So that's why they banned the Esme.
Yeah.
That's why.
That's why.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone expected that Angela last pick, but that is the beauty of flexibility. Let's go call the casters. How do you think this is going to go out?
You know what? Something tells me Coach Yeb may have even played us over here, and we can't help but discuss what else is left. Because Gideon, paint me perplexed. I don't know what's going on.
Yep, I'm already getting into the Yeb post. Hopefully, walking in his footsteps will help me understand his brain because, man, the first half of that draft was good, but that second half took it another level. Welcome back, everybody. In case you are just tuning in, this draft, I wasn't expecting to see it, but Sans this time is going to have to take a step back. He's going to be on this Angela, and he's going to be playing a support role rather than getting information and hard carrying the team.
We've seen a couple of mid-lane Angelas in the group stages, and at best, I have mixed feelings. But I'd like to echo just what you said. The second half of that draft, we got M. Night Shyamalan. It came out of nowhere, and the answers that we thought were so obvious, even in the minds of these world-class coaches in Coach Yeb and Coach Theo, weren't as simple. It wasn't as black and white. So with an out-of-the-ordinary draft, we can expect an out-of-the-ordinary game. Does the logic follow?
Yeah, the logic follows perfectly fine if people get our drift, but let's get into it. I want to see how these interactions are going to work because I love the idea of banning out the Esmeralda. We've seen Nats pull it out before, but to set it up as a way to, you know, really force down onto this Angela, even smarter. The real question is, who does Angela uses the Heart Guard on? Is he going to go look at CW, or is he going to put it onto Kyrie in the jungle with Joy?
Here's the thing. I think everyone but Keyboy is a valid target. Here we go. Let's get into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. It's match point for the current reigning and defending MSC champions as they vie to knock down the recently revived, rejuvenated, and reactivated MSC 2020 roster in RSGPH. Something to note here, Gideon, and this is an opinion of mine. I don't know how you feel about it and the folks back at home, but the lineup on RSGPH, even with the Angela, especially with the Angela, feels like they're going to have to take their time with the damage. Nothing comes quick. There's a lack of burst.
There is a significant lack of burst, and you know, this is a little reminiscent of the previous series where when Bigatron Alpha are very much dedicated into making sure that their marksman is going to be the overall carry and majority damage dealer for their team lineup, and it makes sense, right? Like RSGPH, their lineup is literally all about peel. If they have a traditional front-to-front, it might be a little bit difficult for Onyx, but Coach Yeb, with the way that he's drafted and the way he set up boots on this Arla, he is getting ganked, but can he get out of this? Force the flicker, at least they got a resource out of him.
He's doing fine, he's all right. Up top though, let's check in on the rotations as Light juggles Keyboy and Kyrie very low.
He's getting way too low here, and Light has to use that flicker. Aqua just keeping an eye on him, making sure that if he is needed, he's able to respond. No early double kill for Onyx just yet.
Yep, just as that happened, a slight tease of what's to come. We showed the emblems, and there's nothing much out of the ordinary, save for maybe the fact that Nat's Glue is rocking a common emblem.
The biggest problem nowadays, especially if you are... Wait, hold on here. Nat's having to use split super early on to hold them hostage for as long as possible. He's going to get on top of Boots here. Ooh, doesn't pull him back into the pit, but instead Boots able to use the Vengeance to close the distance towards that Gold Crab. Looks like Kyrie, if he's thinking about it, one last dash. Hard guard activated. Like Divine Beast, and he takes it away. Demon Kite trying to run, but Puppet on a string immobilizes him. Final slash coming in for Boots to try and catch anybody. Onyx back off, and RSGPH, they lose a turtle.
That which RSGPH lacks, Onyx provided. You see that burst? You see Kyrie taking the stacks from the gold off and like already 3, 2, poof, plus the retry. Could have sworn this young man had 2 thumbs on his right hand.
It's so visual.
No, because that's what we saw, right? Like that's exactly how you explain how Kyrie stole the turtle for Onyx, because you could have sworn RSG was going to have it.
I agree. I totally agree with you here. But with the rotation coming in from Kyrie, RSGPH are giving him a lot of respect. They know that in this stage of the game, he is going to have some relevant damage if he has electrifying beats ready to go. But like Mirko mentioned earlier, right? They were hoping to put Iman on that Purify, you know, force him into that situation. But Iman, he's like, no, I'm going to greed out for this. As long as I don't get hit, I'm going to be able to flicker out of some tight situations.
Yep, this is martial arts fundamentals. Don't make your block just a block. Turn it into an attack. So as he flickers back, he's throwing out more light wheels. So that's where he's put in to this machination of RSGPH's all-in lineup. We'll see how that works and exactly when it kicks into gear, because as it is, there's very little damage that RSGPH is presenting.
Yeah, it really is. Iman, he really has to pull out some Wing Chun here to make sure that Onyx it doesn't really get to punish him. But it's tough. It's really, really tough, right? Because if we're talking about deep striking missiles, Kyrie, #1. And it's reinforced with the extra bit of shields coming in from the hard guard. Aqua flickering forward, but doesn't find enough distance to land the Divine Judgment.
Oh, since game 1, and this is coming from a big Aqua fan, Aqua's been playing on Aqua-like. This is uncharacteristic of this mid laner. I'm a big fan of him. Could have sworn he was going to get the nod for MVP in MSC 2022, but here it's difficult to imagine how they're going to ramp up into the mid game. He gets caught by an ultimate splash.
Yep, he pulls on in, and here we go. A Numenor blast on to 3, but Kyrie's walking right on up. Demon Kite's able to take the turtle just in time. Electrifying beats, dealing some decent damage, but really isn't enough. Aqua's death allowing RSGPH to take a turtle.
All right, it could have been worse, but at least, okay, hear me out. Weird trades like that couldn't be punished as hard as usual is good for a lineup that wants to scale. Unless it was a total wipeout or a huge trade like a 2-for-1, 3-for-1, this will help RSGPH's all in the long run. But you still got to get there. Again, that's been the story since game 1, right? You can get inches, but how do you get through the last stretch, the home stretch, that final mile?
I think, when the time comes, that's when RSGPH will start thinking about it, right? Because they just want a team fight. They want to slow things down. And as long as they are at least within arm's reach of Onyx, they've got a really good chance. On the opposite end, right? Onyx, they probably want to be the ones being the aggressors. Wait, hold on. We see once again, Kyrie is able to get on top of Iman. The quick flicker isn't enough for the electrifying beats. He closes the distance. Demon Kite locks him down. Numenor blast as well has been utilized. Sands! It takes big damage, but they've already lost Kyrie. Iman and Light are down. And now the chase coming in as Nats is able to join in the middle of the fights. Boots nowhere to be seen. Keyboy will fall for a 2-for-2 trade.
Scrappy team fight and an eventual victory for RSGPH, but what has that bought for Onyx? Well, an opening down bottom. Boots is going to make the most of this absence in the bottom lane, and he's going to push tier 1, shrinking the map for Eman. And this opens up a problem. Oh, wait. Oh, close call. Kyrie secures.
He secures, but let's also notice the collapse on towards Light's side. Iman popping his ult as well. Boots forcing to flicker on out of there. And funny enough, Sans not even thinking about saving Boots' life. He knows he's going to be okay. Stop side. Potential dive coming up as CW. Oh, the Heart Guard is going to save his life from this dive. Nats and Aqua, they're on the run. But CW is like, no. Yes, pull me closer. I want to get closer to Aqua. But no, it's fine. Keyboy down, and as well as calling in Kyrie. They want to dive 2v2 electrifying beats as well. Locking him down. They finally kill on towards Aqua's side, and now Nats all by himself without Split is left to dry underneath his turret. That's going to be 2 kills for the side of Onyx.
Oh man, art imitates life. Just like how we are in the home of Onyx in Jakarta, they're making the Land of Dawn the same thing. It's like they're in control of every single entry point, and Onyx knew clearly that RSGPH were taking the turtle, and they made the most of it and punished top lane.
CW is trying to clear up this wave. It's blazing too wet. Even Sans holding onto his trigger finger. Boots is taking way too much damage, and all right, he gets the back off for now. Even RSGPH respect the fact that the Heart Guard is quite the hair puller.
All right, looking at the item game so far, Nats has a interesting build here. He wants to respect the damage that Kyrie and Sans are putting on the board, and then from there he'll build physical defense. Looking at Aqua, has a Clock of Destiny here. Eman at least is just down to 100, 300 gold.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad considering everything that's happened across the game. With the biggest lead going on to Kyrie so far with a 1.2k lead, it's great, right? Holy Crystal, 8 minutes into the game.
And you can expect that the Blood Wings are up next, right? That's just how Joys are built in the current metagame. RSGPH making the most of the relative silence in team fights for the past couple of minutes, pushes up top. This is already, Giddy, I gotta say, much better than game one.
Significantly better, in a matter of fact. However, I am a little concerned for Aqua right now. Let's see whether he recovers from that sort of mental damage after not having to play the game at all to now possibly being the key to breaking open Onic.
All right. Some good news to that. Again, the bad news is exactly what happened already. The good news is something tells me maybe he's loading. Maybe he's downloading what happened in game one. And so far, what the early and mid game looks like here. And then eventually, he'll break out into those last moments from game one. Remember that wherein they played that defense in the base so well? And now it's all the more possible. The propensity for plays like that to happen in game two has just skyrocketed.
And that's why RSGPA just making sure that mid-tier 1 does not fall. They don't mind having no side turrets at all, because that means Onic would have to go super deep in if they want to even put any points of damage into the inhibitor turrets.
Yep, again, taken off from where they left off in game one playing Possum, but here they're keeping it closer to their chest. Onic with a 2,000 gold lead, and RSGPH says to that in their face, how about we dance? Lord Dance already up, 9 minutes, 30 seconds in. Boots?
He's going to take a little bit of damage here. Sans, it doesn't look like the hard guard's coming out just yet. He's ready for it. He's waiting for it. Boots, he's able to go. Kyrie, in the matter of fact, actually gets the hard guard into the middle with the electrify beats. The damage is good. Aqua is gone. Numenor Blast trying to disengage. It's tough, but Boots falls down to Nats and CW. Despite it all, that sprint is keeping him nice and healthy. He's kiting out of his mind.
Oh, split will not save Nats. Kyrie pops him. 2 for 1, and eventually Onic turns to the Lord.
Yep, they want even more than this. They want to break this tier 1. They want to speed up this game. The tempo increases for Onic.
Lord here, 3/4 of its health down and up, approaching halfway point. 10.5 minutes in. Yeah, they're going to blitz it. Onic is going to score this major objective.
Sans, once again, just taunting, right? He doesn't even need to be part of these fights. He can split push on the side, and Kyrie can help fix the bottom side towards the neutral objective, and they just work in tandem so well.
That's a thing of pure terror. It's a hero with very little mobility, just standing there. And you know that one of those players' thumbs are on the recall button. That's what Sans does. That's the psychological warfare that he's committing, right? And people online saying, why is Sans doing that? Why is that? Imagine that being done to you in a ranked game. Exactly.
And the rest of your teammates, especially if you're an EXP laner, why aren't you clearing the waves? Why aren't you part of the fight? There's just no winning it. You can't be in two places at once. But now, with the Lord crashing on, and let's see how Onic responds, because it feels like Onic, they don't want to press the advantage any more than this. It feels like it's a liability to actually walk with these big waves.
And that's a clear sign that Onic have been learning from the lessons in the group stages. A lot of the moments that put them in hot water were in where they overextended. Hell, we just saw that in game one, right? Wherein RSGPH played Possum and hooked them into their base and punished them for an almost seemingly instant comeback, but it's not as easy, right? It doesn't happen like that. But right now, looking at Onic with a 5K gold lead approaching the 12-minute mark, Lord coming in a minute and a half about, it's difficult. But RSGPH are in a better state. I'm wondering if Eman is ready. What's Eman building right now? What's he got? Oh, 3 core items on the way to his 4th.
Oh.
A Wind of Nature.
Okay, that's good. That's really, really good to hear. As soon as he gets that Winds of Nature, he can actually go toe-to-toe against CW. I'm guessing CW already has his Winds of Nature immediately built, considering the amount of gold that Onic has right now.
He does. Homie does. So that's what buys him the 1,000 gold ahead he has. 1,000 and change at that. So that's one dynamic that they have to think about. RSGPH, they have to get everything right, man. Aqua has to have the DJ, or at least the final slash, one or the other.
Now that Kyrie's, he's 2 level ahead of Demon Kai, right? So I guess this is what Onic is waiting for. We're going to play around neutral objectives. We need to make sure that we don't get hit by light, and especially when you're Joy and you're able to dodge big CC. With the hard guard, it gives you just another layer of complexity.
Yep. Talking about Kyrie, there's the aforementioned Blood Wings. So all the more, he's so difficult to kill, and he spouts out just that much more damage. Now looking at the engage, looking at the angles. Oh man, here's something I miss. Light finding himself all the way in the back. If you'll remember, folks, in recent history, I'm talking maybe 6-9 months back, you know how Light finds these odd bushes that you could have sworn he couldn't have gotten there? It's so odd. RSGPH are playing so conservative now.
Exactly, but Onyx, you've seen their preparation before. That's how they won game number 1, right? Just raw preparation. Coach Jeb's genius, the pose, it all comes in together.
That's right, and now, come to think of it, maybe it's less how RSGPH are conservative. Maybe Onyx are just cleaning up these bushes so well that Light can find himself in. Again, it's Boots here at the front.
All right, okay, CW, he has to kite this a little bit better, but now instantaneously you see that Kyrie with the electrifying beats as well, and the heart got on towards Nats' side. That Athena shield keeps him alive, but they've already taken out Demon Kite. This Lord is Onyx to take.
Oh wow, Keyboy! Oh! Grand Theft Orange! The MSP 2023 MVP just stole the orange buff right in Eman's face!
My jaw literally just dropped. I'm like, no way he's gonna get that. No!
Ring of Order, I did.
This has got to be so frustrating for RSGPH. It feels like every smart move that they think of, Onyx is already right at the front door.
You know what's worse? Keyboy had nothing. He's building like weird little baby items, like elements to it. So it was just off of pure mechanics and timing.
Yep, it's, I mean, what can you do? What can you do? You can't win them all. You cannot win them all. But with this Lord pushing on, I want to see whether Onyx is going to do the same thing, right? Are they just going to play possum and not walk with the waves? Or are they waiting for RSGPH to actually make the mistake?
It's a Luminous Lord marching up through top, and there is a closer wave in mid and bottom. So this is to RSGPH's benefit. They can actually do some damage control here, given that they have, again, relatively less than ideal wave clear, and Nats comes in.
I mean, gets pushed down now. Oh,
Hey.
Nearly a big turnaround for the side of RSGPH. CW, you got to be careful there. He's going to top himself up with that wave and with the help of Sands at the same time. But here we go. This is where it gets dangerous. Ooh, Keyboy. Iman needs to be respected as mid inhibitors down. Kyrie's coming in for the backline. The instantaneous Winter Truncheon. You're not even going to be enough. Iman dies instantaneously. CW in the backline. A double for Kyrie. The Blazing Duet has chunked them all for Kyrie to eat them all up. Mistakes were made, and Onyx are looking to close it out.
Just 2 defenders left, and the base goes down. Onyx sweeps RSGPH.
Is it me, or is this one of the cleanest games we have seen from Onyx thus far here in the playoffs?
Cleanest series in SPS that the back-to-back MPLID champions have put on. And boy, oh boy, what a show it is. You can see Onyx Sobat. They have come in droves, and they are not disappointed.
That was a disgusting match. I can't.
In a good way.
In a good way. In a really good way. I cannot imagine how the Raiders feel, especially in their saga of this tournament.
They were just on the up and up too, man.
Right?
And again, this is a very, very, how do I say, fanficky match in the best way possible, but for it to end in a sweep, oh. But then again, congratulations, Onyx. Of course, it was an amazing performance. Let's throw it back to our analysts for them to break it down.
Crowd goes wild here at Istoras Tunayan. As you mentioned earlier on, the Yellow Porcupine sweep RSGPH 2-0. The former champions of MSC showing what it means, the strength, the material to be here this strong, this dominant, and they're looking strong with that 16-minute game. It was, again, very similar to what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, that's just the Kings of Sea right there. This is close to peak Onyx. I'm saying close to peak because peak Onyx means winning a championship. My goodness. A systematic destruction of RSGPH, knowing their tendencies, knowing where Light and Aqua needs to be, knowing where they need to be, watching out for key abilities. How else can you put it? This was a near perfect game by Onyx.
We've mentioned it so many times, it gets kind of, you know, repetitive. But when Onyx lose, that's when you start to tremble. I think I spoke to Aldo as well, Bigatron. They're like, I can't believe we had to face Onyx right after the BREN loss. because that was just so different, right? I mean, Onyx here, we see it for our own eyes. It wasn't just against Big China, it wasn't just against Yudu. Teams now who are in the lower bracket, it's up against RSGPH, topping Group A, who had a similar run, losing against Yudu and then just stomping everyone. But now, Onyx, yeah, I would say close to their prime, close back again, because the drafts, a lot of questions, a lot of doubts were raised about Yeb's draft in the group stages. Why no Assassin for Kyrie? Why no this? Why no that? Why no Faramis was a question that a lot of people were asking in the chat, and even us for a while, up until, hey, RSG wanted the Faramis. They left it out intentionally.
Yep.
Because they had a Lolita. Now with the Angela, hey, the Joy can't get caught by the Numenon Blast, and the Joy got MVP.
Yeah, 813 KDA, 100% KP on Kyrie. This man, he was everywhere. He was taking objectives left and right. He was getting picks left and right. He was dealing the damage. He was also utility in all these objective takes. This truly is everything in one.
Yeah, man, you have Sans on an Angela with you. You're empowered to peek into the jungle yourself as if you were a roamer. You have an Angela with you. And some of the highlights here of Kyrie come from the fact that it was literally just him getting vision, Sans saying, hey man, that looks good. Let's do it. And then they'll take that fight and then they'll find those opportunities. And again, it isn't just because Onyx was stayed aggressive, they were very calculated. They always watched out for the counterplay, the late entry of Nath, because as a glue, that's what's expected of you, a late entry. And then of course, Light's Numenon Blast barely hit in this game. Even there in that last highlight, CW literally used the BMI to get past that Numenon Blast because they were all watching out for it.
Did you see that synergy? That synchronization?
Oh yeah.
Oh, where does that come from, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm sure at this point it's not even just comms anymore. They're not speaking.
Telekinesis.
This is telepathy.
Telepathy.
Yeah.
That's a different one.
Telekinesis.
It's close.
Yeah,
Nice
it's close.
try.
It's close. It's close. It's close.
It's a good try, right?
Yeah, it's a great try.
Okay.
But again, congratulations to Onyx continuing their journey there in the upper brackets. And it was crazy because even before this match, when we saw that head-to-head between the roamers, I was like, yeah, Keyboy 0% on the support heroes. I'm like, that's something that honestly teams can exploit with Keyboy not having that success. And I was like, that's a layer that they don't have in their flexibility. And then Sans pulls up the Angela mid.
It takes a lot of confidence to first pick a roamer, right? As a roamer player, I think a lot of people will agree with me. I'm not a roamer player, I'm just trying to relate to them. But first picking Akaja, especially when we know that there's so many counters towards Akaja. Now the Kufra pick, even the Franco there, a few of these heroes who can actually just completely neutralize the Akaja. So it shows you how much confidence that Keyboy has for Yeb, and Yeb has to Keyboy, and Keyboy has to the rest of the team, and the rest of the team has to... Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say, okay? They're really, really in sync.
Yeah.
And man, I gotta give props to just the whole team. They moved like a unit. They knew exactly what to do at any given moment in the game. CW, when Joy gets picked off, when Joy is the target, CW just goes to the back, and the carry.
You're not spinning.
Oh, there's a cable.
It's okay, I did it. Oh, yeah. Smooth.
Boom, perfect.
Anyways, carry. We mentioned this. Gideon also mentioned it in game. He went for the flicker, and I said it to you. It's a losing game. It's like flicker, a loss. Also, the purify, it's a loss. Like, it's just two bad situations.
Yeah, way too difficult for a carry here to shine. Although we saw some moments here and there, but this is what we saw mostly of. CW
Blazing
with
duet.
a perfect entry, blazing duet. And again, at this point, it's not too much on what ours you need to work on. It's just that they were outplayed by Onyx. Onyx, it really looked like they prepared so well there for RSG. They understand their rotational tendencies, what they want to do in team fights, how they want to take the approach to drafting even. They were like, yo, Keyboy, just keep picking up the Kaja. You're going to be good. That'll empower us to be able to get Light out of his zone so that we can constantly just poke him down. What a performance there by Onyx.
And it's scary. It's even more terrifying the fact that all the other members have stepped up as well. And with that, let's talk to them right now. How do they feel about winning that match against RSG? In a second, they're getting shy again. Right now, now. There you go.
Dengan siapa lagi kalau bukan Kyrie! Hello everybody, welcome back. We are over with the baby boy of Onyx, Kyrie. Yes, to finally meet him. Oh, congratulations. As a Filipinos, I heard them talk a lot with Filipinos. And Kyrie, 2-0 with all of the match. You sweep it. Kamu benar-benar ngebersihin semua game matchmu dengan 2-0. Kok bisa? How come? What happened? Onyx is super strong right now.
MSC mode.
MSC. Mode MSC.
Yeah. I feel like they are showing everybody here that they are the MSC 2023 champions. He's like, don't look down on us. We won that. Yes. Okay, so Kyrie, I want to ask. She mentioned that 2-0 clean sweep the entire day today, which means Onyx is advancing to the upper bracket finals tomorrow, which means you guys will meet another Filipino team, either AP, BREN, or Echo. Who do you want to meet more?
I think BREN because BREN because they defeated us yesterday.
In the group stage, right? He wants to like get his revenge. Balas dendam. Do they call that? That's right. They call that the same in bahasa Indo.
Betul. Karena di group stage mereka kalah dan kali ini mereka ingin bertemu kembali untuk membalaskan kekalahannya. So I heard that Onyx won't lose twice.
Yes.
In MPL as well. In here, Kyrie?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Mungkin gak akan kalah 2 kali, maybe.
Okay, Kyrie, I have another question. How confident are you that Onyx will actually take the championship?
1%.
Huh? 1%?
100?
Stay humble.
Stay humble.
Dengan 1% dengan kehambelannya dia akan membawa piala ini. Wow, is that humble or just keeping a secret from us? You're confident, but how about the team's energy right now?
Onyx, very good and Gilang is already sehat. Yeah, ready to bantay.
Sans is much better, so they're ready to beat everybody. And I could see that in the first match, actually, the player camps we were watching from backstage, when they won, I could hear the screams from backstage. And their player camps were like all happy and cheers, which is the energy we like to see, because I feel like with this kind of mindset and energy, championship could be highly possible.
Oh, but who is the strongest contender for Kyrie here?
Yeah.
Maybe BREN.
Oh, it's still BREN.
Oh, masih dengan BREN yang memang paling bisa jadi kontender terkuat juga untuk Onyx. Mengingat di grup stage kemarin, tapi memang Onyx sendiri sekarang benar-benar lagi energinya sangat baik dan mereka kemungkinan besar untuk menuju ke arah champion atau menjadi juara bisa menjadi jalan yang lurus.
Yeah, so BREN is still the competitor that Kyrie himself thinks is a little bit of a difficulty or something difficult that they have to face. It's an obstacle, but with their performance, 2-0s in a day, I think it's very possible that they can beat them tomorrow. But we shall see if AP BREN is at their A game tomorrow, if Echo is at their A game tomorrow, or is Onyx at their A game tomorrow. Okay, Kyrie, I know you're super duper tired because you've been here since this morning. So before I let you go, what do you want to say to all the Onyx fans who came over to this arena today to support you, or to those watching online?
Thank you so much to the Onyx fans and my fans. I hope to continue to support us after MSC.
Oh, support terus. In Indonesia, please Kyrie, pakai bahasa Indonesia dong. Atau bahasa Jawa juga boleh.
Bahasa Indonesia dan Tagalog.
Kalau saya Los Onyx fans, jangan lupa dukung kita guys. Dan lanjut, dukung kita guys sampai gua balik ke PA.
Tagalog. Oh.
Para sa Pinoy.
Of course.
Thank you sa mga sumusupport ng mga Pilipino. Sorry kasi sa Indonesia ako nag-aaral pero dala pa rin yung bansa na Pilipinas.
Oh, I don't know. He said, thank you so much for supporting him. He may be playing in Indonesia, but he is still carrying the Philippine flag proud and strong over here in Indonesia.
Pilipinas, lang malangkas.
Oh,
I know it. That's
all right. So we're going to let Kyrie go off first because he needs to rest. Tomorrow's going to be a long day for him. And we have one more match to go before we actually end today. So don't go anywhere because we will be right back for the last match of the day. We'll see you guys.
See you.
ingat dengan game ni first kali bila abang ada bagi tahu, Dek, jom kita pergi cyber cafe nak. Lepas tu daripada situlah
kita orang selalu cakap dengan mak kita orang nak pergi surau lah, kita orang nak pergi sekolah lah, kadang-kadang ada koko ke apa. Tapi kita orang sebenarnya pergi kepada cyber cafe untuk bermain game lah.
Dia keluar rumah macam biasa, pakai baju, uniform apa semua, tapi dia tak pergi sekolah. Dia pergi duduk kat sisi.
Dia ponteng lah kiranya kan. Dek, ingat tak Dek masa kecil-kecil dulu? Asyik nak pergi terawih je. Rupa-rupanya bukan pergi surau, bukan pergi masjid. Pergi main game kat sisi.
Macam mana boleh kantor yang mana tu? Yang Umi pergi surau.
Oh, Umi pergi surau. Cek kita orang tak ada.
Bila dah dapat tahu, sebab surat datang dekat rumah kan.
Ayah balik and ayah buat apa yang patut lah. Basically rotan ke apa.
Kayu dia pun ada lagi, tahu mana lah tak tahu. Bermula daripada hari itu saya slow down sikit lah.
Actually ayah dia tak tahu kita orang ada laptop tau kat rumah. Bila saya dengar je bunyi motor tu dah bergerak, dah berjalan, time tu lah saya akan turun, saya akan main game sampai dia balik. Waktu tu lah saya akan macam terus shutdown PC apa semua, macam tu lah. Try main senyap-senyap lah. Sama lah antara kita orang 3 beradik pun lalui benda yang sama.
Waktu dia sekolah dulu, dalam masa yang sama dia tolong jugalah bantu.
Saya buat barang, macam barang burger kita orang ada macam secret recipe lah. Kat sos kita tambah apa, kat mayo kita tambah apa. So daripada situ ayah cakap, okay Dek, kalau kau tolong ayah kasih kau sehari dalam RM5 macam tu. Dekat sinilah tempat dapat pocket money lah from ayah. Dia ada banyak sisi dulu, ada kat sini, ada yang kat sana, atas sana. So itu antara sisi-sisi yang selalu pergilah.
Dia tolong dia burger, tapi dalam masa yang sama dia akan cari ruang macam mana nak pergi sisi. Tengah malam sampai pagi pun ada juga. Saya tahu. Tapi nak marah pun nak buat macam mana kan.
Bila kita suruh dia buat kerja, dia buat. Jadi kita tak marah dia. Dia tak ada nantilah, tak ada. Dia okey, dia macam tu. When he was younger, dia agak kelakar orang dia. He likes to tell jokes.
Kita panggil dia Pak Lawa. Selalu buat joke sana, joke sini. Dia happy-happy macam tu lah.
Kan? Dia lahir pun special.
Apa?
Dia lahir dalam kereta.
Mana datang? Waktu tu saya dah start macam full time lah with kerja burger. Bila dah lama, Umi ayah pun tanya, Dek, kau nak buat apa ni Dek? Saya tak tahu nak pergi mana lah. Umi pun bagi idea try lah pergi kulinari kan. Saya jumpa beberapa orang yang membuatkan saya punya motivation tu tak ada. Waktu tu lah saya betul-betul start main ML lah. Saya tengok abang saya Amin tu, dia dah sampai tahap rank yang tertinggi at Mobile Legends. So disebabkan jiwa kompetitif saya ni, saya rasa macam dia tak boleh jadi ni kan. Aku nak kena main juga ni. So dari situ start slow-slow main.
Dia jenis yang penyayang, dia suka kucing.
Ini nama dia Along. Kita orang dulu memang banyak kucing lah, lebih daripada 10 ekor lah. Seronok lah kalau ada kucing kat rumah, dia rasa tenang, rasa happy. Best lah kalau ada diorang. Tu kenapa tu? Tos. Waktu saya tengah intern, ada orang tag saya. Waktu dia cakap, aku nak kau join Todak ni. Ada satu nama tim Todak ni. Waktu tu saya dalam dilema lah. Sebab at that time, saya tengah intern tu, lagi 3 bulan after that, saya dah boleh habis belajar. Dah boleh dapat sijil. And dalam masa yang sama, kalau peluang ni terlepas, dah memang takkan ada dah.
Dia beritahu saya yang dia tak dapat nak teruskan internship tu. Dia cuba nak berubah haluan kepada pemain Mobile Legends lah masa tu.
Mak saya ni dia jenis anti lah. Dia fikir yang gaming ni buruk untuk dia punya masa depan. Saya cakap dengan mak saya yang Umi, adik ni jenis yang dia boleh pergi jauh. Dia memang power. Dia antara the best in Malaysia. So why not let him try lah.
Kami pun cuba lepaskan tali tu perlahan-lahan. Saya kata tak apalah kalau macam tu. You just proceed with what you think it's best for you.
Okeylah, you pergilah saya kata. Tapi you kena buat betul-betul. Kalau you buat tak betul, kau balik sini.
saya pun dapatlah keluar daripada kawasan belajar lah. Saya pergi ke Todak. Saya terpaksa menipu lah basically. Saya bagi tahu dekat umi ayah saya yang Todak akan sediakan kontrak. Permulaannya macam mana kita orang dapatkan kontrak is kita orang nak kena lepas that task, iaitu task kita orang kena lepas ataupun dapatkan top 3 lah untuk Todak Fest 2019. Sampailah satu tahap kita orang kalah game yang kedua. So kita confirm bubar lah. But actually benda ni Asia dia cakap dengan saya, aku still nak engkau dalam Todak. So biarlah diorang bubar pun aku nak kau dalam Todak. Saya stay dekat gaming house. Saya tak pergi mana-mana. Dengan lagi beberapa orang ni, kita orang tak ada makanan kat situ.
Dia pernah telefon saya tak tahu dia tak ada duit ke apa kan. Dia kata dia nak pizza. Saya orderkan dia 2 kotak pizza. Dia makan dengan kawan dia 2 orang, large pizza.
Actually pasal yang kontrak tu, saya bagi tahu diorang selepas beberapa tahun punya cerita. Saya sikit pun tak komplain apa-apa tentang that struggle that I've been through. Saya bagi tahu umi ayah saya waktu dalam kereta, random things. So waktu tu lah saya baru cerita mana datangnya, kenapa tiba-tiba adanya suruh order pizza datang ke rumah. Yang pertama reaction is diorang shock lah dengan apa yang saya dah bagi tahu diorang, sebab diorang tak expect saya akan buat macam tu and saya boleh sampai ke tahap yang macam tu saya boleh buat kan.
Ayah dia sampai menangis. Ayah dia kata tak sangka anak dia susah, dia kata tahu.
Touching sikit lah. So sedih jugalah. Saya dengan family support dia lah.
Sebenarnya semua ibu bapa mahukan yang terbaik untuk anak-anak.
So that is the moment that it hits me hard lah. Kalau saya tak follow my passion, saya habiskan study kulinari apa semua, mungkin saya tak dapat nak banggakan my parents, adik-beradik saya bangga, tak dapat nak wakili Malaysia untuk SEA Games, and saya tak dapat nak pergi tengok pun negara-negara lain like Vietnam, Singapura, Indonesia, Jakarta apa semua kan. So the choice is very very unpredictable lah untuk kita buat ya.
Saya harap dia pandai uruskan benda dalam kehidupan dia untuk menjadi seorang player yang betul-betul lah.
Saya sebenarnya sangat berbangga dengan Moon, dengan pencapaian dia bukan saja untuk Moon tetapi juga pasukan teammates dia yang lain.
I want to achieve to win international punya tournament lah. For once, at least for once lah. My things is maybe I nak menang international or dapatkan top 3, top 2 lagi sekali. Baru I rasa puas hati and no need to prove to anyone anymore lah. Yeah. Saya Moon dan ini adalah cerita saya. Saya harap daripada kisah ini dapat memberi makna dan semangat untuk korang terus berjuang.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can hide. Yeah, this is magic in a way, but no remedy in the head. Let me go where it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Rip my head for the hell of it. We're gonna make a mess of it. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. See me up with your eyes. I got stitches from your lies. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. But be careful of my heart. It's best you leave that part. The end about revenge, 'cause I'm a good friend. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Let me lift your spirit if you are for real. I got pins and needles and spread like candy. Come give me the preservatives while I'm on all fours. This fabric-y stuff, you know it's enough. And I bet I've been her, yeah. She's on my chair. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. just right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight. Gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight.
Hello, everybody. It's us again. It's Rose and Clara over at the audience because just now when I was interviewing Kyrie, when we were interviewing Kyrie, I heard two girls screaming over at the side. So I'm just like, what was going on?
And we know that there is a Philippines fans over here.
Yes, because
why
they were screaming extra loud when Kyrie said he might be playing in Indonesia, but he is still carrying that Filipino flag with pride. So, hello girls, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Kay. Good evening.
Hi, and?
Hi, good evening. My name is Joyce. Are you guys from Philippines, Joyce and Kay?
Yes, but we flew in from Singapore today.
Oh, so you flew. Mereka tuh dari Philippines asalnya, tapi Singapura dulu baru menjejakan ke Jakarta.
Yes.
For watching the teams or watching someone.
It's actually supporting every single team.
As long as there's Filipinos,
yes. Aside to that, of course, the experience as well.
Oh, mereka jadi kesini mau ngedukung semua yang Philippines. Semuanya mau tim apapun yang penting Philippines dan pengen ngerasain atmosfernya, suasananya. And how is it?
Yeah, how's Indonesia so far?
Yeah.
Love the food.
Yes.
Yes, we came
Bebek
here for
goreng.
the local food, of course, apart from the game itself. But yeah, everything's so good so far. We just arrived this morning, and unfortunately, we need to leave on Sunday after the game.
Yes.
Oh, so you'll be missing out on the grand finals then?
We're flying.
We're flying in the evening
we're flying in the
anyway,
evening,
so
so hopefully
we still
we'll
have
get to catch one of the matches before doing so.
You mentioned just now that you love Indonesian food. What's your favorite Indonesian food that you've had so far ever since you've landed this morning? Let's start with Kate.
One answer, bebek goreng.
Yeah, we had bebek goreng the moment that we
We
landed
love that food
today
so much.
for lunch.
Even in Singapore, we always had that food.
Oke, jadi mereka sama-sama suka satu, bebek goreng. Dan sama dua-duanya, makanan pertama yang mereka makan dan itu adalah favorit mereka.
Yes, even in Singapore they were eating it.
Di Singapura juga mereka makannya bebek goreng. You don't have a bebek duck in Philippines?
We do have, but
different way of
yeah,
cooking,
it's a different
right?
way of cooking.
Different way.
It doesn't have the. It doesn't come with the oil chili, the
spices
chili
and
oil.
all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one thing that makes it much more delicious.
Yeah, I feel like Filipinos, they have duck in our cuisine, but they cook it more like gravy style. Yeah, they put it in caldereta, they put it in, I don't know, whatever, but like, it's not goreng.
Oh beda, cuma beda sama mereka ada bebek juga. Cuma Indonesia dengan minyak hitamnya itu yang memang adalah rasa dan bumbu-bumbunya itu mereka suka banget karena kita punya bebek goreng.
Okay, let's go back to the game. Now, after this, we're going to be seeing AP BREN and Echo. Since you guys said you guys came for the Filipinos, who's supporting who and why? Let's start with Kate.
Me, I'll go for Echo this time.
Why?
I love Sanford.
Yes.
Okay.
Say something to Sanford.
Okay,
please.
say something to Sanford.
Say something
Sanford
to
is
Sanford.
confirm watching backstage right now. Say a little something for our baby boy.
Okay, Sanford, just do your best. We're here always to support you all the way, regardless of the result.
Oh, dia mendukung pokoknya apapun hasilnya pokoknya dia di sini mereka untuk mendukung Sanford. Oke, dukungan sebenarnya sudah diterima langsung mendengar tapi gimana dengan Joyce? How about you? Who are you rooting for these two Philippines?
Then I'd go for BREN then.
Yeah, I
So it's
understand.
gonna be a good competition between us.
Any special person in BREN?
It would be either Few or Cal TZ.
Oh, it's two.
Either one.
Either way. Okay. Anything to say to them?
All the best and yeah, make Philippines proud. Hopefully you'll get this one.
But whoever wins will be going against Kyrie. Uh-oh.
Actually.
Then we have to decide later then.
Again, regardless.
Support, yeah. Whoever it is, of course, as long as there's a Filipino in the team.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Support
be
all
a
the way.
good one.
Okay, I like that. I really like that. It's like Filipino pride.
Ya, mereka mendukung pokoknya nanti kalau yang lawan kali yang penting yang sekarang dulu. Mereka mendukung keduanya. Yang satu AP BREN, yang satu langsung dari RSCP Ace.
Echo.
Echo ya, sorry. Echo. I missed that because you guys have 3 teams here. How does it feel like to have 3 teams dominating the Snapdragon Pro Series?
Filipino power.
Yeah, it's
Proud actually.
Yeah.
Very proud.
very, very proud of being
Filipino
a Filipino.
pride.
Yeah.
Correct.
Mereka benar-benar bangga bisa melihat ada Philippines, bahkan 3 tim mendominasi di turnamen ini. Dan memang mereka juga terlihat sangat kuat dan top of the groups as well.
Yes, okay, probably the last question I have for you guys. How is the Snapdragon Pro Series so far and what are you looking forward to see tomorrow and on Sunday as well?
Joyce?
It's been so far an incredible experience, something that I would not forget for the rest of my life because this is my first ever live, event, Mobile Legends event. So something, that would really mark in my mind.
Okay, what about you?
So far, it's very good. As I've said earlier, the place is very cozy. I thought it's gonna be a big one wherein I cannot really see the players and all, but it's so good. Great experience. So happy to be here. Thanks to you do Red Chance for the ticket.
Oh!
Shout out to Yudu.
Shout out to Yudu. They have another game tomorrow.
Pancake, actually.
Oh,
Pancake and
Pancake.
Isla. They're the ones who organize our tickets today.
I see.
Ya, betul, karena mendapatkan tiket untuk turnamen ini cukup sulit dan mereka ngedapetin dari Yudu. Mereka berterima kasih sekali dari Pancake juga dan mereka benar-benar seneng banget di sini karena experience-nya mereka bisa melihat dengan jelas pula begitu nyaman dan apalagi semangat dari pastinya fans-fans di Indonesia. First time and they really like it.
So I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the first time, not the last time.
No.
No. Okay, you, quick one.
It's actually the same for her. And actually everything arranged is last minute for this event. So glad to make it happen. Glad that we get the support from the teams who gave us the ticket today. So everything so far so good. Yeah, looking forward for tomorrow and the day after.
All right, so I guess, we can stop disturbing them because the last match is gonna start very, very soon. So thank you so much to Joyce and Kay. Thank you for allowing us to disturb you a little bit and ask you guys what you guys think about the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Okay, so they say something. Dia mau melakukan sesuatu, mau mengucapkan sesuatu. He wants to do a shout out.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Go on.
It's okay for our girls. What do you
Yeah.
want to say?
Basically, I just want to shout out. It's a special request from my good friends back in the Philippines. Shout out to Paula, Glowy, and Erica as well. And yeah, to RV, Rinderverse. That's it, I think.
Okay. Message done. Clear.
Yeah,
Yay!
message delivered. All right, so I think we're gonna go on a short break before we start the fourth match, the final match of the day. So don't go anywhere because the Snapdragon Pro Series will be right back. Jangan kembali. Sesaat lagi.
Spicy food and Mobile Legends.
Luas, tempatnya luas. Yang gue suka itu turnamen ML.
Maju. Foods and Onyx.
Itu food, turnamen.
Food, the spicy foods.
Rame, macet.
Fans in Indonesia really supports their MLBB players a lot. So compared to our local scene, I can feel the drastic changes. So it feels more lively here. It feels like an actual sport lah.
Amazing food lah. Nasi goreng. Spicy food. I think it's same like Cambodia. The weather and the people also. Nasi Padang.
Dihukum. Lagi ada Imo. Gua ada Imo. Tonton. Gua masih ada ulti sih. Ada ulti sih semua dia.
Dia mau tarik lu, we. Sama detal gua.
Coba pelan-pelan. Nice. Nice. Flicker ya Bang ya. Siapa aja ya? Nah, itu tuh.
Go. Bagus setnya.
Tarik. Depan gas. Perang aja. Aman gua aman. Gas. Depan dulu, depan. Lihat Karina.
Tolong.
Nice. Gua kejar aja guys. Aja. Gua kejar Karina.
Mati.
Mau lagi. Ayo. Balik aja ya.
Dia mau pegang.
Nenek.
No pegang guys. No pegang dua-duanya. No pegang. Sadar dulu guys.
Aman. Satu orang
Nice one.
Gua farming lagi ya. Ini enggak guys. Peran L kiri tuh.
Gua ready.
L kiri ada ini ya guys.
Boots guys.
Bisa masuk gua, sabar. Lihat gua nih, Valen. Nice, kiting ya. Aman gua ya. Lihat gua.
Gak ada outnya guys. Kali. Mampu guys. Bisa gua 23 guys.
Bisa kiting. Ini gua apa kan?
Gua skill 2 guys. Kena. Mati. Gua bisa flickerin lah guys. Mau enggak? Mau. Mau ulti gua siapa nih? Mau. Deh. Kali gua gorong. Mati.
Depan guys. Aman gua ke belakang. Depan mati tuh. Nenek. Ayo gas. Karinya mati kan?
Minyak.
Minyak kan? Ambil kasih.
Bagus dulu NN enggak ada minyak kan.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. breezy, breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need vixen, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
The Lord is still crashing down the base. CW tries his best while Chong knocked him off, and it's too late. AP BREN takes the game.
Very excited heading into the playoffs for top 6. At day 1, we first adjust to the environment, adjust to the game style of the Indonesian team, since there are 4 Indonesian teams in our bracket. And personally, I think the Indonesian teams are stronger at this moment because the meta favors them with the assassins and the fast-paced gameplay and the engaging. I think the meta really suits them. But I still think that the meta in the Philippines is better because we are still more disciplined than them. Echo in this tournament has a different roster than the M41. And even if they're not the top in the group, I think they're still hungry and they're still one of the teams to beat in this tournament. And if we may face in the playoffs, I think it will be a good series.
Sorizo menempel seorang outplay, tapi di depan sana mereka harus bertukar dengan 1 untuk 1. Para pasukan dari Eko, mereka mendapatkan mungkin base di dalam sana dan flicker. Harang Manciman yang mantap JP. Supercan versus everybody, Supercan catch it doing. Dan nampaknya kali ini base menjadi pilihan utama. Eko take the game. One straight.
Against AP BREN, we're just doing the normal routine that we do in the other teams. And yeah. I know you guys are strong and we are experimenting something new and we will show it to you and we are gonna do our best to beat you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Playoffs. You are still with me, Rose, and of course, Clara.
Yes, dan tentu saja selamat datang kembali karena kita saat lagi akan melihat, akan menyaksikan match terakhir, match penutupan hari ini antara 2 tim perwakilan dari Filipina.
Yes, we are back with another Philippine to Philippines head-on where we will have Echo, our M4 World Champions, going up against BREN, AP BREN, our ISF and SEA Games winner.
Yes, kedua tim ini punya histori yang sangat banyak dan juga piala yang sangat banyak karena mereka baru saja memenangkan banyak sekali turnamen internasional dan tentu saja ini akan menjadi menarik karena dari fans Indonesia udah berkumpul semuanya. Wow, shout out to you guys.
Yes, yes, they seem very loud, but I want to know, how loud can you guys go? So can we hear a little bit of screams?
That's for Echo, right? Okay.
Okay.
Also for the brand.
Oh, there. Redmore.
Yes.
Redmore is there. All right, so I'm pretty sure we are actually ready to kickstart the last match of the day. So, do you want to invite them over?
Let's go, Bruce. You go first.
I'll go first. All right, everybody, give it up for our M4 champions, Echo! All right, everybody, once again, Echo!
Dan tentu saja penantang mereka sama-sama dari Philippines. Mari kita undang bersama-sama. Please welcome BREN. Finally, we will see them playing in this playoff stage. Once again, BREN.
Okay, so this match is a very interesting matchup because no home buff.
Yes, is it enough for best of 3? I think I want to see it in best of 5. No, it's so interesting. Dua-duanya sangat-sangat bagus dan mereka akan bertemu dan nggak ada buff dari home team ya, nggak ada tuan rumah. Sama-sama dari Philippines.
Yes, with two Filipino teams fighting for one more upper bracket final slot because the winning team here will be going up against Onyx in the upper bracket final tomorrow.
Betul, kedua tim ini sedang berjuang untuk satu tiket terakhir, satu slot terakhir untuk bertemu Onyx di final upper bracket.
I can feel the energy right now. The players are well seated. Clara and me are actually dancing off to the drums right now. So I think it is time to start the last match of the day. Panels, please take it away.
Let's go.
Who will be advancing to the upper brackets with Onyx? Will it be AP BREN or will it be the former M4 champions in Echo? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And here we are on the panel desk. We have me, Eterna, alongside Reptar as well as Gane.
Hi. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see the M2 champion going up against the M4 champion, but then again, the roster swap here.
Yeah. It's been ages. I think it's better to say the current MPLPH S11 champions versus a gold medal winning team and a championship winning team for Team Philippines.
Okay.
It's a mouthful though. It's harder to brand.
Wow.
Yeah, it may not be a hometown buff, but wow, so many championships recently. Unlike,
I mean, you didn't even include the ISF.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I meant by IES.
Oh.
The other one.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
For that reminder.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Reptar.
You're welcome.
But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Both of these teams, they do have a lot of accolades behind them as well as accomplishments that are still ongoing. And with that being said, how are we feeling about this next matchup? Do we think that Echo got this in the bag, or is it more leaning towards AP BREN, who up until this point is still kind of on a win streak here?
Yeah, too tough to call, honestly. AP BREN is the more consistent team going into this, I feel like. However, I can't really count Echo out.
Yeah, I feel like on paper here, right? AP BREN has a slight edge. I feel like because Echo with the roster swap, they're just unstable.
Yeah, so let's see the official team lineup here coming in from the Echo. The Echo, I have to say the in front of them because they're going to be bringing Sanford, Zaida, Sanji, Outplayed, as well as a JP. So still no Yawi in that roaming position, but that's a really strong trio. And a lot of people have actually mentioned that the reason why Yawi got swapped out was because of synergy, right?
Oh.
They feel that JP has better synergy with both Zaida as well as Outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise there. The MDL Philippines Season 1 champions. JP was actually the finals MVP for MDLPH Season 1. However, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see them play together more often. I know they've been training with Yawi more. So this is sort of like a sudden call of duty for JP. Similar to what happened to him the last time he was in Jakarta when suddenly JP was slotted into the lineup for Echo and M4, but they still played really well. We already saw what it was like seeing JP in action for Echo earlier the day up against Bigatron, and man, he just gets better with age.
I mean, he got MVP as well, so impact-wise, it's still evident here. And I do agree, I feel like with Yawi yesterday, especially on the group stage phase, there's a slight disconnect more often than they were on with JP. So again, it seems like they're more comfortable moving around, rotating around with JP. Going up against another Philippines team though, is it gonna get to them? Is my question.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we'll see, right? In terms of statistics for Echo, you can already see a slight difference here. Sanford with Uranus, but Zaida is really the player that I really wanted to highlight here. Getting the MVP in game number 1 earlier on against Bigatron on his Star Assassins. Now, for Kyle TZ, a little bit more of a utility player, but he has Assassins in his arsenal too, or is this just preference now?
Yeah, it's because in MDL Philippines, the meta was slightly more different, so you actually saw more Assassins in MDLPH, hence why you see Zaida playing more Assassins. Outplayed, on the other hand, he still reminds me a lot of the same Outplay that I saw in MDL PH. A very dependable player, knows when to pop off when needed. He is very cautious at times, but at the end of the day, that's still better than having a marksman that you know will just go gung-ho. At least you know he's going to prioritize staying alive and then finding the right moment.
I see your point, but then again, when he is forced on a Beatrix, let's say, 0% here, is that his weakness is what I'm asking here. Will BREN force played on a Beatrix? Because BREN, they have research, and there you go, 33%, very low win rate on that Beatrix.
Super low. Let's see the comparison later on as we bring out the official team lineup here for AP BREN. It's going to be Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Pew, Super Marco, as well as Ogwen.
Yeah, so far they are still the only team to take down Onyx. That was in the group stage. Onyx are on a run. AP BREN faltered somewhat during the group stages. They dropped series to BTR. They lost 1-2 to BTR. Echo beat BTR earlier, so you know that's like
rock, paper, scissors.
Scissors, paper, rock, shoot.
Yeah, well, what kind of math is going on here? But yeah, what I like about BREN is that they've really grown as a team. MVP honors for Flap, Kyle, Ogwen, Super Marco. So that's all of them, right? Kyle, Flap, Ogwen, Super Marco. Oh, we're still missing Few. We're still missing an MVP accolade there for Few. But yeah, I love how they play together as a whole unit.
I mean, I completely agree with you. The AP BREN, they can't rely on each other, but I really love to see the head-to-head against the roamer here. Ogwen as well as
JP.
JP, MDL going up against his brethren, well, his fellow Filipino, but MPL. Again, how will JP play this out? Because Ogwen, he is a very versatile roamer, I might say.
Yeah, you're right. He can bring out the Minotaur, he can bring out the Grok. Whereas from the side of JP, we've only seen him being able to find success with heroes that have really good pickoff, right? Like Franco, Kaja earlier on. So how is that gonna do? Does he not have it? Is that just his play style? And if so, isn't that something that can be tarnished?
Yeah, well, no, he does have it actually. He still has a Natalia roam pickup that we haven't seen in the SPS and in MPLPH. MDLPH, he has a wider roam pool, so hero pool isn't going to be the biggest problem there for JP. It's now just like recency in terms of like volume of games played. at this point. I mean, AP BREN, they're solidified. They've played all throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series. Meanwhile, JP just coming in. It's, again, a very sudden Call of Duty. It's going to be on him to be able to slot in to the lineup really, really quickly. What I'm gonna be looking at in this matchup though is like what kind of mid laners we're gonna be getting from both Few and Sanji.
That's a very tough question, right? Are they going for the conventionals here? I mean, Few really likes the Paramis here, it seems like, and he's not bad, he's not bad. I mean, rotating with Ogwen, who really likes that Minotaur. I do want to focus on this Minotaur here. Minotaur, it's a hot pick for BREN. Will the side of Echo, will they ban it out?
That's a good question. That's a good question, especially now that we're looking at the win rates coming in from Super Marco, their gold laner as well.
Whoa.
Now that's the story, right? Beatrix 100% against what they're going for 0%.
Yeah, this is going to be a Beatrix versus Claude matchup. It seems like Outplayed like super comfortable in the Claude. Meanwhile, Super Marco is either the Beatrix, and if the Leslie's open, he'll also pick up the Leslie. So yeah, it's going to be spicy. The trades in terms of the gold lane picks.
I agree. And you have to put the focus on Beatrix. What's the difference that Beatrix has with these other gold laners? Let's say like Claude, right? I feel like the Claude has a little bit more oomph to it in the fact that it can utilize his skills to outplay situations.
Yeah.
You see that wordplay?
Yeah.
Whereas for Beatrix, it's only a single dash. So there's not much to the kit, there's not much to the arsenal to utilize how aggressive outplay can be in these gold lane matchups.
Yeah, the thing with the Beatrix and the Claude, I feel like the Beatrix overall just deals more raw damage in quicker bursts. Meanwhile, as it goes on, that's when the Claude starts to do more damage and starts to get really annoying.
I mean, let's not forget, right? If we're talking about the Beatrix, this is a hero that can pick up the House Claws later on in the stage. And perhaps with that House Claws, it will create miscalculations. It will create more damage as well when this Beatrix is using his, let's say, SMG.
Yeah.
I agree, but it depends on the playstyle of the person piloting it, right? Because of the change coming in from Beatrix, you don't get lifesteal based on the ultimates that you utilize.
Yeah.
So you can only take that lifesteal from the House Claws using her basic attacks. So is it more of a shotgun type of Beatrix? Is it more of a snipey Beatrix? It really depends on how these players want to utilize it, because we've seen various different playstyles from just one hero, the Beatrix alone.
Yeah, for sure we're going to be seeing shift constantly like in-game in terms of what they're going to prioritize. Usually the first item tells it. I mean, the first item almost always is just going to be a BOD anyway. So yeah, I guess it's the power of the Matrix. Like the power of you to choose. Do you want to poke more? Do you want to be able to be better with clearing, deal better AoE damage? Meanwhile, Claude, I think the biggest threat he brings to the table is his split pushing. Matrix cannot split push like a Claude does. And maybe that's one of the reasons why Echo loves this hero so much, because with that, they can pull off those signature split push plays.
Oh, so flexibility is what I would say the Claude is lacking, but mobility makes up for it.
Exactly.
And you know, on the desk, we've been talking about both of these teams. I don't think anyone has a prediction just yet, but I'm also wondering what the viewers at home or even at the venue are thinking. Are you guys on the Echo Express, or do you think that AP BREN has what it takes to dethrone the M4 champions? Please let us know, especially for those of you over at Twitch. And with that, let's bring out the talent predictions.
We're all leaning BREN this side. I think what I said earlier there about BREN might be the case. I think all of us see it as being more of a stable team on paper so far.
You know what? The reason why I'm pretty confident or convinced that BREN will take this game is solely because of the roster swap here. You know, sure, Echo, without taking anything away from the side of this team, it's a young team, it's an MDL team. Experience-wise, perhaps they are a little bit in the lacking side if we compare it on paper from the side of AP BREN. So that's just my take.
All right, with that being said, I actually want to change my prediction.
Okay.
I actually want to go 2-1 for Echo. Seeing how they played against Bigatron Alpha earlier on, I had the same concerns. I was, you know, it feels like this Yaoi, these new two players coming in, it's not really the right Echo fit for me just yet. And I was also really worried with Yaoi stepping out, with, of course, the roamer coming in, JP. I was also unsure, but seeing them play against Bigatron earlier on, it feels like that synergy issue, that chemistry issue has been ironed out. I think that was the strongest and what I was reminiscent to see from Echo for the longest of time. And with that, I'm going to change 2-1 to Echo. If I lose, I will do push-ups on the desk.
Like Olios.
No. Yeah, kinda.
Sure.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into the drafting phase because, of course, 60% is going to rely on this right now. Echo, they're going to be on... Is this blue or red side? I'm getting a little bit confused here.
It's going to be blue side AP BREN.
Blue side, AP BREN, correct.
So Echo, red side.
Yeah.
Yes, the blue side, AP BREN perspective.
Okay. And with that, Faramis Joy has been taken away. We can see the Yves. We can see Kaja as well as... wow.
Yep.
All right. 2 heroes taken away from JP. Asking him the question, what will you bring out next?
He still has a Kufra and a Grok available for him in the roam. And again, if ever it is available and Kaltizi says, oh, I want to play the Assassin, they might even consider picking up the Natalia for JP. I have to admit, there is one more cheesy or specific roamer pick that they love to use in MDLPH, but I cannot recall it right now. I will react if I see it.
Okay.
Valentina is going to be the first pick here for AP BREN.
Well, let's not forget, if we really want to dissect this roamer position, right? Ogwen, he really likes the Minotaur. And if AP BREN really commits to this Minotaur, I feel like JP needs to respond with another support hero. Is he comfortable with a Enchanter type of roam is the question.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember, but it's slipping through my fingers, right? I can't remember it. But Echo right now, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Uranus. So AP BREN would want to lock in. I wouldn't mind if they decide to lock in their Beatrix right now. Just something that can at least weather the storm. That is the damage and the presence of the Uranus going straight for the back line. They can pick up an Arlot right now, available for Flap. Easy, but the Arlot versus Uranus matchup can be not great for the Arlot at times because of just what Uranus can bring to the table. So AP BREN really need to consider this Uranus if they're going to be picking up the Arlot.
It could be Dairoth. It could be Paquito.
Or Dairoth. Yeah, Dairoth. Thank you.
Those are 2 options that, of course, AP BREN can utilize. We saw that Dairoth alone isn't enough, honestly, to penetrate Uranus.
Yep.
So maybe with the Paquito coming in, that burst damage will be able to come through. But here it is. Ogwen on his signature hero is going to be the Minotaur being pulled up first in the first phase along with the Paquito.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? They really like the Minotaur, and it somehow forces JP on another support hero because Minotaur can heal you, and as well as that Minion Fury with that crowd control. Asking a real question here, perhaps JP might respond with a Diggy here? Is it his type of hero, Diggy, question mark?
I think they might have it as an option for them.
Oh, but no.
So, no, this can still be a mid lane Kadita and then a roam Diggy later on. And I think that's what Echo are trying to bait out. They might be trying to bait out a Diggy ban from AP BREN.
Oh, okay. Let's see here what will happen in the second phase. AP BREN, you know what? I really like it, right? They have the physical burst for that Paquito. Again, still a question. Will it go to the jungle? Will it go to the XP? So a very good flex that they can exploit later on. Echo, what are they really looking for in second phase? They need...
Still need their junglers and their potential roamer or mid laner. Yeah.
For sure. And from the side of BREN, now this is the question that I want to ask. What are you going to utilize in that gold lane to be able to power through the aggression and the oppression from a Claude in lane? Because earlier on, carry, not a thing.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay? Beatrix, possibility?
Yeah, the Beatrix is what I'm looking at here for Super Marco. If not the Bea, if he's really feeling it, he might lean towards more the Leslie, but he's up against that Uranus, and I'd love to see AP BREN have a faster attack speed instead of going for that chunks of burst coming out of the Leslie. But it'd be okay too. I think the Leslie can handle... Super Marco will be able to handle Outplayed Outplayed's Claude in lane if he ended up picking up the Leslie.
Okay. Let's see here what will be the approach here. You mentioned that the carry isn't good enough.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
We saw it earlier.
Like, carry, mid, late, okay, great. But early game, she's so easily punished that the Claude usually has a good time early game, even before level 4, and after Blazing Duet, it's even worse. So it really depends. If you want to pick up a carry, that's okay, but utilize something in the mid that can rotate quickly and clear very quickly as well to support the carry in that gold lane.
Exactly. And right now, I mean, the lineup doesn't scream fast rotation, especially on the Minotaur and the Valentina, but if that Claude is going up, Paquito rather, is going to the jungle. That does scream fast wave clear. So if ever they're going to be leaning towards a carry, then they will have the conditions that you mentioned in turn for them to go ahead and pick that up. And maybe that's why they're taking out the Cho.
Wow, really here? 4 bans towards JP.
It's going to be a Diggy, I feel like. That's going to be a Diggy pickup. But then the jungle hero of Echo needs to be something like either a Martis or a Fredrin.
Okay.
Yeah. Martis or Fredrin, either or.
I think save roam for last.
Yeah.
I think
Use it to flex.
Yeah.
I would secure, honestly, a Martis here.
Okay.
Just because of the anti-CC, it won't be able to be harassed by the Minotaur and potentially the Valentina as well.
And at the same time, at least you'll have someone who can just like, you know, chain kills together. Because at least they'll have an insurance policy from early to mid if ever the Cloud will take too long.
Okay. Really? No, it's going to be the Grok here, it seems
it's a Grok
like.
roam.
So it's a Grok roam for JP. They're not going to flex and utilize it for that last pick here. So what will be the response here? I think...
You know what? I'm gonna admit something. In our letter to the teams, in my letter to AP BREN, I told them, hey, if you guys ever play Jawhead, especially Jawhead Gold, I will share my box of donuts with you.
Ooh.
It's been going on this entire SPS. If they show up Jawhead here, I think I'm actually gonna cry.
Yo, them.
Just straight up tears of joy.
I have a feeling it's going to be Carry though, guys.
Carry.
Or
Carry makes the
Lunox. Lunox Gold Lane, does that work?
Not really a Super Marco thing to do.
All right.
The only other mage or magic damage dealer he'll play in the gold lane is the Nathan. So yeah, Carry.
Carry Purify.
Really
There's no more choice. With the Grok being picked up, they won't have enough damage to punch through the front line coming in from Echo. So they're forced into that carry pick. We've seen Akai being picked up as well.
Yep.
Is this Flex or is this Roam Akai?
Oh no, that's Jungle Akai for
Jungle
sure.
Akai?
For Kyle TZ.
Awesome.
Jungle Akai, Carry, forced to use that Purify here. Still good when it begins to...
They can still slot into Diggy here, I think.
Diggy?
They can put the Grok in the jungle.
Grok
if ever.
jungle, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't know about that. It's kind of sus. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced here if that is the approach that they're going to commit.
Martis.
Martis, yeah.
Martis.
Those were the ones who we discovered. Oh, a Link for Saida. I wouldn't think he'd pick up the Link considering that he's already up against an Akai, a Minotaur, a Paquito, even a Valentina. Interesting. Okay, so Echo want to play macro here. Very macro heavy lineup potentially.
Very risky as well. Let's see if it's going to work out. Connie, any final thoughts on these two rosters?
I think I dislike that Ling.
You don't like the Ling?
Yeah.
Let's see if the casters like the Ling. Ring, ring, ring.
Mosh Mosh, Leo and Mirko Desu, we actually like the Ling because it's the needed bit of finishing power that'll give Echo a fighting chance against top seed in Group B.
I agree with you, Leo. I mean, looking at the way that Echo have been winning, especially up against Bigatron Alpha as well, it comes down to how they're able to make it very sporadic. Don't go for these team fights 5v5. Go for these team fights 5v5, but change the angles a bit. Make it a little bit, get jiggy with it.
Yeah, get jiggy with it. And here you'll see, both of us actually predicted the same, right? 2-1 in favor of the recently crowned IESF Asia Oceania Qualifier champions, AP BREN. Also, SEA Games go... Oh, we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. No, Leo, bad. No, okay? That never happened.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
It's SPS time. Here we go. Game number 1 in the land of Dawn. And it's a counter mirror start. Zaida on his orange first. And Kyle TZ on his purple. Looking at our quick starts. And look. He wants an early 4.
Ooh. All right, interesting start here already. Going over to the XP lane, getting level 2 now. JP, a lot of damage placed onto him early on. They're trying to force a flicker out, but JP holds on, has that power of nature to get out.
Yep. Quick look at our emblems here. Oh no, is this? Yeah, possibly the most number of common emblems in a single team yet.
3. Claude, Grok, and the Uranus. Now, we have seen a lot of Claudes, well, all the Claudes, and a lot of Uranus, all the Uranus.
But glue?
Grok. We haven't seen a lot of that, a common emblem Grok.
Sustainability is the key. Again, Grok is a tank that needs mana. Now wait, they oblige.
All the way under the tier 1. JP still holding on to the flicker, but now gets engaged on. The heavy spin takes him out. Few with first blood.
minute and a half in, AP BREN finds a quick first blood up top, and this isn't going to bode well for that turtle take rate for Echo. And the matter of fact is they're continuing to bully. Outplayed!
We've been mentioning this a whole lot, man. Claude does good into the carry now, but when you have these many members up top, outplayed, forced to use a BMI, losing the entirety of the gold cannon minion. JP now caught in the midst. Another kill for Few as early as the first minute.
And this is going to be enough time for AP BREN actually make their way down through the map. What's going to happen here is Echo is going to read the room and say, you know what? This turtle isn't as free as we think it is. AP BREN making the call to send Coyote back into his purple and then come back all the way until the turtle. This is a delayed turtle take rate. A little bit more of a thing that was in a trend in mid-2022, and it's coming back now given how the meta is slowly going into a renaissance state. Real quick, something to note here, the fact that up top we got 2 kills off AP BREN. Akai still deals a ridiculous amount of mana. You just don't read it. Yeah, you just don't understand why, but that's just how Akai was never touched, even in the post-patch meta.
I honestly really like Kaltizi's choice of emblem here, going for the Concussive Blast for a little bit more damage when he jumps in. And now we're seeing just a free turtle take here. There's no way Zyda can get here in time. And that's going to be, JP jumping in with a wild charge, but now stolen away. Heavy spin, locking them down. Few using the wild charge by himself as well. JP now taken out by the wild panda.
That's a third death on JP. Good news is he's the roamer. He can afford it. Bad news is it's given AP BREN a 2,000 gold lead already. Oh, Zyda comes in!
I don't know about this, man. Sanford still able to survive with the consecration. Zyda in the midst right now. Top of the blaze used up. Flap TZ falls. Zyda will get taken out though. That's the Kung Fu and the panda.
They're playing with the economy. They're forcing out answers. And so far, Echo are clapping back. Echo are presenting a threat. It's not so easy. Nothing comes for free. But in the end, if this continues at this rate, AP BREN's gonna come out on top, not just in the laning stage, but even in the mid-game, especially since we're looking at Super Marco on a carry. When it comes down to it, toe-to-toe, especially in the 9-10 minute mark, it's so difficult, especially when you're looking at damage like this!
Oh, wild charge comboed in with a rough waves, petrify from Sanji. Ogwen with a desperate minion's fury, trying to stop that from happening, but it still goes through. Few taken out. But back to the point, I agree with you. I think here, AP BREN, they've gotten a significant lead, and through their trio mid, they can push this even further. It's all about the trio mid for AP BREN.
Yep, and the reason why that was a win for Echo just then, and it stopped the ballooning of that lead up to 3,000, is because the trio mid was absent. For a second there, they were separated, and that's why now they're making up for it. Some lost time, presence in mid here, propping up for the second turtle take. Coyote, all right, forced Zyda with the retry.
Beautiful one. I mean, now 13 seconds for the turtle. It should be another freebie for AP BREN. They have a retry advantage and a heavy spin. It's automatically never a 50-50. And down below as well, this Paquito pick into a Uranus. Fatizi understanding the situation, knowing turtle's up top.
Oh, he's buying time. He's pinning down 4 members of Echo. He's saying, hey, if you're not going to answer me, then this is a free lane. And just the same, Echo finds it. They understand that we're not touching turtle anyways. Let's make the most of this down bottom. First turret goes down, and then AP BREN makes up for it over at the turtle. But wait,
Petrify, rough waves, wild charge, everything thrown at Flap TZ, taking him out even though he's under the tier 2.
All right, you know what? That last sequence, win for Echo. They made more economic damage there, but wait, they come up the mid.
They've used a lot of resources here. Kaltizi is going to be able to walk out of this one easy peasy. AP BREN taking a turret up top, trading. You're never going to see AP BREN just get beaten in these trades, these 50-50s.
Yep, delayed response here, but then all the while, AP BREN still chalked it up to a return anyways, right? They got the push up top. Now they're picking a fight in mid, terrifying Sanford. No one home. They're looking for an angle here. Heavy spin online. All ults up for AP BREN.
Grouping up very early on. Few dodging away from the breath of the ocean. Meanwhile, Kaltizi trying to go for this purple buff. Walks in range, side up. Beautiful retribution to secure it. Could have been a very disastrous steal for Echo, but they still hold on.
And that's what's important here. The fact that Echo in the post-laning phase understand the dynamics that, hey, they're going to start taking what we have and start trying to isolate us, and now Sanford pops his Purify.
Even with the Purify, still pinned down for a bit, but it is a very tanky Uranus with Brave Smite. Pops into Consecration, gets out. A bit more pressure down for AP BREN, but Echo, again, are still holding on. Now, the question I want to ask you now is Echo trying to just weather out the storm, waiting for those power spikes to finally hit?
And the answer that you're looking for is yes. They have a Claw that needs to farm. They have a Ling that needs to farm. And I think it's down to AP BREN to actually pick up the pace. This is one of the few times that they can actually bully Echo. Because when we do hit the post-late game phase, I'm looking at 14-15 minutes. If Echo isn't put down under, Echo's going to take control. If anything, Echo can actually just snap into position at the First Lord if AP BREN don't take them down harder. So now it's up to AP BREN. I'm wondering if they're going to get lost in that craze, if they're going to get lost in their own aggression.
Let's see though, because Super Marco, that late game entrance for BREN as well, is about to hit that item power spike. Very close to the 3-item power spike. Ogwen jumps in, heavy spin from Kyle Teasy, free turtle over to AP BREN. 4-3 in kills, very close, but in the neutral objective game, it is all BREN.
Yep. But then again, it still holds true, right? Even if it seems like AP BREN is so far ahead, you have to respect the fact that Echo are just ramping up to an eventual power spike. It's delayed gratification here for Echo. They might seem like they're not doing much now, but wait, they find a wild charge!
Oh, in the back, Ogwen with the Minions Fury gets outplayed out, and the damage is not going to be enough. That's also a wild charge by Teasy now in the midst. Zyda able to escape. That's a defensive placing duet, but Flap just punches through everyone to find JP.
And here, it's evident that JP doesn't have enough items yet. Again, now Echo's feeling the effect of him getting beat down in the early game. 4 deaths even before the 6-7 minute mark. So now, JP has to understand that, yeah, I have to do better at protecting myself.
Wow.
Whoa! The heavy spin displaces Sanji. So yeah, again, here in the mid to late game, this is the ramp up. Echo have to be careful. Now it's come to the point wherein they only have 1 tier 2 left.
Even here, man, I mean, Zyda's trying to just look for scraps on the map. Good damage on the Kyle Teasy, though. No heavy spin, they understand it, they want to punish it. Kyle's still able to survive, though. Time to Blaze used up, Kyle gets out. The blazing duet from outplay, but there's no way he'll take these frontliners down.
And there you'll see all the space that has been bought for AP BREN, specifically for Super Marco. No deaths, 1 kill, and just barreling forward in gold earned. This is as funnel as it gets. He is 2,000 gold ahead of his closest rival in Zyda. So yeah, Miracle, you mentioned how he's going for scraps. Still pretty good scraps, and now it's a scuffle for the purple. Zyda still gets it.
Zyda, even in the game against Bigatron Alpha, the question we raised was how? How in the world is he above Super Ken when he's behind, when the team is behind? And now you get the same feeling. Kyle Teasy all throughout this game has been dominating, but look who has the level lead. It's Zyda. Again in game number 1 up against BREN, AP BREN.
He just knows how to use space. He just knows how to use his hero's kit. Between an Akai and a Ling, even with the Akai ahead, even with Kyle Teasy calling the shots most times when they go into team fights, Zyda knows that, all right, we have been losing all of these early to mid-game engagements. Let me focus on what I can do. And that's taking turrets and pushing waves wherein you're not there. You have to come get me, not the other way around. So that's why Echo are keeping this lead as tight as possible. Barely 5K, 6K now at 10 minutes and a half. With the Lord marching through, but it's getting smaller. The space that Zyda can actually find and build up a farm for himself is getting so much smaller.
Oh, Sanji displaced once again by the heavy spin. Good disengage from Kyle Teasy. Sanford now walking in JP with a wild charge to the back, but it gets melted down. The Minion Fury connects, and that's another follow-up in the back flap. Teasy dealing damage to Marco without a flicker, not even using the Purify. Kicks Sanji and JP out.
Like a trampoline that looked like. The fact that BREN are so far ahead now. They've gotten an 8,000 gold lead inside the base. It's just outplayed in Zyda.
It might be over just here, 11 minutes in. Outplayed, wow, 1 splash of damage. And it takes all of his HP out. Now the base wide open, they're gonna go for it. 11 minutes.
AP BREN are rushing this. Is that the fastest game we've had all day today?
Yeah. It's a speed run by AP BREN.
I wasn't ready to call it just yet.
Me neither.
Folks at home, we were expecting much more here, but AP BREN found their window and they sped it up. Definitely they understood the dynamics of what Echo was trying to do. And yeah, now I understand where Ghani's coming from. They don't like that Ling, maybe this is why.
It was an amazing game, amazing performance from AP BREN, and can't wait for the analysts to dissect it.
How about it? It's your turn. Eterna?
Got it. Man. I kind of regret changing my predictions a little bit, but that's okay.
No takes backsies.
We're a man of our word, right? We're
Yeah.
gonna just power through this, but what's a valiant effort from Echo. BREN 10-3 in an 11-minute game. That could have been better for Echo, man. 11 minutes.
Yep. I think BREN eSports or AP BREN knew the eventual what would eventually happen if Echo got to play this game right. They're gonna lose the macro game.
Yeah.
So BREN said, yeah, we're gonna win this in the first 5 minutes. We'll just constantly mess up, outplayed in the gold lane, and our CC, our crowd control heavy mid 3, will not get it to the point where your burst heavy mid 3 will be able to shine.
I see your point here, Reptar. Very great point. And again, it seems like BREN, they were able to read every rotation from side of Echo. The gold, the mid, they read Echo like a book. And the crowd control, you mentioned the AoE, the crowd control. It's a crowd control party. Remember, if you can take away the wall charge, we saw that earlier on as well. So there you go, more crowd control for side of BREN to use.
Wait a second.
Okay.
956 gold per minute
yeah?
for Super Marco on the carry in a losing matchup against the Claude. That is crazy. And it all comes because of the rotations coming in from Kyle TZ, 207 KDA, a KP of 90%. And there are so many unique interactions that I just found out about. Heavy Spin being able to push the Kadira away mid-ult. Like, that was not something that I knew could happen, but he taught me otherwise. What an amazing game by him, being able to out-rotate, the fact that he had a lot of CC in his kit as well. And this is what I was saying. If you can facilitate the carry in the gold lane from your mid rotations, then that's when the Claude has a bad problem.
Yeah, I think unanimously we all agree, like from us straight to Mirko and Leo in the casting desk, the mid 3 of AP BREN was the heart of this lineup because they're gonna be the main facilitator for Super Marco's carry. They got to clear their minion waves in the mid quickly, and they didn't just hang around key areas trying to wait for pickoffs or anything. No, they were very proactive with getting to key spots, putting the pressure onto Outplayed, forcing him back, then at the same time also forcing or pressuring rather the jungle of Zyda as much as they can, knowing that they're up against a Ling. Dude, they had control of this game because they had so much control. That's the key word, control.
Yeah, and part of it, why they have so much control, is that Minotaur pick. This is the only team, AP BREN, that really is able to extract the Minotaur to its utmost potential. And I feel like why Minotaur is a very expensive pick for side of AP BREN is it has heal and it has crowd control, which I feel like any roamer, it's a complete package.
Yeah, and also add to it that it can also deal true damage, it can chain its crowd control. Yeah, it's crazy.
It is, and it's so weird that we don't see it too often.
Exactly, only AP BREN.
Exactly. It's funny because I think earlier on, Ghani and Mirko had a conversation with Coach Yeb regarding Minotaur. And what was the conclusion of that conversation?
Should I share? Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Minotaur. You don't want to?
I mean, Minotaur is it's his favorite pick from the side of Ogwen, and we see why it's such an expensive pick in this current match.
Yeah, it's an expensive pick because it counters highly initiating heroes like Kufra, like Kaja, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Which has been very, very popular in that room.
Yeah, it's like it's like the anti-Echo playstyle. We know Echo love to initiate.
Exactly.
They want to be the ones taking charge in the
Yeah.
team fights. You know, AP
Controlled.
BREN, controlled, exactly. AP BREN, they just like the counter punch, and they play around it really well if ever they're not the ones initiating.
And that is, I guess, the approach perhaps from the side of Echo in second game. Ban out the Minotaur perhaps.
Ban out the Minotaur.
Or
ban out the Diggy maybe.
Or
use the best chipset in the business. And ladies and gentlemen, huge shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because you know what? Winning matters, ladies and gentlemen.
So red.
It's so beautiful. Look at the stage.
I'm sorry, that was the only input I could provide. Like,
Props to
wow.
production.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
It's pretty.
Can we just get like this moment to just sink in?
Okay.
This?
Photo time.
Like, look at. Amazing.
Why are we posing?
I don't know.
Okay.
Apparently, we're taking a photo.
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay too. You wanna redo it?
3,
Okay,
2.
through.
All
All right. Great. Good picture. Good picture. Now, coming into game number 2, seeing the performance from both of these teams. So do you think it's a draft problem? Execution problem? Draft?
You know what? I think it's more so towards the execution again. Sure, the draft, it's a 60-40, I feel like, from the side of, or 70-30 here. But what is not 70-30 is their phones.
What phone are they using?
You know?
Yeah. How do you guys not know? We've been pretty much talking about it nonstop. The only other phone, the only thing that matters, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
The Samsung Galaxy S23 Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, ladies and gentlemen, get your hands on it as soon as possible, because if you're having lag problems, it's gone. If you're having battery problems, gone. You don't think that the refresh rate is good enough? 120. All those problems that you have on your current phone, solution. This is the solution, ladies.
Rawr. Rawr.
Why did you just roar?
That's the solution.
I didn't see that coming.
You're very emotive today.
I am,
Yeah.
especially on this last match.
Look what you did to Reptar.
Reptar, what's wrong?
Are you okay? I think I'm kind of used to it because I'm on the desk with him 24/7 in MPL ID, but
yeah,
not all casters get it.
Still not used to it, man. I know you do those sound effects randomly, but they just got me up. So I'm good. I'm good.
LG?
More to come. More to
all
come.
good.
But yeah, with an amazing device. If you want to pair it up, you can also go for the Tab S8.
Whoa.
Don't forget to get your hands on that too, because I want to do it. Maybe after this game.
Buy me
We'll
one.
match.
Buy me one. It's a gift.
Huh?
I'm a visitor.
Is
to
it your birthday?
Your beautiful.
When's your birthday,
You
by the
guys
way?
missed my birthday.
When's your birthday, by the way?
You know, people don't need to know.
Are you a Pisces?
Yeah. Huh?
Are you a Pisces?
No. I'm a Minotaur.
What?
Ooh, look at the stage. Oh, wow. Yo, that is that is
Whoa.
clean.
That is
That is crisp.
Whoa.
Outdone. Outdone. The
Whoa.
Galaxy S23, man. Paired in with the Snapdragon Pro Series, Snapdragon Ultra. No, what am I doing?
Snapdragon.
It's so good that I'm getting it wrong.
It's okay.
What is going on, Reptar?
Snapdragon Elite Gaming
Chipset. There you go.
Specifically, the one on there is a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2.
That's why I was like, Snapdragon chipset only on this phone, and it's like taking mobile gaming to a different level.
Nope, yep.
Why wouldn't you go for this duo? It's like when you see a combo between
Do
like
it.
Yaoi and Sanji.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is like a combo between Snapdragon and Samsung, and it's the best.
Yeah. Actually, I was surprised when I found out they were doing a giveaway here in a store in Nayan.
Okay.
And you can only join it if you watch the event. So if you have a ticket and for some reason you're not here, you should come here and join so you can join in that raffle. I mean, look at that. Look at all the prizes. A Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
No.
I asked if we could join. They said no, harshly.
I just knew this.
I mean, yeah, it's fine, but you can join. So come join us.
Can I join?
You're saying we can't join the hashtag
Can I
SPS
join?
MLBB challenge?
Okay, we can talk about it afterwards.
All right,
but
sorry.
yeah, it's something that we gotta. Yeah, hopefully
Us
we get you a chance to
casters.
join that. Yeah.
We
I
want
also
the
want
best.
the jackets.
The jackets look cool too. You know what else is cool? Drafting phases.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And let's get it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second drafting phase here between Echo as well as BREN. And taking a look at this, are there any changes to the bands that they've gone for? Franco Kaja still the same.
Yep.
We see a Joy. Is Faramis and Angela going to be the next one?
Is it though, right? I mean, again, based on game one, if they really want to adjust it ASAP, they should respect that Minotaur. I know it's an expensive ban, but let's see here. Faramis might be the answer again. But there you go. It's going to be the Kadira this time.
Interesting. They don't want to give up the Kadita to AP BREN.
Okay.
Well, then again, I think Echo are thinking about the possibility that APB are just going to end up playing a lineup that want to end the game quickly. Because it's a pro player mentality thing. If the first game ends super fast, like it was very dominating, the team who won in that fashion would want to replicate that.
Okay.
Then again, it's that idea of momentum. So maybe that's why they're doing it. It is still, to me, quite questionable, but I get it somewhat.
So they want to somehow make BREN, or overzealousness perhaps here. BREN needs to be aware of that.
If there's something I would have wanted to change in the Echo draft from the first one was that I'd want to see Sanford in a more proactive hero, not like a Uranus. He managed the lane well, and the reason why Echo got the ganks onto Flap TZ was because Sanford did an amazing job in that lane. But I want to see him someone who's more active in the map.
Playmaking.
Yeah, and with also control abilities.
So let's see, because earlier on when Gideon was casting, he was like, bro, I don't like the Uranus. Like, why are you doing Sanford so dirty? With the exact same mindset. Coming into this, let's see who's going to be able to pick it up first. But it looks like Echo might have to pick it up here. With the Uranus being opened up, BREN actually went for Valentina once again for their first pick. I mean, there's no choice. Would you rather let it go at this point?
That's true. Very hard, right?
The exact same drafts are coming in, ladies and gentlemen, between both of these teams.
This is what I'm saying, right? BREN, they were able to read the rotation from side of Echo and as well as their draft. It seems like they're forcing Echo to draft what they want to for them to draft. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So
what's going on here? Why does this happen to me when I'm with you guys? I mean, you guys are doing a fantastic job with the analysis. I just want to say that. You know what? Yeah, I'm good. I'm all right on my notes.
Wait, whoa.
Okay.
Yeah, as expected, Minotaur again.
Yeah, Minotaur expected. Fanny? Was that really expected? I mean, because like people go with the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they completely went 360 here, picking up something like the Fanny, who isn't as versatile. Wow.
Yeah, but then again, it supports your statement here. They want to win in a fast style. And Fanny is a hero that can end things quickly. Snowball, get that snowball early. Invade. Minute 12, second Lord, done.
Yeah. Man, this could be not a fun game for Outplayed or Sanji.
Yikes.
Yeah,
so they go ahead and pick up the Angela, sort of just like balance things out. But man, what are Echo going to end up with here in the jungle? Well, maybe they'll pick up the Martas this time around. Sometimes we see Fredrin. Ling is still available, but will Echo really want to go Ling and again?
I mean, they could, now that they have the Uranus, right?
And an Angela,
exactly.
Too. But then they're going to be playing into AP BREN's cards here. They're going to need someone with way better wave clear and faster scaling for their mid lane. Because I think this Angela is going to go into the roam.
Okay.
So what do we have here?
What do we have is
Rock
the real
Cho
question.
is an option that Echo can utilize here coming to the second phase.
Yeah. Rock Cho. Oh, you think the Angela's going to go in the mid lane?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's the flex, right? It's still up in the air. Depends on what AP BREN is going to ban here. Seems like there you go. They are trying to limit the jungle option. Makes sense. Perhaps Ling. You mentioned Ling earlier can be also an option to be banned out. Echo though.
Yeah, if I'm
Are they
AP BREN
forcing carry?
Oh,
Again?
No, they're BREN might pick up Leslie here. It seems like a Leslie comp here for side of AP BREN if Echo doesn't ban it out.
I'm leaning towards the carry. I would get the Leslie though, but I'm just leaning a bit more towards the carry in this scenario. Because you're gonna have the Fanny who's gonna be swooping in and then swooping out. During that time, it'd be good to have the carry just going with the light wheels, fast basic attacks. Faster basic attack priority here is what I'm looking at for APB.
But what about Harith?
Oh.
Right? Because last time it was banned out. I think it does well against the Claude in lane. So depending on whose lane you want to prioritize, you can definitely go for a Harith and try to utilize that as your winning lane.
And again, that's just really going to be AP BREN wanting to end this super quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, they took out the boxer? Yeah, I think this is going to either be a Harith or what you said earlier, the Leslie.
Let's not forget about Esmeralda here, which perhaps APB is also looking forward here with the Baksha ban. Going up against an Angela Esmeralda in that EXP can be also a very expensive hero that can be picked up. So Echo, I'm sure they are able to locate that Esme pick. It's just a matter of how do they anticipate with this Esme pick.
Yeah, I agree. And they literally have no answer for the Esmeralda if AP BREN pick it up. Dairoth, Paquito, even Boxy has been taken out. So that's brilliant. Echo, they're forced in a really tough decision. If they want to anticipate that Esmeralda pick, they go for crowd control here, but they don't. They go for a Fredrin, who also generates shielding.
Esme Leslie is my guest here for side of APB.
And it's going to be late game versus early to mid game.
I like Esme Leslie. There's no dive.
So Esme in the XP lane, then Leslie in the gold lane,
There's no dive. Who's going to be able to dive on the Leslie if they pick it up here?
Oh, but no, it's Rizla.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a much more active XP laner for AP BREN. Faster wave clear for the Terizla. So Echo really going to need to watch their jungle.
Let's see here.
I'm still leaning towards the carry. But again, I get the Leslie.
It does make sense.
Oh, or the Harith that you mentioned,
Ooh, 3 juicy heroes.
Beatrix.
Neither of the 3.
He's
wow.
You can't predict me, casters.
I'm not readable.
Please.
I still like
pick
it.
up the Beatrix. All right. A little bit more flexibility in that lane. Definitely should stand a chance against a Claude as well, depending on how the rotations come. But Echo last pick.
Hero or mid laner that is good going up against a Fanny.
That's so tough.
Terizla.
I guess Cho.
They need someone, a mage that can bring a purifier.
Cho.
I think it is going to be a mid lane Angela. Then it'll either be a Cho or a Kufra.
Yeah.
For the roam. Unless he wants to go Jawhead, I don't know. Jawhead roam.
Whoa.
Will he field the Natalia here maybe?
Still with Jawhead.
No, still the Cho,
As you mentioned.
Great predictions, Eterna.
Thank you.
1 point today.
So 2 roams here will be played by the side of Echo.
Yeah. But it's going to be Sanji building more magic damage. They need Sanji to build magic damage.
Yeah, they're severely lacking in it as well.
Yep.
I guess. All right, we'll call the casters once again. Kring, kring, kring. Phone a friend, 50-50.
Hola, me llamo es Mirko and Leo. How's everybody doing? I'm looking at BREN here, AP BREN. They played game 1 very well. And there's one thing I'm asking, Mirko. Where's the beef? The Minotaur is still at large.
That was a good one, Leo. But back on the caster desk stand, I honestly think, BREN, they've gotten an even better composition in game number 1, I believe, here. And guess what, Super Marco? He is on his comfort hero, the Beatrix. I called it in game number 1. I said, I think they're going to go for the Beatrix. It's a bit scary against the Grok, but now it came true.
And it's a safe pick. I mean, you would know. As a gold laner, you would know.
Safest pick.
And if you watch a majority of SPS matches, you would know that besides the Claude, the Beatrix is the next big thing, and it's been so for the past couple of years, but that doesn't change anything, all right? Let's get back into the game. It's up to the Orcas to even the score and take us to game 3, and I'm pretty sure they loaded a bit of their lessons from game 1, and will play better now here in game 2. We see a counter mirror start here for both Zyda and Kyle TZ. And this early on, you can see that Zyda's making the most of a lost time. He's double capping away up top.
Oh, Sanford going aggressive first blood. My goodness gracious. Flapteasy though, beautiful sidestep from Sanford to get out and to win the trade. Echo, they are starting loud and proud.
Yep, we're off to a great start already if you're from the Purple Nation. Because, again, they learned from that lesson from game 1. They lost that initial engage, and now they're making up for it. Kyle TZ, though, threatening a kill, maybe a steal.
Let's see, both retributions up here. Oh, Zyda picks it up. Doesn't give it over to Kyle TZ, but Kyle did use his retry. So it was just a win overall from Echo across the board, up top and down below.
Yep, a minute and a half into game number 2, and they're looking at a 500 gold lead solid already. In that last engage, all right, in that last sequence, folks, you'll see that it's a small opportunity cost for Kyle TZ to have threatened a steal, right? So they wasted maybe 10, 15 seconds of trying to bait something out of Zyda. But again, Zyda super composed, super sure of himself, able to take control and again maintain that lead. Let's look at the emblems real quick. This is enough time for us to actually break things down and digest what might happen here in game number 2. Echo did it again, man. There's a triple common emblem run.
Yeah, this time again, it's the Angela, the Claude, and the Uranus. It just seems like, actually, yeah.
Sustainability is the key.
Sustainability is the key.
We ain't going home.
Wait. Was the 3 common emblems start from BREN or from Echo?
That was Echo too.
It was Echo too.
It was all Echo.
So they just really like this. I mean, now it's not actually JP on the Grok, right? Now it's Angela mid coming down from Sanji. How do you feel about Sanji?
We've seen that in the groups. We've seen it in the groups. And I mentioned this earlier today, hanging out with Gideon.
Okay.
I have mixed feelings, man. If you can make it work, more power. But looking at them now, like especially if worst case scenario, we make it like 15, 16 minutes on the game, and they're defending their base for their lives. At rates really low on the wave clear scale, 1 to 5. 1.5 at best.
Yeah. I agree with you here, but something that caught my eye instantly here was Claude. Usually we do see the quantum charge on the Claude most of the time, but this time around, he actually opted to go Brave Smite up against the Beatrix. I think this is a very good choice of emblem. Understanding that you're going to be bullied a lot against this Beatrix in lane. Now, not anymore. Actually, I would actually say Claude beats the Beatrix with the Brave Smite. You're able to sustain and stay in lane much longer, but thing is, it never truly is a 1v1 for BREN.
Yep, that's the principle of why you put Brave Smite on Claude, especially with a common emblem, folks. And I hope you don't take this as gospel, all right? I hope you guys take this with a grain of salt, and when you do execute and practice this in ranked, understand that this is only mainly for early to mid. In the late game, it doesn't act like a house closet home. No, it's really just for you to get there. So for all of y'all wondering, like, why are you putting a tank talent or tank emblem skill on a marksman? It's because it's for you to get to the late game.
Yeah, it's a survivability, understanding that, you know, again, BREN have been putting so much pressure, so many of their resources down to the gold lane. You need that extra survivability, and that's why the Brave Smite plus the Tenacity is going to be a very, I would say, disgusting combo. Especially looking at the items here, Leo. Steel leg plates, and then he's going for boots. Instantly, top boots.
Another pair of pants.
Another pair of pants.
Pair of pants, leather jerkin, boots. That's where he's going here. And something to note as well, right? Everything that Outplayed has brought to the game here in the first couple of minutes is for sustainability. Even his tier 1 talent, tier 1 emblem, agility. So he wants to be able to move around, call back home, and then walk back into the lane. This is very important for a gold laner.
Especially the common emblem, right? This is the reason most clones actually go for the common emblem as well. The adaptive regen gives you so much survivability because you're able to just constantly spam your first skill, staying at 5 stacks, giving you so much more movement speed, and you're able to just run circles around your opponent.
And this is amplified by Sanji's first item. He's expecting to be pulling double duties here. Cooldown boots. Immediately. All right, I know I'm going to have to throw these love waves very fast, very quick. And every few seconds I shave off of Hearthguard from the early to mid is going to help save my cores when it matters. So great start already by Echo. We've taken the past couple of minutes to break down their game plan in the early to hopefully make it into the mid and late and get us the game 3.
All right, back again into the land of Dawn we go. Technical pause has elapsed. Welcome back. 1 minute in, still, as a recap, Echo 1-0, and also securing their purple buff. No invade for Kyle, but up top there's a gang. Sanford not really at risk of dying.
Yep, he's not gonna take this. Oh wait, indeed he does. I'm talking about a fight, but he stole the gold buff from right underneath Kyle TZ's nose, just off of an Ionic Edge.
These steals, little by little, is going to build up, man. Zyda was able to out-retreat Kyle TZ, and that gold buff steal from Sanford, again, the frustration will build, especially considering, again, JP add more onto it, stack it up. Zoned away from his purple buff, has to give it away, recalls. Free turtle over to Echo.
Oh, not just. The fact is, AP BREN are behind almost 1,000 gold. And wait, Zyda, he didn't spend it, he didn't spend it!
Oh, Kaltizi still gets it now, jumping on to the members of the cutthroat. JP gets over the wall. Sanji now trying to tie Kaltizi up, finds it. View! In the back, dashes forward aggressively, finds the kill, but now is pinned down! Penalty zone onto 3, Kaltizi ripping them apart with the blades. Now it's Flapteezy versus Zyda. Zyda trying to cut away right now. He dashes out of the wall. Sanford chasing Kaltizi down. He's gonna have to recall, but man, who won that?
You know what? Looking at the whole sequence, I think we've ended up back at deadlock. We've ended up where we started, with Echo slightly ahead. And with that, I have to say, maybe Echo is investing a little too much in sustainability, but I think it's paying off. The fact that they can bait AP BREN into a false sense of security, into thinking, yeah, no, this is the same Echo we played in game 1. Just go, 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 whoa. It's not the same, because AP BREN are running into a brick wall right now. It's a pretty mobile brick wall at that, and now it's helping Echo win the early game.
I like that, right? A mobile brick wall. That's Echo's trying to construct, I would say, right now. And again, it's all about the distraction from JP. He goes into the enemy jungle, building frustration to Kyle. And even in this lane, outplayed. Again, out-sustaining Super Marco on that quantum charge. And who's been taking the lead here? In the lane itself, it's outplayed.
And that's scary to think, right? We were saying, yo, Outplay just wants to make it to the mid, he just wants to build his core items. But when that kind of mindset gets you into a winning position, that's dangerous. Look, Echo are locking Kyle TZ out of his purple.
Even Zyda now, Kaltizi, doesn't even get that, I believe, right now. They're going to go on to the purple buff. Retribution ready, JP! With a brilliant win, the Dragon bringing Kaltizi back, but he's still able to survive. It's a Wombo in the back. Ogwin finds a kill back. In the back now. What? Sanji, how did he get picked off? Out of nowhere, Zyda steals the purple, but is it really worth 2 kills?
2 for none? And you're against Kaltizi, who wasn't really looking to go around the map and pick fights anyways? I'd like to think that's a win for AP BREN, especially since they shrank the gold lead now down to 500 here, under 5 minutes. Let's see how this turtle take goes. Zyda doesn't have a retry. Kyle TZ does. Oh, big 3v3. Now making it a 4v3.
Kyle TZ with retribution on point. JP, 2-man knockdown with the Dragon coming up now. Owen brought back, but View picks the kill up. Super Marco with the snipes. AP BREN with a dub.
All right. Now we got a ball game. There's the rally. That's ping pong, by the way, because it's so fast. In the past 5 minutes, we saw almost immediately Echo win, and then now AP BREN win. And then just like that, AP BREN are now a little more comfortable here. They've jockeyed for position, now in the lead, 5-3. Just barely a 200, 300 gold lead. What does this mean for Echo, right? Maybe this means they should dial it back down. Maybe they should not cross the river as much, because this is going to happen.
Oh, everything. Just everything thrown in a kitchen sink as well on the Sanford. Understanding he doesn't have Purify. Meanwhile, JP, again, his frustration build up. JP is just looking at Super Marco, staring him down as his gold laner. Uh-oh. Good way the Dragon bringing it to outplayed now. Super Marco going to be gunned down with the Blazing Duet. My goodness, Echo.
All right. Who am I to tell an MDL, MPL, and M4 winning lineup what to do? All right, who am I? I think the next best thing, which they're doing now, is to change their target. Earlier, it was all about bothering Kyle. How about now, we bear down on Marco?
Same thing that AP BREN did to Echo all the way in the early game. Just boldly outplayed out of his own lane, and now it's happening. He's getting a taste of his own medicine. As outplayed, he might actually be able to outplay this right now, but no. Kyle TZ cuts him down.
And that's the work of the Lethal Ignition. He propped it by going at the relatively high speeds, and then poof, with the ult. Ladies and gentlemen, AP BREN here, keeping this lead tight. But that doesn't mean Echo aren't going to continue the shenanigans that they've been putting on, starting since minute 0. Here we see 4 members of BREN trying to make a difference in bot.
Oh, JP, good way the Dragon, getting him out of there, but Caltese comes back under the turret. No! A beautiful snipe from downtown from the Super Marco himself.
That's an alley-oop. We saw the Cutthroat come off and cool down immediately, just as JP was about to shun-po away. But yeah, no, Echo read the room, opportunity elsewhere. They're gonna go and take the turtle away. Got the purple!
Grand Theft Purple in front of Zyda, and Zyda, to make it even better, used the retry as well. It was a 50-50 retry battle. Heck, Zyda was in the lead, so it was technically what, 60, 55, 45?
There you go.
Okay.
Math. Now, on to the mid-game here, 7 minutes and 30 seconds in. Zyda put at about half health. Hearthguard checked in by Sanji. Interesting, the map is a deadlock. They've taken same amount of turrets, and we're at very close gold net worths here. I think it'll come down to if Echo is willing to let this lead go and then ramp up to a power spike, because Outplay died once, yes, but he's on his way to a healthy item build, right? He's down 400 gold, but as soon as, there you go, I was about to say, as soon as he gets that golden staff, maybe he can pick off like the softies with JP.
Yeah. 2 letters for you, Leo. CD. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Kyle TZ now going to be knocked up and taken out. My goodness, beautiful lockdown. Phew, now caught. He stole the hard card, but it's only to give a kill over to Echo, who now takes back the gold lead, takes back control of the game.
Oh, and we were just about to say, man, maybe he can go get a tag team kill. He did more than just that. He took 2 down with his posse. And that's an interesting interaction, right? Since we've seen Angela now become in demand and hot commodity. Hell is on underneath!
Still outplayed, able to get out with the BMI now. Good damage from Flap TZ, both disengaging, just clearing out the mini waves.
Right.
But back to my point, CD, cool down is the name of the game for Sanji, right?
Cool down.
Cool down boots and fleeting time, and yeah, cool down.
All right,
literally.
I just noticed there's an interaction between Valentina and Angela. Okay. Even with the Hearthguard, you end up kind of stealing the Hearthguard.
Oh.
Unless it was procced first before he got inside of Outplayed. Timing is wonky here, but yeah, that explains why if he was trying to get inside, Kyle TZ to save him. Now, fight breaks out. Sanford very low.
Purifying, still ready. Hard guard as well. Zyda walks back up. JP trying to kick Kyle TZ away from this purple buff. There we go. Retribution already used up. They have this information. JP knocks him up, but Super Marco guns him down. Lord only at half, not even. And Echo might have to push away, fall back.
Yep, they may have gone to the point of no return because Lord's very low here. A third of its health left, and they're fighting a 4v5. Penalty zone on a 1.
Wait, they're committing Leo now. I'll play with a Blazing Duet onto the back line. Minions Fury to knock him up and cancel on the Blazing Duet as the first comes through the hard guard. But Zyda, he goes in for the Lord, he finds it. Now Kyle TZ with the first down. Zyda's next to the topping block, and certainly he gets cut down as well. 3-4-0.
Laser focus on these major objectives. That has what allowed Echo to ramp up into this mid to late game. And I gotta say, I'm loving it. But up to when is that gonna matter? Up to when can you keep doing that and not get punished hard by AP BREN? Because yeah, you got the Lord, yeah, you got traded out, but it's going to get so much worse. Am I seeing that right? Is there Sea Halberd?
Yeah.
There's Sea Halberd on Kyle?
Yes. Full Sea Halberd picked up by Kyle TZ.
All right, so he's had it. Sanford, Sanji, enough's enough.
Wow. And then again, the itemization just absolutely phenomenal. I want to see what Super Marco has BOD into the Male Roar, building up to a Wind of Nature, or, I mean, yeah, it's probably Wind of Nature, but Super Marco, knowing he's 5-1, usually goes for something a bit more aggressive.
Maybe read out.
No, he goes Wind of Nature. No, never mind.
Played safe, man.
Played safe.
There's a reason why he's Super Marco.
Yeah.
A lot of people would listen to the intrusive thoughts, right?
Super Mirko wouldn't have done that.
This is a very different player.
No, he would have been 1-5 by this point.
Real is real, knows, man. Gold earned again. There's a reason why Super Marco is here on top right now, and we're talking both figuratively and literally, looking at the gold earned. But yeah, no matter how far ahead you are as AP BREN, thousands and change, a 3v1 is 3v1. Flappies are not gonna be able to defend that, while Calteezy makes the most of a losing lane across the map. He pushes down bottom. Tier 2 goes down as well. So that being said, what's the next move here for Echo? They've gone through so many arcs, man. Super aggressive, choke down on Kyle, choke down on Marco, and now they're on the defense.
I think it's all just about the adjustments from AP BREN. Whatever Echo throw at AP BREN, they're always able to adjust. They go for Super Marco says, hey guys, I need some help here. And the team says, come with us, it's fine. Just lose that lane. We're gonna get that turret, and then you come with us, you group up, and then Echo has nothing to say. Their pickoff comp, gone.
And it, you know what? By answering that in that way, gives me an answer that's clearer for Echo, right? What if Echo's play is to skip that whole step entirely? What if they, instead of looking for winning situations out of losing engagement, they play off map? What if they play everywhere else that AP BREN isn't? Because AP BREN, look at the way that they're built, right? Especially Ogwin. They win when they pick the fight and they re-engage. What if Echo denies that whole thing? But it's going to be difficult because it's so hard to 4-1 with what Echo's drafted.
It's too hard. I mean, technically, they do have a quad to maybe go for a split push, but their composition is very reliant on the Claude as a sole damage dealer. You can't really just have him in the side lane. Then it's going to be a free neutral objective for AP BREN. And taking a look at how good their siege is in this composition, yeah, I don't think you want to give him the Lord.
Yeah. So now we're going to have to come down to it, right? We're going to have to lean hard on that wave clearing scale. And wait, this fight's broken out.
The catches View now, and the View's passion on top of him, and it's Fury! AP BREN collapse, and it's a big one. Sanford falling down, Super Marco with a double kill. View getting taunted up, but at this point, doesn't even matter.
It was 3 for none, and AP BREN just tunnel vision, all right? Lord's not going anywhere. Let's push hard on the map. Bear down on Echo right now. 13 minutes, 45 seconds in. An inhibitor's gonna go. At least one.
Calteezy up top, Zyda. Oh, gets him the turret aggro. Now wait. 13 minutes in, Flapteezy with a flicker penalty zone. Zyda gun down.
Endable?
Marco's godlike, and certainly enough, it is endable. JP fighting for dear life. Again, an unexpected end.
You blink and you'll miss it. AP BREN find an inch and finish the game by a mile. 13 minutes, 15 seconds in.
And just like that, AP BREN say, no BTR, no Echo. Fight again.
A rematch.
A rematch down below.
Just as quickly. And with enough time for tea. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last series of the night. Congratulations, AP BREN. And you see here the brotherhood between these two Filipino teams. We'll throw it over to our analysts. Eterna, what you got?
Indeed.
Raunchy game.
It truly was. It was a match between the two Filipino beasts. But at the end of the day, only one comes out on top, and it's gonna be BREN with a clean 2-0 against the Orcas. 14 minutes, 16-6. They did it twice, right?
Yep.
In the moment, you're like, no way, they're not gonna end, right? No way they're gonna end. And then they end again like that. My seat was still up.
Yeah, man. BREN, how they were able to build a comeback out of this again. This was Echo who was super disruptive in the early game for Calteezy's farm. They were pressuring his purple side. Sanford shut me up. He handled Flapteezy so well in the EXP lane. But then eventually, AP BREN just found a way to make a comeback. They were trading objectives across the map. They decided to take focus away from solely just around the purple buff of Kyle and started opening up the map more, and they were punishing Echo's mistakes in the team fights.
Yeah, they were able to turn the game around out of Echo's initiation, out of JP's initiation early on. With that Cho flicker, sure, you got the target, but then again, the Minotaur comes through. The Minotaur catches 3, and it was then and there BREN put the nail in the coffin. And yeah, this is also why, again, my point in the draft, that Minotaur is such an expensive pick because of this situation, because of the scenario.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Like, you don't want to play into the tempo of BREN. Maybe in the laning phase, you can still work around the Minotaur, as we saw with how Echo were able to have that control. But as soon as both of these teams collapse on the neutral objectives, whether it be Turtle, Lord, or whatever, that's when things get a little bit more messy for Echo. And it really just derives from the pressure that Kyle TZ was able to have in that particular game. 518 KDA, looking at the emblems, just super, super, super aggressive. Like, what is that? Lethal Ignition. He doesn't even need the Season Hunter at that point.
Yeah, and he knows that it'll be best for AP BREN if he decided to build damage again. Echo's lineup is 4 Protect 1. It's good on paper for extended, longer team fights, but that is if we get to the really, really late game and Outplayed has all his items. AP BREN, on the other hand, has multiple sources of damage. All their eggs aren't just on one basket. They can deal a lot of damage with Kyle, Few, and Super Marco. And again, this is coming from a game where Kyle TZ's early game was just pressured early on. Purple buff, hard for him to get. He always had to fight for it, but they found a way to come back. I like what Echo did. Or what BREN did, wherein they gave up the third turtle to actually push bot and then take the Echo purple buff. I feel like that was a big turnaround point in the game.
For sure, and early on, we saw that the 4-man catch from the side of Minotaur was just a little bit too much, and then in there, it's going to be a sweep from the side of AP BREN, which means Onyx and AP BREN will meet again.
Round 2.
Rematch. So Kyrie mentioned in the interview, was like, you know, between Echo and AP BREN, I want to go against AP BREN. I want a rematch. And he got exactly that. And I gotta say, I did change my prediction, and I'm gonna keep my word.
Yeah.
So I said I was gonna do 10 push-ups for Echo. Right. So I'm gonna do that right now.
All right, go for it.
Go for it.
Go for it. Go for it. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4,
wait, break,
5,
break.
Okay, break.
5.
7, 8, 9. Oh, she's going fast. 10, 11. Whoa. Great job, Eterna. She stuck to her word.
Bro, the venue got really hot real quick.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Man.
That was 10,
Good on
not
her.
15.
I can't even do 1.
You know, next time I'll just stick to my gut. I'm not,
yeah.
Wait, you guys take over.
That's all right.
Let her catch her breath. But yeah, I mean, what another splendid game here. I don't want to say that it is expected, but it's quite clear that AP BREN is a stronger team on data.
Yeah.
Echo. Again, it seems like AP BREN was just, you know, Echo was just readable. They were readable in a sense.
BREN really just looked so much more comfortable. Again, the factor we were talking about in going to this matchup, the sudden inclusion of JP into the lineup, although we know they've been training and stuff, but yeah, BREN has just been much more stable and much more constant with their play, with their chemistry, and more time playing together.
And with that being said, I really want to know what the champions actually thought about that match, right? How are they feeling? Was that hard? Was it easy? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to Ring, the interview.
Ring.
Hello?
Ring.
Wait, it's not connecting. Ring. It's because I'm not using the Samsung
Oh,
phone.
Di sini Bude Clara Monster dan juga Rus sudah bersama dengan player dari AP BREN. Welcome back, everybody. We're back on stage. It's Rose and, of course, Clara with the player, Super Marco from AP BREN. Super Marco.
I like the name, Super Marco.
This match closed with 2-0. That really fast and super confident for AP BREN. Is this the match that you are waiting for against your home country as well?
Ito ba daw yung match na inaantay nyo? Kasi it was a very fast game, di ba? Mabilis siya na laban, 2-0, clean sweep against Echo. So, ito ba yung parang ini-expect nyo na mangyari or it just happened kanina?
Opo, expected na po namin mangyayari to kasi ready na po kami sa playoff.
He said that he actually expected that 2-0 because AP BREN is super duper ready for the playoffs.
Oh, ini menarik ya Bude ketika bertanya, apakah ini sesuai dengan harapan kalian dengan menyelesaikan match 2-0 cepat banget dan ternyata yes, sesuai dengan ekspektasi mereka udah siap banget untuk babak playoff ini.
Okay, so now that you guys actually won, right? You will be facing Onyx in the upper bracket finals tomorrow. And Onyx said just now that they want to beat you guys because they lost to you guys in the group stage. Are you gonna win again? Or are you even ready to face Onyx?
Yeah, of course, we will beat them because we will prepare for them.
So AP BREN is confident they will be securing the first grand final slot.
Ya, ini memang menarik di mana dari tim Onyx mereka bilang kayak mau ketemu AP BREN dan terjawab sudah mereka akan maju dan bertemu esok hari dan AP BREN mereka ready buat mereka siap untuk melawan Onyx dan mungkin mengalahkan mereka. Oh, is this gonna be the same Onyx in group stage or will be different Onyx on the playoff?
Sa tingin mo, parehas ba na Onyx ang makikita nyo bukas sa playoffs? Because, di ba yung roster nila, they change it up every time. So, kung ibang Onyx ang makikita nyo bukas, ready na ba kayo?
I think other Onyx because this is playoffs. Some players will gonna go Super Saiyan.
Mengerikan ya. Katanya ini bakal jadi sesuatu yang berbeda dari Onyx yang group sekarang ini adalah playoff dan mungkin playernya bisa jadi Super Saiyan. Like Super Marco.
Yeah, I love that answer. It will be like Super Kyrie tomorrow, Super Sans, you know? The super is gonna be in the front. All right, so I know you're super duper tired because you also played 2 matches today. So one final word for everybody who tuned in and watched AP BREN's match today. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Shout out to all supporters of BREN eSports and to my family, to my girlfriend Jamie, and to our bosses, Boss AP, Boss Job, Boss Jeff, and to our sponsors, and to my family.
Oh, dia menyampaikan untuk semuanya, keluarga, owner, pacar, ayang-ayang juga semuanya disebut dan itulah dia untuk penutupan hari ini mereka bermain luar biasa, baru debut di playoff dan pada akhirnya memenangkan 2-0.
Yes, yes, yes. Another clean 2-0 in the bag for BREN. So tomorrow is definitely going to be exciting. But before we end the day, let us show it back to the panelists to break down what's going to be happening tomorrow. So panelists, for the last time today, kindly take it away.
Silakan.
Thank you so much, Rose, as well as Clara, for that interview with Super Marco. And, you know, seeing his answers, it feels like he's pretty confident to be able to take down Onyx again for the second time tomorrow in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like in classic BREN fashion, even though they're saying, oh, we're confident for tomorrow, at the end of the day, they're still going to say, oh, we just got lucky. They've been saying that for many seasons now. That seems to be like their tagline, apparently. Chamba is what they say it is.
Chamba.
Chamba, yeah.
What does that mean?
Lucky.
Okay, chamba.
Yeah, like got lucky.
Gonna add that to my dictionary.
Yeah.
So that is it.
Don't tell them the other words I added in your dictionary.
Oh, you want to do it now?
No.
Oh,
okay,
sorry. Okay, maybe later. Maybe in someone's vlog. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. This marks the end of the day. And here we are going to take a look at the updated brackets here during this playoff run. You can see that the Udo Red Giants as well as the Bigatron were forced down earlier on because of their respective teams, where they are going head-to-head against Echo and RSGPH respectively. And that also brings us to the upper bracket finals between Onyx as well as BREN, and whoever wins that out gets the first slot in the grand final.
It's going to be a rematch of the top 2 teams in Group B. Meanwhile, Udo Red Giants and Echo, they're going to be seeing each other again. And then BTR RSGPH, a matchup we haven't gotten a chance to see.
Yeah, well, we have to say goodbye to 2 teams earlier on tomorrow. It's going to be either YRG or Echo and BTR and RSG. any team that loses that match will be eliminated. So it's going to be, very sad. But this is a competition.
Yeah, it's a duality of competition, that bittersweet sadness coming in. And we would like to remind you that the upper bracket finals will be a best of 5. So lower bracket quarterfinals in that first match and the second match still best of 3. But in that third, it is going to be a best of 5. So endurance, strategy, mentality, everything is going to be put to the test in that best of 5.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be looking forward to the Onyx AP BREN match, but I also want to see how our SGPH will be able to bounce back from a disappointing start here in the upper bracket up against a strong team in Bigatron Alpha. A lot of vice on them, but of course, a rematch of Echo and Udu Red Giants will be very interesting to see as well. Yeah. Got that right? Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting indeed seeing tomorrow matches. 4 matches, 3 best of 3s, and 1 best of 5. And we are going to see the teams that perhaps maybe unleash their beast tomorrow.
For sure, with Monster Energy, because with that, you can unleash the beast. Ladies and gentlemen, soak this stage out. Without Monster Energy, this tournament would not be here at its epicest, finestest, gloriousness.
Ooh.
I just like making up words, because why not?
They're all very correct.
Thank you.
You got it. I can confirm.
We all can confirm.
I well in English.
That's high-end English for you.
Ginakombrompa.
What?
Sorry, this became just like...
Tamba.
Wait, okay, for a second there, I was like, wait, I'm not, I'm okay, right? Like, I suddenly heard like Indonesian.
Oh my god, we should have just,
good.
you know what?
Yeah.
All right, but here it is, the assist leaderboard. And you can see that from the number 1 in the standings, it's going to be Pancake from the Udu Red Giants as well as Zach QT.
Whoa.
Oh, that's for the run of the entire tournament so far, actually. So it just goes to show just how well Udu Red Giants and their story is going.
I mean, 4 players so instead of Udu Red Giants are in the top 6. So it shows that, again, as a team, as a unit, they are able to be, be there in the high tier.
Just basically, they like team fights.
Sure.
Right?
That's true.
Sure.
They love fighting together as a team. Like,
to put it simply.
Very true.
Exactly. So, we'll see. Even number 3, right? If Ivan's not even here anymore. We love you, Evo's Icon still. Keep your head up high. But here it is, the kills leaderboard. Now, this is what I was really curious to see. It's actually Sakai's Super Red as well as Super Ken. Just all the triple S players here in the first top 3.
Yeah. And I'm still surprised. Still 2 more members of Udu. So I think that theory is correct. They just love to fight. They're just fighting fights all across the map. And Udu did have some pretty epic games even in the challenge season. So no surprise there. And some of their games actually got to stretch out even longer.
Yeah.
They've had some pretty epic series all throughout Snapdragon Pro Series.
It's amazing to see the only Malaysian rep is actually leading in 2 categories here.
Yeah, I'd be super proud. Definitely super proud there. I'm actually surprised that Kyrie's not there. Well, I guess it's because he picked up a lot of utility during the entirety of this season. So that's perhaps what's going on. And for the side of KDA leaderboard, we're actually going to see the Orcas there at number 1.
Yeah, and that's considering a smaller sample size. They only started playing here in the Challenge Finals playoffs. Oh, in the group stage, rather. Yeah, in the Challenge Finals as a whole. Yes, there we go. And yeah, even Udu Red Giants, they're still here. They're in the top 4. Them having a higher KDA leaderboard compared to Onyx, considering some of the more dominating Onyx performances we've seen at the start of the playoffs. At the start of the Challenge Finals is pretty impressive.
It is. And again, gotta say top 3 still. PH here.
Why'd you say it like that?
I was like, okay, chill out, Reptar.
Accept it.
I will try to accept it.
It is fact. Undeniable fact.
Undisputed.
Wait, what? We have a play of the day nominee for the Lord?
I love it.
Take a look
I
at the
love
Lord.
this.
Take a look at the Lord. Vote for the Lord.
Yeah, just vote for the Lord. I mean, all the love to Sans, all the love to Ogwen.
But-
Sans' play here was great. I'm pretty sure Ogwen will be too.
Wait, why is it CW's Maniac on this? Lord's better than CW's Maniac in the first 3 minutes of the game?
Hey, the Maniac was impressive. But come on, we've seen how many Maniacs now.
Alright.
I feel like the Maniac is the norm for the Onyx. That's how good they are. Oh, man.
Please vote for the Lord.
Please vote for the Lord. Again, I'm pretty sure Sans and Ogwen will be totally fine if they
Yeah.
found out, hey, we lost the voting for play of the day. Who won? The Lord? Oh, yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm sure that's how it's going to happen.
I mean, he has been a underappreciated element
I like
from
your,
the start.
I like you're really wanting to build up the Lord here. I love the support for the computer.
Nobody, right, vote for the Lord for anything. Now's his chance.
Never nominated for anything, I feel like.
Exactly.
The first time. I love it.
It's his time to shine, I guess.
It's time to
Just,
shine.
if you can't beat them, join them, right?
Yeah, I think even the Indonesian casters are saying the same thing. I think they're also encouraging the viewers to vote for the Lord. Am I right?
Hopefully.
Good.
I feel like that's the energy they're giving off right now.
I think that the Lord was able to just deliver everything over our expectations. And that brings us to our shout out of the day here, DHL. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. And for those of you at home, don't forget to check out the FEBot Dash Cup because you still have a chance to get 5,000 euros. They're basically handing it to you on a silver platter. Get it as soon as possible.
Just play it. Play
Do
the
it.
FBot Dash Cup.
Just do it.
I'm not so good at the game, even though it's so simple. But still, go for it.
You're lying. Reptar's lying. He's so good.
I'm not.
You are. As a person. You're a good person.
I'm okay with
No,
that.
we love Reptar. We love Renwa. We also like to be updated. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to sign up for the newsletter because be the first to know. Check out that website down below so you can get updated on the brackets, new plays, memes, the Lord winning that vote earlier on, just all that information for you as soon as possible. Sign up.
Check it out. Don't be
Don't be a
irrelevant.
nerd.
Yeah, don't be a nerd. Stay relevant. Be follow. Yeah, be
But
follow.
technically, I
Be
like
the
being
first
a
to
nerd.
know. Why?
Yeah.
How?
I don't know. It's like, I feel like my nerdiness landed me here. Do you
Because
not
it's amazing.
agree?
That's why we have all our jobs. If we weren't nerdy
True.
with MLBB, we wouldn't have this job. So
Yeah.
as much as you'd want to deny it, we're all nerds
We're all
here.
nerds.
We're all nerds,
Including you, Miracle.
including you guys at home as well.
Whoa.
Because you guys have loved. If you guys, okay, I can't assume that you guys love the event.
You just automatically tell them you love
You
this,
yeah,
right?
I can't do that. So you know what? Share your opinion. Did you enjoy it so far? Was there something that could have been better? Like maybe me in a Esmeralda costume or something like that. You know, just share. Basically, just share your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, in that link down below. bit.ly. That one, SPS MLBB. That one, EN.
Yeah.
I'm so helpful.
And again, we just want to do it so that we can improve the experience further. And if ever we get a chance to do this again, it'll be more up to your
Or like
standard.
Reptar Balaban cosplay. I'm just saying.
I'm
down.
sorry.
I'm all for that.
Why
I'm
did you?
just saying.
You gave yourself Esmeralda, and then she looked at me and she told me, "Hey, you look good as in a Bauman cosplay." That hurts.
No, because
That
Balman,
hurts.
Balman, fun fact.
Is an orc.
No, not
And
that.
he's usually voted as one of the ugliest characters in game.
No.
So there's this guy who's called me an
Alright.
elephant. There's you who's called me Bauman. I'm just between two people who don't like how I look.
No,
That's not
Reptar,
true.
Reptar. It's
That's
because
not true.
it's because
Oh, okay. I'm cool with it now then. All right. Let's go.
yeah,
not
you
gonna
guys
say-
are
I'm not-
curious, right?
I'm not going to say what she said.
I mean, you guys are curious.
I mean, it convinced Renmar
Yeah.
to do it. So
Probably really good. So it's up to you to guess what that is.
Made you think. We're gonna make you think.
Think twice. I don't want a close show. No, No, Prod, I don't want to.
We have to.
You're telling me we don't have another match after this?
Eternal, please, I want to go home.
I don't. Fine.
So it'll be quicker to tomorrow.
Fine. Okay, you're right. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we still do have 4 more matches ahead of us tomorrow. And with that being said, we're going to close out the day. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been loving you guys all throughout the way. And with that, me, Eterna, we have Reptar as well as Gani signing out for today. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Come back, please.
Nice one. Ako ba? Nice one. Yura, nandiyan na. Ay, flicker ako, boy. Luchu. Flicker, Angela. Flicker ako, may multiplier ako. GG. Saida. Total, nagdash ka, dash. Ako, pre, nakap ko. Time up lahat. O, kaya ba? Ano, pre, trin ha? Low, pre, daddy. Wala naman, Kyle. Basta nakata to sa akin. I'm alive. Okay lang yun, boy. Okay lang easy. Yan, sunboard. Walang fury yan, ha? Walang fury, daddy. Magkakaw, pimahin. Nakap. Patay. Hero. Hero. Walang picker, Angela, ha? Nice one! Kumakasa, Chukwelo. Kumakasa. Right, ito. Tara. Boss gago. Tara, mid. Walang ano to. Tapa. Endable, daddy. Endable. Tower na. GG ba?
raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need vixen, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work, slay, work, okay, work, slay,
lead. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm mad at your lead. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat harder. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm mad at your lead. I'm mad at your lead. I'm mad at your lead. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm mad at your lead. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat harder. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm mad at your lead. I'm mad at your lead. I'm mad at your lead. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm mad at your lead.
looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one who can rhyme. Try, but never find another me.
As long as we're together, it feels easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Living in higher. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, so I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my ground, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, so I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity, telling stories yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall, stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, so I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Babylon, call the priest. Back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, ya. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir, subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan todas sus retas cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby,
the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, like easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need vixen, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 and put in work.